Hey, hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, Manosphere and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the lurk. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go! Good day, everyone. How are y'all doing today? It's such a beautiful Friday, or is it? It's kind of nasty outside. Is it cold? Yes. It's not cold, but it is a little disgusting. We are getting through all this goddamn Arctic blast. 55 degrees on the East Coast and raining and ugh. My wife loved this weather, by the way. What's up, BMU? BMU, I got a question for you. Which world would you want to live in? An all-woman world or an all-man world? Go ahead, BMU. Good day, everyone. You know how we like to start the day. When I say good day to you, make sure you say that because I can feel that great productive energy. Thank you, Corinne. What's up, Miss J? Miss Berry White, how you doing? Happy. It's awesome. Love it. Yesterday was pretty dope. Long show, but it was a pretty good show. I'm still waiting for BMU's answer. Which world would you rather live in? Oh, yeah. That's what I thought. You can't answer. You can't answer, can you? Which one? You only have one choice. You have to choose an all-man world or all-woman world. Which would you choose? It's a simple answer. It's simple. I don't know why it'd be a difficult thing to answer. Yesterday was real interesting, though. Good day, Brandon. But we know why it's a difficult thing to answer because it would contradict all the things you are saying and what you talk about. Yeah. Because undoubtedly, you are most likely, I got a 98% chance that if you would actually have to choose, you would choose an all-woman world. And I think majority of human beings would choose an all-woman world versus an all-man world. Should I put it in the poll? I should put it in the poll? All right, let me put it in the poll. Hey, Miss J, let me see. Hold on. Let me write it in the poll. I want to know. Exactly. Look at you. You want to be there because you want to take advantage. Insane. Let me see. If you had a chance, how should I write it?
Would you like to live in a world of only men, women?
Say it again, babe.
Would you rather live in a world of only, that's the question, and your options, men, women?
There we go. I can't spell though.
Where do you have it?
Only.
Only?
Yeah.
O-N-L-Y.
That's how you spell it? Oh, okay.
You want me to tell you in Russian?
Yes. All right, there you go. Answer the poll. All right. The reason why I think it's a interesting question because of yesterday when we know Diva's list doesn't miss. And we had a difficult time with the brothers just answering an honest question and eliminating brothers for their daughters to date. I found that very interesting. That's your prerogative, girl. And and I just found it real interesting. There's so many things that we was communicating on yesterday, but yesterday was a really good display of how we can have opposing opinions and everybody able to articulate their point of view. And I disagree. Women, I would absolutely rather live in a woman's world. And the main reason why I would want to live in a woman's world, good day, MJ, is because women are great. They are absolutely awesome. Almost everything about them. They do almost everything better than men as a collective, in my opinion. But I could be wrong. What up, ADS? I could be wrong. So I was just thinking, imagine asking people if you had to live in a world with only one gender, all men or all women, which one would you choose? And suddenly I feel like the room would get quiet because the truth is most folks don't even hesitate. They like an all woman world, unless you Miss J. Also, I'm saying, please sign me up. Where is the application? And that's why, because it tells you, to me, I think it tells you something about the vibes. People aren't choosing based on biology, in my opinion. They're choosing based on peace, on energy, on survival odds, right? On who's less likely to turn a neighborhood into a demolition derby within 48 hours. Then you bring up places like, did y'all know it was actually a place in America called Woman's Land? Put a 1 in the chat if you ever heard of a place called Woman's Land. And do you know where it's at? It's here in America, Roxy. I wonder if anybody ever heard of it. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever heard of it. It's called Woman's Land and it's in the country of the USA. Shut up. What?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much, Miss J. Boricua Preciosa PR with the $10 super sticker. Thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you so much. Make sure y'all all hitting that like and that share button as well. Thank you so much. It's much appreciated. Thank you, seriously. So it is a place in Oregon. It's called Women's Land in Oregon, and it's a community where women built their own space, their own rules, their own culture. And it was established in 1975. And since it's been established, it has been 0% crime. 0. Zero crime since establishment. It's like 50 years or something of that nature. Now, granted, it's a small community. It's about 40 women, something of that nature. But they've been striving for the past 50 years with no problems. Completely self-sufficient. They bought land. They built their own solar system. They built their own water institution where it's solar system. They built their own solar system. Why are you laughing at me, babe? They built their own solar system. I don't know why my wife's laughing at me. Damn. ADS, don't you dare. ADS, don't you dare.
They have their own,
They got their whole planetary system. Yes. God damn it. Y'all know what I meant. Ah, you always want to be so damn nitpicky. Okay, they solar panels. I'm sorry. God damn it. Not their own solar system. They solar panels. Right, Rosie. The women built their own sun and the planets. God damn it.
because we can.
Oh, shit. Where was I? So, yes, they built their own solar system. They built their own waterways to collect their own water. They built their own roads, and they also farm. They built their own houses. They built the whole infrastructure on this. I forgot how much acres of land it was. That's right. You got it right, Cody. Exactly. Now, so the thing is that, like, you know, they have zero crime that ever was there. So the interesting, it could be for a many reasons. Maybe whatever things happen and they just don't report it, right? That's always a possibility. But regardless, for 50 years, for it to be self-sustained without no police activity, they don't. What number one rule? No men are allowed in this place in Womenland. Not even the president of the United States of America is allowed to come here or there into that solar system. Unless the president is a woman. And if one of the ladies was to become impregnated with a male child, what you think the rule is? Her ass has to go. That's one of the rules in this all-woman neighborhood. No men allowed, even a goddamn baby. So if a woman was to somehow become pregnant and she is with a male child, she will have to leave, go and deliver her child, and she will have to decide whether to stay with the child until she could raise it and it could be on his own. That's around 18 years old. You could be free, young man. And then she is welcome to come back to the community. Very interesting place. Shout out to Rogue C. Since the men want to hate in the chat and not support, y'all better act right before we build a new solar system.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Detroit Coalition of 2000, thanks for the 10 hours of God's work yesterday. Thank you so much, and you're welcome. I appreciate you. Thank y'all for all that you do. They're going to keep teasing me down.
That land is like part of the United States, or is it sovereign?
I don't know. That's a great question. Mm-hmm. I think over there, Ms. Jalen, that Otis was the one that set up the laws over there to make sure that they were sovereign from everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Otis who? Oh shit! So they, you know, so these people. So I'm pretty sure the Manosphere will lose its mind, right? I think they start yelling. So what we keep hearing is that, what I do find interesting is that we keep hearing men saying that they couldn't survive without men. This is a normal and common argument that we hear all the time. Because the men build the roads, we fight the wars, and all these other things. And Meanwhile, I think they got these women out there just farming, building, organizing, and minding their business, which is already more than you could say for half of the manosphere. But here's the funny part. If you flip the question, right, you ask men, would you live in an all-male world? I think suddenly things get interesting and real quiet. Like, real quiet, like someone unplugged the Wi-Fi quiet. Because deep down, men know exactly what an all-male world looks like. And it's not peaceful. It's not organized. It's not even safe. It's a group project with no supervision. Men know this, that while they don't volunteer, right? We know men not volunteering to go to the all-man world. They'd rather stay in the co-ed world. And I like sunlight. I like stability. Not getting to fight over the last slice of pizza. Because we heard the man yesterday saying that he need more than 4 different types of meals. Because without a woman, he only got 4 types of meals. And the manosphere, they just love to say women couldn't survive without men. But the irony is that men don't want to test the theory in reverse, right? Nobody's lining up for a dude island. Nina says she's going. It's in Oregon. It's on the west coast of the world. It's in Oregon. And it's called Woman Land. It's been established since 1975, and it's not the only one, by the way. It is not the only one. But I just wanted to point it out because I think when we just hear, the remedial rhetoric is just wild to me. Most dudes do not want to live on a dude island. Nobody wants to live in a world where the national anthem is just grunting and the economy is based on protein powder. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be it. And the deeper truth is this, right? People aren't just choosing an all-woman world because they think women are perfect. They're choosing it because women as a group tend to build community, cooperation, emotional intelligence. They create systems that are solar as well. Rosie said, don't forget the Axe body spray. Nah, it would be stink. They wouldn't wash their ass. We know that. They'll have dingleberries all over the place. Nobody be washing their ass. Right? Women communicate. They don't escalate every disagreement into a goddamn wrestling match. Meanwhile, an all-male world would have 3 rules. Don't touch my stuff. Don't look at me. If you break rule number 1 or 2, we fight. That is it. So when people say they'd rather live in an all-woman world, they're not insulting men. They're acknowledging patterns. They're acknowledging energy. They're acknowledging the difference between a society and a locker room. And maybe the real lesson is the best world is the one where we balance each other out with strengths, complement weaknesses, right? Where cooperation beats competition, where nobody has to choose between peace and protein powder. Because an all-woman world might be calm, then an all-man world would be chaos. And deep down, everyone knows this. Even though we know most men would say it is the other way around. That men would create this weird, peaceful place, and we know it's not true. That women would be at odds in and fighting. They'd be the most violent world. I've seen some videos, and I just couldn't believe my ears. What's up, Zero? I don't know why men believe that women wouldn't be able to strive and thrive without men, when men are the ones that is creating all the goddamn chaos. I know it might sound like women are doing X, Y, and Z, and they are the most horrible, emotional people on the planet, but it's just not true. We have wars because of men. And no matter how much black women try to say something about anything else, it is a place called Women's Land in Oregon that was established in 1975 with zero crime since its existence. That's 50 years. They figured out how to farm. They figured out how to make a solar system. Water. Houses. They govern themselves. So while we could look at something like Bear, whatever that TV show is that Black is talking about, in real life, women would have a community. Women are the ones that build communities. So just the true thing. Men are not volunteering like how women are. It's just a true thing. Men don't actually care about other men. Philly boy, that's a lie. If y'all want, I could drop the link right now. We could just get into some more stuff. I seen this very interesting thing on O'Shea Duke Jackson's channel, and I wanted to watch it with y'all because I thought it was hilarious. You know what? Let me go find it. You know what? Hold on. KT, what are you talking about, KT the Libertarian? I would like to know what KT talking about. Yeah, I don't know, Byron. You better go check it out. Oh no. Hold on. I want to go through this. Let me see. So I thought this was interesting. So I wanted to check this out. Maybe they would, cuz I'm not sure.
Welcome to your favorite news network, the Dusty News Network.
Hold on. So before I bring it up and we can have a conversation, what world would you be looking into? What world would you live in? I want to let's watch this video together real quick. I thought it was hilarious. Let me also hold on. I wonder where we at with the poll. Damn, it's not even close. Nobody, only 30% of y'all want to live in a world full of men. I wonder why. And I wonder. I thought men was so good. I thought they were so good. What happened? Hey, what you think happened? It's actually 67% men that watch the show. All right, you sent me a link. All right, I'm gonna look at it. I'm just interested on what people think about it. Let me see. While I let this play, let's let this play for a little bit. I want to know what y'all think.
Where where Negro news comes first, and I'm so excited to be your host today. Breaking news. You guys think that I do a lot of inspecting for some of my stories, and that is true. But sometimes you guys send me the information, and boy, don't we have some stuff today. Obviously, we do know in the Black community you have what is called down low men or situations like that, but you never hear the testimonies from these guys about what they did or what they was doing and what made them go directly over to men. In today's episode, we got that example today.
We started dating back and forth, and he was still living with his wife, even though they were separated. Even though they were broke up, they were separated. But he was,
wait a minute. That's because I had sit back. That's because I had children. It wasn't as easy for me to just jump up and do whatever. You know, I had children, and my children were very close to me. They were closer to me than they was to their mother. So it was.
What is going on? What is going on here? Somebody please allow me to somebody explain this to me, please. What is going on here? How that Bubba Sparks song goes? It was really popular back in the early 2000s. How did that Bubba Sparks song go? It was a hook. I just can't think of how it goes. Can somebody please? I think it goes booty, 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 rocking everywhere. I found you, Miss New Booty. This is crazy. This type of stuff is just insane to me. I don't understand. Hey, listen. I keep trying to tell them, hey, listen, you want to be a double peanut butter brother? Hey, just it's okay. Just let the world know. You can express yourself. We ain't gonna pass no judgment. Be yourself. You ain't gotta be afraid. You don't gotta bring no woman along with you.
It's very hard to try to juggle both. You know, I knew I was going to be with him, and
it was very hard to juggle both. That is insane. Pause.
I knew that there was no change in that. However, I was trying to figure out how I could make it a smooth transition. And
so maybe that's what's going on. Maybe that's what's going on. A lot of these men are trying to figure out how to make a smooth transition from the public's eye to what their intimate life is. Maybe that's why y'all get so upset. I don't know. I don't understand it. But somehow this type of things keep happening. Why are y'all so afraid? You're supposed to be a man. Be a man and just do what you need to do. It is what it is. You have your own situation going on. Why are you trying to trick men into this goddamn world? I'm not going. Sorry. I ain't going.
have my children still understand me. And
y'all hear the brother. He's saying that he was with his wife or separated from his wife. His partner, who he's been with for a very, very long time now, understood that this man was married and had kids. This man had a wife that was literally pregnant. And he says, well, I really cared about my kids because my kids was close to me. I was just waiting for the right time to let them know.
Damn!
Nigga.
And this is when we know that men will risk it all because they have lust and degeneracy at the top of their value system. This is proof. This is more proof that men are not actually caring about their marriage or their family or their children. Oh, Shafe, this is crazy. This is crazy. Right, Zero. This is wild. And instead of the men, right, instead of the men, like, this is just wild and crazy that it should be no man on a DL having a wife as a beard and then also making children as a beard. They are trying to put it on me and say it's my fault. You hear this, babe? They try to act like it's my fault. Some of the men in the chat. This shit is crazy. Mr. Lyman says, what does this have to do with men that be on panels? The problem is that a lot of these men are these type of men. They have wives and children and all that, and they just afraid that we know now why y'all say the things that y'all say. That's why, Mr. Alignment, if a man is only saying that how men should not be in relationships with women, the only reason you should be with a woman is for what reason? Is to create children. That's their main stake to being with a woman. It's just to create children because they want to create children and then go back and be with who they really love. It's weird. This is why the only thing when we hear them talk, they don't actually have any kind of love for their woman. Their woman. They don't want to create children with their woman so they can get back to who they really love. This is why when these men are saying things like they can't talk to a woman, woman ain't funny, woman not intelligent, we don't care about nothing but that vagina, is because of a certain thing is going on in their mind. I don't know, Rilla.
Bro, nobody ain't gonna understand why they daddy left their mama to get their cheeks clapped. I don't know what you smoking on, but I don't want none of it. And then it gets worse.
I moved in with him. I was staying with him, and my wife was still pregnant. And I made a promise to her: when you have the child, I'll be there, because I was always there when my children were born, and I was not going to do anything different. Mm-hmm. She called me, and I went up there with her, and I sat there and held her hand while she had the baby. And she said, "Are you going to come home?" I said, "No." And she said, "You should come home. You know, I need you with the kids." And I said, "Yes, I get that, but you know, we're not going to be together. I mean, it's just not going to work."
How long were you married to this woman, Greg?
11 years.
It's wild. That's wild. 11 years. I don't even know how men can excuse this at this point. Like, it's seriously a problem. And any straight man that is condoning this and trying to give excuses for it is wild to me. You saying I didn't think this over? I didn't think this over? So how about the person that created the video? I didn't think this over? Y'all got it. I'm 100% convinced.
11 years. Did you know that you were attracted to men when you first got with her?
Yep.
Okay.
I wasn't seeing any guys. I had never really done anything at that point, but I was.
What the F does that mean? What does that mean? You haven't really done anything. It's either you did something or you're not. What you mean you really haven't done anything at that point? That's wild. All I'm saying, y'all words is matching the same words like these men. That's all I'm saying. I'm pointing out the correlation. That's all I'm saying. I'm pointing out the correlation, and it is okay. I'm giving you free reign to be you. It is okay.
I knew that I was interested. As a matter of fact, I didn't even mention it to my mom that I felt like I was gay, or I had the feelings of being gay, and she said, like most parents say, "Boy, go sit down."
Now the man is saying that his wife wanted him to come back home. No. He said, "No, I'm not gonna come back home." He thought he was saying something when he said, "Listen, I was holding her hand while she was pregnant and having the baby, only to tell her that, you know what, I can't come home to you and be with you and the kids. I got to get my cheeks clapped the F up by the light-skinned brother, all right?" Then what made it worse is he said he knew he was gay the whole entire time. He even told his mom that was the case, and she said something like, "Boy, it's all right to go away." And it didn't go away.
Damn.
But you know what's even worse?
What's worse?
The brother who I got my wife caught me with was one of the deacons at the church I attended.
Not another one. Not another double peanut butter brother. This is crazy to me. All I'm saying is that, like, listen, we're going to have to stop trying to act as we don't see what we see. And like we don't hear what we hear. Why are you concerned? Because I have daughters, you idiot. I don't know what's wrong with these men. It's something really wrong with them. I'm reaching. I'm not the one doing the reaching. It's these dudes that doing the reach around. It ain't me. Yo, you know what? I think the deflection says a lot. I think deflections says a lot. I think deflections must say a lot. This is crazy to me. Whoa. At least he went to church.
And she came in the house and caught us in bed. When I got off from work, I would go by his house and he would teach me how to suck a how to all do those things that we do. And I liked it. I loved it. I craved it. And so I got sloppy.
Nigga, what? Now I understand why a lot of brothers ain't going to church. Now I understand why a lot of brothers ain't going to church. Oh, shit. That is crazy to me. I'm sorry. I just... That was a little too much. I was not expecting that because I didn't review the show before I started. I didn't know it was going to be so many. That's crazy to me.
And then one day I went to his house after work.
The crazy part to me, like, they look like regular dudes.
And my wife at the time saw my car in his driveway. I got that sloppy. He didn't lock the door. She came in the house. We were upstairs. She saw everything. She left.
Fuck. That is wild, wicked. That's wild, wicked. That's wicked.
At the house, I didn't even know she was there. When I get back to my crib, her brothers are there. They told me you can't come in this house no more, faggot. Yeah, she was crying in the background. It destroyed me. It destroyed me. And yeah, she filed for divorce and so forth, so on. Yeah.
Damn.
All right, so that is the author J.L. King. He's written about this subject, but I've never seen him actually come out and talk about it like this. He said that he was in church and was learning how to, put the thing in his mouth, left his car there. The wife comes there. Y'all was so busy to clap. She walked in there and saw you getting clapped. Okay? Then this question is asked.
Did she know this guy before, or was she following you, or how?
He was
Got tambourine players?
He was a respected deacon.
God damn.
Okay.
And he would speak to us as a couple, a small church, everybody knew everybody. So yeah.
So the deacon at the church understood, like, oh yeah, y'all a married couple and all of this stuff. He was making himself available. I bet he was. But check this part out.
And so in this church, he's speaking to y'all as a couple. When did he start hitting on you?
Oh shit.
The stairs, the look.
Yeah.
The handshake, the brotherly hug after church. And then one day he said, "Hey, Brother King."
Whoa, that's kind of crazy. And so that's crazy. And so now we understand. Yo, O'Shea is that was hilarious. That was hilarious. And see, now I'm starting to understand. And this is what I've been trying to point out to my brothers. I'm trying to save your booty hole. I'm trying to save you. Listen, this is how they get you. This is how they get you. I'm telling you. They try to get you in the manosphere, and then next thing you know, they start giving you brotherly hugs, the way how they handshake, and then next thing you know, they're gonna be telling you, "Hey, come over. I need some help with some woodworking." Oh, that's pretty cool. And then next thing you know, they're gonna tell they need some help. The crazy shit Tezzy K, that's the crazy part. They gonna blame me for it now. Also, I'm trying to say, hey, you better be careful. Those handshakes and all that brotherly love, and hey, men, we could do this. If we had go ahead, keep going. Be a part of your He-Man woman haters club. You are setting yourself up. Maybe you want to be set up. Maybe I should mind my business because you want to be set up. Maybe that's what the problem is. Yo, this shit is crazy. This is crazy to me.
I am putting together a young.
How did he get you, sir?
The stairs, the look.
Yeah.
The handshake, the brotherly hug after church. The stairs, the look.
Yeah.
The handshake, the brotherly hug after. The stairs, the look.
Yeah.
The handshake, the brotherly hug after. The stairs, the look.
Yeah.
The handshake, the brotherly hug after church. And then one day he said, "Hey, Brother King, I am putting together a young men's program. I would love for you to help me put it together. Come by the house one day. Let's talk about it." That was it.
So
Yo, this shit is crazy, Nightish. This is just crazy. Yo, Nightish, this is crazy to me. That is wild wicked. What?
how did he start hollering at you? Giving you them little hugs and all of that. And I understand that this is not applicable to a lot of brothers in the black community, but it's something strange. Because on one end, yes, they did mislead these ladies. But on the other end, the reason why your wife caught you is because she knew something was wrong. All right? Something was wrong. And now for the first dude, The other guy that's with him, he feels so good about the fact you took a man from his family. That's crazy, right?
That is crazy.
But this is what these dudes is admitting on social media as if it makes sense.
Right.
These are things that if you go and do something like that, you should take it all to your grave. You shouldn't be on here showing your face, talking about your cheek clapping expedition, how you got clapped all the way up, and then left your kid.
Yo, what? Not your cheek clapping expedition, boy. O'Shea is hilarious. God damn. Y'all tripping. Now they're going to try to blame me for it. That's wild.
Behind clapping. I mean, damn. Next story. Brothers, I understand times is hard, okay? I understand that sometimes you got to live with your girl, all right? It's bad when your own mom decides that your girlfriend is right about you.
Damn.
Because you ain't about nothing.
Damn.
All right? This is terrible, but this happens for black men where your own mama is tired of your stuff. And I know you think I'm playing.
And that's cool. The house I done made, the house I built, the shit I installed, and this is what we doing. This is what we doing.
This is not what we're doing. This is not what she should be doing. Because I know that girl love you, and out of all this time,
Man, no the fuck, mom. You really see this is what I'm saying. I'm just asking her the reason this morning. She can't give me no reason. She's staying quiet.
Now, so what I do for so now we got this this young man. It seems like he's young. The way how he's dressed so far, I can't see his face. But since he's calling his mama, I'm pretty sure he's young. Can you give me some of that agave, please? And so I'm pretty sure, Pepper, you give me some agave. And I'm pretty sure because he's calling his mama that that he's probably pretty young. And I wonder they're gonna show his face, number one. Number two, I want to know if he has anything on Diva's list. I want to know if this young brother's going to have anything on Diva's list. And what is Diva's list that don't miss? Crazy hair, face tattoos. We won't be able to see if he have a criminal background. I wonder if he has some dead eyes, all green eyes. I don't know if they're going to say his name. We will find out if he has a wild name or not. Let's see how this plays out. But even mothers are now saying they are tired of it. Crazy name. He got a crazy name. We're going to find out. And so, and this is what we mean. This is what we was having the conversation about yesterday and why we should have some disqualifiers for our daughters so they could be safe, because we do not want our daughters to be in this position right here where she got to call mamas and she got to record everything just so she could be safe. Because she's dealing with an unhinged brother. Because she didn't have Diva's list that don't miss. Because maybe if she'd have had Diva's list that don't miss, she wouldn't be in this crazy position now. With a dangerous male in her house that don't want to leave her house because according to the Manosphere, all these men are doing so great for themselves. So many men want to put their family first, even though we just seen two men risk it all for lust. Two married men risk their family and their children because they want to be lustful. That's what we just seen. And we just need men to start being honest and being out and open so we won't be continuously have the same problem over and over again. Because we live in a society where you can be who you want to be. Whatever it is that you want to be, you could be that. Out in the open. You don't got to hide. Be yourself. Did I drop the link? Let me see. I think I dropped the link. Let me drop it again. Let me see. I'll drop it again. I'll drop it again. And look, let me see the poll. The poll is at 71%. They would rather live in a world of only women. Interesting. That's right, Sway. I agree. Let's see. Hopefully we'll see his face. Let's see if he have anything on the list.
She ain't give me. What's the reason? What's the reason?
You know the reason.
What's the reason?
You know the reason.
Admit, what's the reason?
The same stuff I just explained to him earlier. You've been cheating on me. You always blame. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. Let me finish.
I've been cheating. This is
Let
what
me
I'm
finish.
And so again, we keep having this conversation that men don't cheat. What is the problem she having with this young man? His lust and his degenerate behavior is at the top of his value system, and he believes that everybody else should be okay with his truthfulness of being lustful and degenerate. And then when women smarten up and say, I'm not dealing with your lustfulness and your degeneracy, they're going to say now they blame the woman for it. And this is why Diva's list doesn't miss. Because if we keep allowing men to just get opportunities, this is what happens. This is why yesterday was so important about, hey, we got to have disqualifiers from the rip. And just because that man doesn't have any of the disqualifiers doesn't mean that he is good for your daughter in the first place. It's just a simple list to say, hey, for sure, 100% you have anything on this list, you ain't for my child. Because even after he doesn't have everything on that list, he still might be a lustful degenerate. Cheating, her number one problem. He won't stop. While he's living in her house, her apartment. Even though we hear men all the time argue that, hey, in divorces, the woman gets so much. And what is not being said is that a lot of times these men are moving into their woman's house first. So even when they do get the house together, he was living with her first. For some reason, we just cannot be honest about this shit. Why? I don't know. Bless you.
So the last
Don't let me
conversation,
finish. That's why I'm
I don't
done
give a
talking.
fuck what you're talking about right
That's
now.
it. Exactly. I'm done talking.
No, this is my
I'm done
point.
talking.
I don't know. We might not consider that crazy here.
This is my
I'm
point
done
on
talking.
this.
I never
This is my
finished
point
what I'm trying to say.
because
I'm done
I
talking.
said this shit before we moved.
Woo! Look at that. Urgh. Maybe Diva, maybe you're gonna have to put that bell pepper nose on there after all. Not him clapping his hands. Boy, this is some scary ish if you have a daughter. I would not want my daughter to be in the same house as this person as in a relationship. Absolutely not. This is a scary scene. Katie said that's a crazy hairstyle. All right. Hey, all I'm saying, if that is a crazy hairstyle, then Diva list don't miss. It don't miss. Is all I'm saying. Welcome to the show, Sway, producer. Good day, sir. How you doing? You're on mute.
No,
There you go.
bruh. Why are you doing this to us this morning, bro? You could have picked any conversation, any YouTube short, TikTok video. There's a lot of BS going on in the world. You just had to pick this sus ass topic, let alone this dude who's all cracked out, look like he on speed or something. I don't know what he got. He got all types of emotional disturbance issues growing up. I can tell just by looking at him.
Damn.
In terms of the list, I can agree that there has to be a list because I can think of myself making up one when I have a kid, let alone for my son or my daughter. In terms of my daughter, I don't know if I'd go as far as like some of the stuff Diva would put. Like, I think the only thing I thought was superficial was the green eyes, but you know, I'm sure there's reasons for everything else. But the list I'd make up would ultimately be, I think, like drug and alcohol consumption. No, you can't have an abusive, you know, nature behind that. You don't have a tendency to always want to go out or always want to drink, like that extroverted personality. I really wouldn't want that for my daughter and her husband. Stuff like that. Like I would be looking for, like, how can he sit still? Does he have a trait or a skill that he's disciplined or trying to grow? Like certain mental stuff like that. And then I would just have to see how he moves based off of what he say. Ultimately, but I don't remember the exact list that Diva made. But like I said, I think it's kind of far fetched to think there shouldn't be one.
You can stop me when you disagree. I can run through most of it. I believe. I think it was 10 items. I know the first one is a crazy hairstyle.
That's subjective.
Hmm.
That's subjective, but I think I understand what she means. Crazy hairstyle is subjective, but I think I understand what she means.
So you think it's subjective? Give me an example of a hairstyle that is subjectively crazy, if you can.
Afro.
Afro is, I don't, in your opinion, Afro can be considered a crazy hairstyle.
It can be something not necessarily like crazy, but not necessarily, like, I guess you would say more like in a woman's term, an ick. Like they don't really like fuck with it nowadays. It was a trend, and now it's kind of looked as like, nah, I'm not really. Nah, that's kind of crazy. That's too much for me, especially how big it is. If you have like a super huge one, like back in the 70s and 80s, nowadays, it's not taken.
So you'll look at your homie like, yo, you got a crazy hairstyle.
Yeah, I mean, if he just had a big old afro, or if he had like the high top fade, not hot, the box cut, the hot. I don't want to call it the juice.
A Gumby. It's called a Gumby.
The kid and play.
Yeah, that's a Gumby. All right, so okay. We're gonna have to try to do a poll and see if other people agree with the afro. All right, so we got afro, crazy name. I mean, not afro. Crazy hairstyle. A crazy name like Glocktavius.
Oh.
What's your thoughts on the crazy name? And her reason for the crazy name, she said, if your parents is wild enough to give you a crazy name, most likely you have the genes of a crazy ass person because they're not socially aware.
I'm gonna agree. Generally speaking, yeah, like generally speaking, dumb people raise dumb people.
Okay.
You know, smart people raise smart people. You know,
all right. So hey, we got two of them already. Sway said he's gonna say, hey, I could see in a general sense, he's gonna agree with it for the general sense. He said it's going to always be an exception to the rule, but so far he agrees with the first two. All right, so we got the crazy name, crazy hair. She said any kind of felony record.
Felony, I mean, generally speaking, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah. You can get with that one. All right. No job.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta have generally speaking, yeah, you gotta have a job. I mean, there has to be a truly valid reason you don't. Like, I would say you don't have a job, Sharon, but you wouldn't say there are times where you aren't working. Doesn't necessarily you don't have money. Like if you got paid $100,000, you know, to do a job and you're not going to see your next job for another 3 months, doesn't mean you don't have a job. Your next job is just in 3 months, but you got $100,000 to kind of run with for 3 months.
Yeah,
so it's
so
like
technically you still, So,
but generally speaking, if he just has no income, no money to his name, nothing, and he's a liability, no.
Damn. So far, Diva is 4 for 4. What else was on there? Okay. I can't remember the other 6.
Especially if we're talking about y'all's age range.
Oh, multiple baby mothers.
Oh yeah, I mean, no, I wouldn't want my daughter dealing with someone with multiple baby moms.
Damn, her list is 5 for 5 so far in the general sense. And I want everybody to know we talking about in the general sense as well, right? All right, so that's 5 for 5. Oh, a face tattoo, Sway.
Yeah, I wouldn't want her dealing with someone with a bunch of reckless decision making, like that, getting the whole face tattoo. You can get a tattoo anywhere. You just decided to get it on your face. Like, nah, bro.
Damn, that's 6 for 6. I can't remember the last 3. Well, dead eyes. She said any man with dead eyes, and then she want to make
green eyes, nigga.
She want to make it facetious by saying she said multiple times the green eyes is just a joke part, but she said the dead eyes is the real thing.
I don't really. I'm trying to understand what that means. I don't truly understand what that means, so I'll just disagree with that because I don't really necessarily know if that matters.
The dead eyes, it's like how those goddamn funny strange looking drill rappers, they got those goddamn dead eyes. They look like they you look at somebody, you like, I ain't fun with that little crazy nigga.
Yeah, I mean, if they look like they crazy and they look like they unstable based on their eyes,
those kind of eyes, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be fucking with someone that look like they have an unstable mentality. You can tell by their eyes.
And I also believe she had the drug situation as well. The one that you was talking about, like if they got clearly. So that's I remember 7 out of 10.
Any arrest. It was any arrest too.
Yeah, I went through that one already. And I can't remember the last 3. Sway. So Sway right now he said he's pretty much 7 for 7 on the general situation. He'll have to do some more further investigation, but so far he kind of agrees with the list. It kind of ain't missing.
Yeah, I just know enough dudes personally that don't have any of that,
Right.
So it's not like
that's the biggest thing to me about it, Sway, right? We know enough men that don't have any of those things on the list. So I would rather her go ahead and at least attempt to date those men and see if that is a fit before you say, hey, let me just open up to see if he changed his life around and now he don't want to be a felon with a face tattoo, crazy hit. Like, come on, bro. Not for my child.
No.
And it is just so weird that so many men would fight tooth and nail for the probabilities of that list being a good man is just very slim to none.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's why I don't really get up here anymore. And you know me, I'm probably the first one to argue with the men, but I just represent them as old ninjas. It's a lot of hypocritical thought processes. You don't like. You do what you don't like a lot of the times. Like somehow you can see it on one side, but not the. If you have these standards about baby mothers and not giving them a chance outright because you want to start your own family or certain physical or mental or characteristic behavior traits you see in her, you're not just going to give her that chance. I mean, it's on the same side. I can understand it. And usually if they have pushback is because they represent something that you're calling out. I don't represent any of the things you're calling out in a man, so I'm cool standing on, I don't want none of that for my daughter. I don't see a reason to go down and try to give that person understanding when I know enough people that don't have that. And vice versa.
That's a great point. A lot of men might feel slighted because they have something that is on Diva's list. Speaking of, good day, Supreme Vaginal Vessel. How you doing today?
Good day. I'm wonderful. I came to give Sway the last 3. Let me see. What was it? So I think you didn't say he got to have his own place to live.
Oh, he on that list. This guy, he got 2 things on the list: crazy hair, and he don't have his own place to stay. Yeah, 2 more.
No car.
Damn.
And hold on, let me see. Did you say no job? You said no job, right?
Yeah, we said no job. Yeah.
Can't form a coherent sentence.
Oh, that's a good one. Can't That's a really good one too.
That's crazy. The last 3 I give grace for. The only grace is the age, and I can understand why you don't give as much depending on. I don't know how old you are, Diva, but I'm sure you're older than 30. So I mean, you don't give as much grace if they was 20 or 18. So if my daughter's dealing with an 18-year-old, I wouldn't have, and she's 18, I wouldn't, or 20 or whatever, I wouldn't have as high as expectations on the car, having your own spot, or being able to form what I would say a truly coherent sentence. I think if you're willing to learn and grow from it, and I can see the development, maybe. But if I see that this is a dummy and I don't see no growth from him because I know his mental capability doesn't have that in it, I'm gonna be like, nah, no, he don't deal
All
with
right,
a
so
guy
Sway
that I
producer,
can't even see.
yo, Sway, if your daughter brought KT to go to your house, he got the crazy hair, he can't form a coherent sentence.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I said, it becomes to a certain age. I don't even know who KT to go is, but if that's the case, I'm gonna get frustrated with you, bro. Like, I'm like, bro, you a fucking dummy. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and talk to another grown ass man that can't form a coherent sentence. Like, I guess I know enough dudes, enough men that can. That my daughter doesn't necessarily have to deal with that. Grand scheme of it, it's ultimately up to her. I just know that that's a leading quality you want in a man in terms of you want a leader or somewhat of guidance or whatever. Like, he has to be able to articulate himself. Now, if not only his feelings, a lot of times he's gonna have to articulate his girl's feelings for him because they just gonna be wrapped up in him and they're not gonna be able to articulate it in that moment. So for you to be able to identify and know how to navigate it, you gotta have a decent vocabulary and know how to form coherent sentences.
Speaking of KT to go, good day, sir. How you doing today?
I am doing fine. Thank you.
Wait, we're thinking about adding bell pepper nose to the list, so we got that under review.
And so do hey Diva, do this dude
on the looks? Y'all be coming in.
Diva, is this dude nose considered bell pepperish?
He close. I don't think so though.
All right, it's close. All right.
I don't know. I would need to see him straight on, but yeah.
Oh, sheesh.
I don't know if you can talk about noses in the black community. It becomes borderline racism. I know
that's
black,
the joke.
but...
That's the joke, Sway.
Oh, dang. Well, I'm about to say you about to call out Sharon. I was about to make a joke, but all right, never mind.
Oh shit. Hey Diva, why are they mad at me because I'm pointing out these men that have 11-year wives and children, and then somehow they get a certain look and a certain handshake, and they just knew to go over that man's house, and they mad at me? Like, why are they mad at me for that?
They don't want you putting out their secrets, their strategies and tactics. Now I can't go help Deacon so-and-so plan the men's ministry.
KT to go. What's on your mind? What's on your thoughts before we get back to the video and watch the walking red flag? Literally, he has the crazy hair. He doesn't have a place to stay. So before we get back into the video, what's your thoughts, KT to go?
Shit, I ain't got much. I'm here.
Yeah. I guess I've been doing my job then.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
But I did find that story interesting. I did find that a lot of men are mad at me for playing the video of these men that have been in long relationships and using their wife as bears and their kids as bears, and they get mad at me and saying that I'm the fruity one. That's crazy to me.
The butt touching, is that coming up?
What you mean?
The video with the butt touching. They touch.
Oh no. That was too crazy. That's too crazy.
I want that one.
that story is too crazy. I'm like, nah, I can't do that one. That's too wild. I couldn't believe that shit. That shit was crazy. I was like, nah, I can't play that. That's wild. That's just wild. He said they butts touched by accident. He said, and I looked at him. He looked at me. Oh Oh shit! I was like, hell nah. That's wild. What's wrong with y'all? That's why I don't understand. I really don't understand. No, if it's J talking about how much. Nope.
We want to see the video. That is wild shit.
That's some wild shit right there. Oh man.
But I kept telling people that it's on the spectrum, mainly the men who like to do it. That's on the spectrum of homosexuality.
Absolutely.
Anytime another man in the world is gay.
Like to do what? Like to be a part of trains and running trains on women.
Yeah. Anything. If you cuckolding.
Nah, yeah, that's gay.
Can't
be in no room when niggas meet out. That's wild.
I never understood that, especially these old dudes, man. They say, yeah, back in the day before cameras, man, we used to do all this type. I'm like, I don't care if it's a camera or not there. I would never want to be in a room with other,
with your dick in your hand.
That's just, I don't even know how you can get.
Yeah, no, that's nasty work.
Around, bro. Like, I don't know. That's some.
It don't compute to me neither way. And KT, it seems like we all three of us is on the same wave with that. I ain't never did it, and I'm assuming that KT and Sway never did it, by the way how y'all communicating.
Oh no, I think KT did it.
Cap.
I'm just messing with KT.
But I always found that was a strange and weird thing that men wanted to do. I never understood. I was like, what? You invite me where? Bro, what's wrong with you? Absolutely not. I'm not going to be in the goddamn room while you doing your damn thing, waiting my turn. You crazy? Even if I am the first one, you're not going to be behind me watching me do my thing with in your hand. Absolutely not.
I'm not gonna lie to you. That's one of the few acts that you couldn't pay me to do, bro. Like you say 10 mil. No, I don't. I just feel like my memories would stick longer than the $10 million, and I don't really want those type of memories ever.
Because you can't unsee that, right? You just can't unsee that type of things.
What? So okay. So you saying, Sway, you would have, long-lasting memories, aka some sort of trauma, because you was having sex with a woman while one of your friends was having sex with her, and y'all butts touched each other. Hold on. Y'all butts touched each other.
Traumatized
and y'all about to say this don't sound crazy. A little too long.
You traumatizing him right now, Diva.
Yo, like I feel like I need some type of restitution from hearing you say that right now. Like, oh my god.
No, but I'm just saying, like, so the memory of y'all butts touching and y'all looking at each other in the eyes and just staring for a beat too long, you know what I'm saying? Like that would outlast $10 million for you.
Yo, what happened here? Please stop. This is crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what the fuck just happened here. She went from your homeboy fucking another bitch to y'all butt cheeks touching. What is going on? Like, let's stop, bro. We gotta play the video, man. I'm trying to keep it simple today, y'all. I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
Oh my gosh. Okay. 651 Mitt. Hey, 651 Mitt, $5. I never understood that whole running train method. Borderline gay. No, it's all the way gay. It's gay. When your butts touch and you look and you see that mane staring you back in the eye.
Shit. So the reason why she brought it up, KT, somebody sent me a video.
Man, stop talking about that video. Play the one you just was putting up. Let's watch the abuse continue. Goddamn, man.
Look, yo, KT, I emailed the person back like, this one's a little too much. I can't even do this one. Like, nah, I was like, that's too crazy. I was like, that's too crazy. Like, these supposed to be straight men. They was brothers and all, like, not brothers, but
frat brothers.
Friends. They was friends and they was going around popping girls off with each other, going on vacation, popping girls off. And one day they butt touched while they was popping they respective women in the room off. And then from there on, they wound up being with each other.
Nah, first of all, them niggas being gay. Like, I don't want to hear the excuse it was the cheek touching today. Like, y'all niggas is already pre-plotting that. But I'm saying, let's stop talking about gay niggas and go back to the abusive video. Fuck it. I'd rather stick on Diva List than this. Let's go, please.
Y'all be acting, Cody, y'all be all acting like y'all done ran trains on women. Cut it out. Not everybody want to start denying it. Well, a train? No, I ain't never did that. Just because two niggas' booties touched and they decided they wanted to spend their lives together.
Mm-hmm.
Miss J. Boricua Preciosa PR $5. Play the video. Right, play the video.
And so, like that, I think it is interesting that most men now are going to say that they ain't never did that shit. I think it's highly interesting. Eh?
Nah, see, this is where you're gonna get me to disagree with you, and I'm gonna keep it a bean.
Okay.
It's gay niggas out here. It's lots of niggas who gay and not admitting they gay. But I don't think most niggas done did some shit like that. If we talking about majority of niggas, hell nah. I don't think majority of niggas, because you gotta find a female who okay with with the niggas doing that type shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, if it's any pushback, that's the only one I can't give.
So your pushback is that it ain't enough hoes as female hoes out there that's willing.
Hey,
to
yo,
do
why
it.
are you doing this? Why are you, stop the madness?
I just want to understand because I need to understand.
Not what
like,
I said, Sharon.
I need to understand: are the women hoes out here, or are they not? Which one is it? Is it women out here that's willing to have two or have fantasies of two men inside?
Oh
of
no,
her,
it's hoes out here
not?
for sure. It's women who with it, but I'm saying it's not like that's the overwhelming majority of females either. Like, that's what I'm saying, because that crowd of females exists, it'd be a lot for me to say, look, this is how all women or most women moving. Even if I can show you that this is a woman who allows some men to do this. You get what I'm saying?
It's so interesting how y'all be flip-flopping your ideas so quickly.
Right.
It is
whatever the situation called for. Because a couple days ago, all women was 304s.
No, I've never. Y'all know I don't never talk like that. I don't never talk no absolutes, and I'm with us getting together and being. I don't think all women hoes. Is there some hoes? Hell yeah. Is there some gay niggas? Hell yeah. You feel me?
There's some hoes in this house. 651 Mitt, $2. I agree. Most men never participate in a train.
I don't know. The way how these men talk, it seems like most men will. And I think that the fact that the young white lady, I forgot her name, she participated in 100-man train and then 1,000-man train.
Damn.
Are you talking about Debbie?
I don't know her name, but it was a white lady that she participated, and men was lining up by the thousands to be a part of that.
Not facts. Yeah, I think that was
And
Debbie does Dallas.
I think she did 100 in like 20 hours, like 12 hours or something like that. She did 1,000 within 24 hours in one day.
Believable.
Right. So, see, but now that's believable. So therefore, all it takes is one woman that's willing to do it, and 1,000 of y'all are gay now.
No, hold up. What the? Yo, chill, yo. I hate you, Sharon. I'm not doing this with you today.
You see what I did there, Diva? Oh, God.
I see you.
I'll be killing myself sometimes. Hold on, let me see this. Let's get back to this man right here that has at least two of the things on Diva's list that don't miss. He got the crazy hair, and clearly he don't have his own place to stay, and he most likely don't have his own car as well. We don't know his name.
Probably ain't got no job.
He probably ain't got no job neither. Let's see how he communicates. And he got a cut. He got one cut in his eyebrow trying to wild out. God damn.
You see what I'm saying?
Before we moved out here, you wasted my time then.
Go.
If you didn't
go
me for real like that, after the shit I did and I came to you about the shit, I told you the truth about the shit. So this a lie?
Thank you for that shit.
Yo,
But now
and you still in my face playing.
Now he got two hands.
One hand?
No, one. The other hand got a phone in it because his mom on the phone.
And this whole time, if that's how you felt,
this is what's going on. right now. What is going on now? Yes, all of that shit. She been taking you back. She been dealing with shit.
Ain't no been taking me back. Y'all in here. You in Mom, so you in here just listening to these bald face ass lies. You in here listening to this goofy man. You back though. I feel like I got a right now. Play with me. You dead ass in my face saying this shit.
Wow.
You saying this shit to my face right now. Like that shit is not. You are you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck. I said this last 2 weeks, the week and a half.
Yeah.
I just.
And this is why it is very dangerous, to be honest. And for some reason, men would try to fight me and act like living with a man is not a dangerous thing. That's danger. She is backed in a corner, literally on her bed, at the furthest corner that she could be in, just talking. Even though she has a regular, she ain't raised her voice or nothing. And then they got men that would hit this platform saying that a woman living with a man is not dangerous. And he's the one cheating. So he's in a danger in multiple ways. He in danger to her physical health, of physical violence, clearly, because he got his fist balled up. And also with catching some kind of goddamn disease. Because you know a man like that is reckless. We know. I don't know why men be trying to fight me tooth and nail for this shit, KT. I don't understand. Make me understand, my brother.
Nah, don't bring me in this. Don't bring
Well,
me in
so one of the things on the second list, which is the list that, goes a little deeper and you got to get to know the person, some to start finding out these types of things. But one of the things on there is if you and the man decide to be together and y'all decide to, consolidate your lives, if he would move in with you, no, that's a red flag. Don't do it. Yeah. If he gonna move into your shit, no.
Damn, that's the second layer. So we got the first level is if you have any of these on the superficial level, immediate disqualification. Then now we got the second tier of the list. But now when you get to know them, you're going on a couple of dates, or you even been with them for 3 months or so.
Right. You done dated them a little bit. Y'all talking about being serious or whatever. And so if it, came down to when y'all gonna be together and move in together, if he would move into your place rather than you going to his place, or y'all getting a place together, that's a red flag. He probably ain't worth 2 nickels rubbed together.
And I think the weird part about it is, right, and men want, when they say honesty, they really mean the most degenerate behavior that you're supposed to accept that. That's the weird part to me. Like, just because you was honest to me doesn't mean that I have to accept it just because you was honest.
Right. They'd be like, okay, y'all saying the women don't accept it. They accept it. They just making a decision based on it.
And they keep on trying to take the woman's power away to not accept your degenerate truth.
Right.
And as soon as he said, I've told you the truth, I was putting my dick in everything. Well, I don't want to be with you anymore. I thought you wanted the truth.
I do want the truth. Thank you for the truth. I used it to make the decision that I don't want to be with you no more. Detroit Coalition, $5. PH Diva. Can we add he doesn't have a good relationship with his mama to that list? No, we cannot. His mama might be a puss asshole. And so we don't know why he don't get along with his mom or don't have a good relationship with his mom. His mammy might not be shit.
I agree with that 100%. I know people look at me crazy, but like, listen, I'm a grown person. I don't care if my mama don't like my woman or not, to be honest. Cause I ain't like my mama's. I ain't like how you chose my daddy. So shit. I'm gonna trust you on picking minds.
Now we even.
Right, the second list is coming soon. So I'm not really that big of a fan of that. If my parent shows a great decision making, then I think maybe I will listen to that differently.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be, I guess, the caveat to that. If the woman makes, but we all understand that majority of the time these young men ain't listening to their mom in the first place.
No, right.
Right. That's why he on the phone right now. He pleaded with him, Mama, how you gonna take her side? I'm your son. So what? You still an idiot, clearly.
Well, what is this? 2025. Towards the end of 2029, we can expect, this to be a minuscule problem if it exists at all. Because in 2025, young Black males started wearing quarter zips. So just, give them about 4 years to graduate high school or graduate from college and, get out into the world.
I agree. I think it's slowly changing. KT, I want to know what part of the list did you had a problem with and why? Was it the job, not having a job? Was it the bad hair? Was it smoking cigarettes that was on the list? Smoking weed? What was it on the list, KT, that you disagreed with? Is it the clear, coherent sentences? Damn. He on mute. He probably smoking his Newport 100 right now.
He said he stopped smoking.
Oh, okay.
Good job, KT. If he's still not smoking.
Yeah, because that was because last time when he said it was about like he said he didn't smoke in a week. So we're gonna see.
I think he said in like a couple of days. It wasn't even a week. It was like this day 3. So yeah, but I hope he was able to, keep going.
I did, but I just always find it interesting that like even when I'm playing a video that I didn't create, I'm playing the O'Shea Duke Jackson, reviewing what he created, and he created this video of these two men that were in relationships with their wives, and he just pointed out what's going on, that these men are DL, and then they saying that that's my fault, and see, I'm always doing something. That should have just, to me, man. I think I get it now. I think so. They don't like straight men. That's my conclusion. They despise straight men. They don't understand how a man could be actually 100% straight. It gotta be. Because I don't know how I'm reviewing some other video. You trying to blame me and saying that I'm the gay one for somebody else being gay. That's crazy to me.
Not men fighting over who gay.
No, you gay. I'm not gay. I ain't never looked deeply into your eyes. What you talking about?
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Y'all men are funny. Men is funny.
It do be funny.
Oh shit.
And the crazy part, if we would that video that we was watching yesterday with Rollo Tomasi, I know his name now. Later on in the video, she started bringing up more names, and one of the names that she brought up, the first thing that he did was say that man was gay. I never seen him with a woman, and I was like, that's interesting. You know what I'm saying? I was like, So it's okay for they so-called alpha male to say that, whoever they consider to say that, but but when we say we clearly can see them, they ain't never been with no man, no woman before, and that is they only around men, that's not a clear sign.
Look, Johnny Gill, what Johnny Gill did? Johnny Gill is married and has been for a while now, probably about 10 years at least.
Damn, they trying to say Johnny is a little. I don't think it's about Johnny. It was the other one.
Luther. No, it was rumors about Johnny. Johnny Gill and Eddie Murphy.
Oh.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, that is cited as the reason that who was it? That Eddie Murphy Eddie Murphy was engaged to. Hold on, I might be lying on somebody. Oh, okay. Babyface wife.
Yeah.
Wasn't she engaged to Eddie Murphy before?
Yes.
Okay, so Johnny Gill was the reason they did not get married.
Supposedly. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Diva, I got a question. Which would you rather live in? An all woman world or all man world, and why? For both.
Geez. I think both would suck for different reasons, but in terms of just being able to survive, probably an all women world.
And that's strictly based on survival. Not because one is going to be perfect, but because you have a better survival chance in that one.
Right. I just think, it cuts down on the violence. Right.
And I find it. So now, what would be some of the reasons why you wouldn't want to live in an all man's world?
Well, okay, because I'm a woman. So if I'm in an all man's world, right, I'm the onlyest one. It's gonna be a whole lot of violence, and it ain't gonna end well for me. And so, that's the reason I prefer to be in an all women world, just because I would be one of many. And so there's no reason for anyone to, try to enact violence against me just to be able to touch me.
Yeah. And I think it's very interesting that I don't think majority of the men in this world as well would choose. They wouldn't choose an all man world neither.
Right.
But yet they would say women doing this, that, and the third is so horrible that they won't be able to live. They won't be able to survive. How are we going to farm? How are we going to build roads? It's going to be war because women, they fight because they have a menstrual. And there's no proof that it's going to be a more dangerous and violent place if it's all women.
Right. In fact, all the available data and evidence, regarding violence suggests that no, it actually would be less violent if women, were running things. Fewer wars, right? Because y'all stay at war. So yeah.
Yeah, so I do find it interesting. There's so many men that would try to act as if because a man built on a road.
Somebody in the chat say that vaginal vessel would be on the line.
Oh God!
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious, Byron.
Chat be on it. So I just don't understand why so many men fight for this understanding of men are better off running things if they would never choose to be in an all man situation ever. Do all boys schools do better than all girl schools?
I don't think so.
Because the only thing we actually would do better at would be playing sports, I guess.
Right. I mean, I guess.
Right. That's the only thing. Otherwise, they're lifting things up, grunting, and smelling weird. This world would be a mess. We'll still have the same violence. We'll still have the same wars. People still trying to take over shit. A lot of things wouldn't actually change. A lot of things actually remain the same, or it'd be even a worse situation, right? It'd be even more taking advantage of people. When you think about it, it's an all man's world. Think about the jail system, how crazy that place is.
Right.
The main thing that women do in the all jails is fight each other. It ain't that much, it's weird. But why is it that men want to fight so hard to make it seem like men are better than women? Even though it seems like the evidence shows that women, in the general sense, is better at men at everything.
I don't even know why there's like a desire to, compete or compare in that regard. Like, obviously we're different, we're men and women, right? And so the differences shouldn't be something to fight over or whatever. You just have to come to a point of agreement.
And so, we got Anthony. He said we are made to coexist, but the problem is majority of men don't want to coexist. They want to just
have us exist on their terms.
What they want to do, Diva?
Have us exist on their terms.
Yeah.
Like they still want to get married and stuff, but they don't want how that marriage looks to change in certain ways. In certain ways they do, right? Because they want the woman working, but they still want the woman to do most of the stuff with the kid and, that type of stuff. The stuff in the home. So, yeah. A lot of people want the stuff, but they don't want to change or update it. You're going to have to change.
For sure, if I had the choice, I'm definitely going in a all women's world for sure. Because it'd just be a lot more peaceful, in my opinion. Even if they had to milk me or whatever the case is. I think the main problem that they argument is that it would die out. So if you had a Thanos snap, would you snap your finger and say all girls? PhD.
I mean, if I'm forced to choose, yes.
You'll Thanos snap it away. It'll be a hard decision for me because I do understand, that is right. When if you had to really Thanos snap it away, and you have to do it for the greater good.
Not for the greater good,
right? Because when you think about it, it will be for the greater good. Humanity might die out, or maybe they figure out a way to just collect enough sperm before we all disappear.
That's right. Take everybody to the milking stations. Milk everybody before they go.
But what I do find is that interesting though, right? To be on an example of Woman Land in Oregon. You ever heard of it?
No.
So there's a place in Oregon. They established it in 1975. It's roughly around like 40 to 50 women that live there. And for the past 50 years, only women could go there.
Okay.
No men whatsoever. So everything that they got was built by women. The electricity, the water supply, or the food that they eat, everything is by women. No men are allowed in and out. Even the president of the United States is not allowed in there unless it's a woman president. And if any chance one of the women do get pregnant with a male child, she would have to leave the community, birth the child, and she had to either give it up for adoption and she could come back, or she had to raise a child until the child is old enough to take care of itself, and then she could come back.
Damn. Damn. Okay.
And they've been surviving for 50 years now.
Oh, 50 years. Wow. Okay. So yeah.
And the most interesting stat, which is kind of hard to quantify in a sense, but 0 crime has ever happened there.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine.
And right, so maybe it could be that they police themselves, so that's why we just don't know about it. But regardless, no serious crime where real police or the world police had to be involved in it, regardless if something did happen. That means they was able to police themselves at the end of the day, even if they did have a little squabble here or there. And it just shows that men ego is just too goddamn huge. Women will be perfectly fine without men around. They built their whole solar system, Diva. I mean, solar panels.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Very impressive.
Yeah, they built
again.
Everything. Like they built their own way for gravity for the water that come into the community. Everything. They did the whole shebang. The farming, everything. They don't even allow male. Like if they have some deliveries, ain't no males, none. For 50 years. And I believe you got to get invited in, so it's probably that's why it's such a secret. They did a good job. I mean, even at that small scale, 40 people, I think that is a tremendous feat, especially since they have this all white community that's not surviving. They only been there for less than a year, right?
You know, I knew it wasn't going to end well for those people when I watched, I think it was a news story they did about them. And so they were in their little cabin in the kitchen, the makeshift kitchen, and the women were cooking, and the man was asking them something, and she was like, "Oh, we having what they call it, colonial stew or some shit like that." And they like put the camera in the pot, and I was just like, "Oh, yeah, this gonna be rough for them." Yeah, more white people food. If no men are allowed, how are the women getting pregnant? The women go outside and hunch on the men and then come back home to the woman land.
Like, how is that even a difficult question? This is how we know women would survive much easier. Like, that shouldn't even be a question.
Right. Like, what? She got the hunch at home?
Like, some questions just don't even make sense to me. I know they say there ain't no such thing as stupid questions, but your question shows how smart or intelligent you are, in my opinion. So I think it is. Do you believe there's a such thing as a stupid question, PhD Diva?
Yes, I've heard a stupid question before. Yes.
Because I know that's the saying. Ain't no such thing as a yes, it is.
Yeah.
Because your question shows me your experience. It shows me your intelligent level. It shows me a lot about the questions you ask. For the most part. And that doesn't mean you are stupid. And I think that's the problem with that type of saying. Because just because you ask a stupid question doesn't mean that you're actually stupid. What you think about that?
Right, yeah.
And I think that's the part that people get offended by, right? Is that like, hey, just because you did ask a stupid question at the moment, you know what I mean? It doesn't mean that you actually are stupid. You're like, goddamn, sometimes you just speak too quickly. And you're like, oh, no, that wasn't, So I definitely asked stupid questions before. That's how I know they are. They exist. So now, even though they have a whole community for 50 years, they want to say, do they have a video of them building things? Like, is this not a stupid question? What does it matter if they have a video of them building things or not?
That's alignment. You know he like to ask weird stuff. Alignment, give us a word for the day, sir. It's still early enough. That's be your job, alignment. Every day, come bring us a new word from your expansive vocabulary, sir.
Right. So I agree with that. 40 to 50 is not a large number, but one thing we can say, you don't have the equivalent. Right. So while you want to say that 40 to 50 women is not a large number for 50 years, that is a long time. I think that makes it equivalent. If there was 40 to 50 women that did it for a year, then you'd be like, eh. But since it's been around for 50 years and they've been self-sustained for 50 years, I think that's pretty impressive. Like, they want to argue even with results. How is that, PhD Diva? I don't understand that.
That's alignment.
But it's not just like, I used to really believe that was just like, it was like one-offs. But I used to believe that, but like Mr. Alignment, KT, now Joshua, they all have that same mentality.
I know KT like, what I do?
I think he's getting better though. I think he's getting better because I think yesterday was a good show of how communication levels is different.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that was high communication level yesterday at the end of the show. How we was able to mine out the conversation and keep it to the topic, even though we was hot. Because he was saying some wild stuff, but he was able to maintain the topic even when it got a little rough. I was proud of you too, Diva.
Thank you. Give me my props
I
now.
was proud of you because I know I heard that. I was like, is she gonna call him a BAN? You held it back. I was like, God, yeah.
See,
So
I can use my words.
Mm-hmm. And I could tell that you had a fully loaded clip too. I don't know how long you knew him or what, but it sounded like you had a fully loaded clip. I could be reaching, I don't know, but it sounded like he was ready if it did pop off though.
Oh, certainly.
Yo. Because I don't be knowing the information in the background. And clearly Playboy Williams, he knew him and they had their own situation as well. Because I didn't have that many interactions with him. But I see his channel is doing pretty well. So shout out to him.
Yeah.
But I did find it interesting that he was able to understand the Kevin Samuels situation, how it makes complete sense of the probability that the woman was not going to get what they want. But your list was excluding the possibility of her finding the love of her life.
Well, look, from when he said that, the women don't limit yourself to the top men. What? Like, that just doesn't even make sense. Like, go down a little and give one of those guys a shot. I don't know. It was just like, why would a woman ever do that? Like, why is that good advice?
And I hope that he understood why my little cousin that was in the car with Big Cuz understand like what he said, how it made her think about what he said. Because maybe he didn't mean it or the intent to be that way, but the way how you worded it, that's exactly how majority of people are going to take it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand why men they will fight tooth and nail for that understanding. Because it doesn't matter if I'm communicating something and I feel like what I'm saying is being misunderstood. I think it's my responsibility to change the way how I'm communicating because clearly I'm off somewhere,
right,
with my verbiage.
Right.
But it seems like when a woman has that problem, that communication problem with a man, that is difficult for a man to change his thought.
Mm-hmm.
Is it stubbornness? What is that?
Yeah, I think, generally speaking, men think that they know more about everything simply by virtue of being a man. And so to, be questioned by a woman, a lot of times they seem to find it offensive. Like you see all the time up here on these panels, just me asking the men questions about what they think, they take offense to it, and become hostile a lot of times. So I think it's just, a matter of how dare you even question me, you peasant. I'm a man. I be standing up. So
Yo, when Java said this in the chat yesterday, I was done. I was like, I'm not gonna put it on the screen though. He was like, Java had me dying. So what did you think about that when he referenced it and said that you had the reverence, you gave him enough reverence to even ask him to critique your list? What was your thoughts when he framed it that way?
I appreciated that he felt as much of a responsibility to give his thoughts as he apparently did, right? He was thinking, he took it as something very serious. And so, I appreciate that.
Okay, so you did kind of appreciate it at the same time. All right, that's fair. And yes, Sugar Bum, there is an all-women's town in Oregon with no crime in 50 years. Kind of insane when you think about it. Especially when we hear so many of the Manosphere say the things that they saying. The roads will crumble. There'll be no electricity. Where would you get your water? How are you going to eat? For God's sakes.
These women doing all that stuff now. Somebody in the chat wanted to know if they make your panties moist. So hopefully he'll answer that when he comes back. Because that's pretty wild. KT? KT must be working. KT, I want to know if a man has ever made your panties moist. Doesn't have that type of sun energy. Those women, why y'all have such a hard time believing the women did the solar system or solar panel system and the water, sewage, and whatnot? Y'all know it's women doing all that type of stuff.
Today.
Hidden Figures.
That was great. And I think it's because most of them can't do it. So that's why they think that it's such a difficult thing. And in the construction world, we see a lot more women in the construction world more than ever.
An all black women's town would be chaos. Well, we wouldn't be shooting each other like in an all black male town, right? How long you think they would last? The town would be over in 2 months because they would have all shot each other.
And I think the weirdest part about it is that so many men live in a delusional state of mind of these things that they believe will happen. They don't have no proof behind. Even though we are giving them clear examples of 50 years of women not being around men, that's still not enough. But can I see them building a house or a solar panel? Bro, it ain't that deep. It's not as difficult as you think it is to build a road. Most of the stuff is a machinery. Even back then, most of it was machinery. And a lot of stuff that America built upon was already here. And I'm just really starting to understand that, hey, these men be fantasizing about, about other men. It gotta be. If they really believe that majority of men can build stuff, it is wild. The amount of men that I have to train is ridiculous to do basic things with tools. Talking about the basics. And the majority of the things that men are saying that men can do better than women is just be a human forklift. That's it. The main thing y'all have over a woman is a physical strength situation. That is it. And then they want to try to make it seem like just because a man, you don't even have the right grip they don't need it. Did you ever think that if they could just grow their own fruits and vegetables, they might not need to be going around chasing goddamn big ass buffaloes?
And it's smaller animals to eat.
Plenty. Chicken.
It
solves the problem right there. A chicken. Very easy. Ducks. Like the problem is solved so simple. If they can't pick cotton, guess what? They could just use wool. Their hair grows nonstop. I think that men not really, maybe men not really thinking it through the argument because they don't actually know how to do any of those things themselves. And that's why they want to big up themselves so strongly. But if they was to have some real understanding that they are not as important to society as they think they are, they'd probably be better men. Because then you would have to improve yourself so you could prove your position in society. Imagine, I look at it like this. Imagine if the society was to crumble. Society would be actually looking for experts in every field. And a lot of these men would not be chosen to do anything. Because they're not an expert in their field at all. Not even close. Ain't nobody asking them to join no panel to have a conversation about the industry that they are in. I just got an invite today. They want to offer me some money to go talk about HVAC work.
All right.
What's my take on it and stuff like that?
Okay.
Like, I don't think these men really understand how industries are attempting to move and how you got to fight your way into these goddamn industries by becoming some kind of expert, even in the stupidest thing. I don't think they realize that like you could be an expert in basketball. So imagine in real industries what you could be an expert in.
Right.
If you could be an expert at dribbling a goddamn basketball, do these men not think, Diva? Like a fucking ball.
Not right.
That's wrapped with leather. The science that goes into it, the way how it bounced, the way how it feels, the way how it like all those things is experts that built the basketball. It's like it's design work that goes into a basketball. Like the college basketball is different from the NBA basketball.
Really?
Yes. Completely different leather, completely different structure.
Why is that?
That who got sold for it. So I believe Wilson now is the one that is in the NBA because it used to be Spalding for a very long time, but they wound up losing the contract because they felt like that Spalding wasn't keeping up with technology.
Okay.
But Spalding is still with the college. So it's all about the technology. And now they even created an airless basketball.
Really?
Yeah. It bounces the same, it shoots the same and everything, but it has no air whatsoever. So like it's a lot of things that go into the stuff, like even a football. Like it's a certain kind of pig that you got to use to make a football for the National Football League.
Okay.
It ain't the one that we buy in the store. And also they put a certain amount of a treatment on the football. It takes like a good I think it takes a full week for a football to be ready to be played with in the NFL.
Okay.
After it's made.
Mm-hmm.
After you get the certain type of pig. Like it's a lot of things. So you could just be an expert at leather and somebody want to talk to you and give you a bunch of money. How to make leather. You know what I'm saying? Like why is it a full leather shoe worth $60 at Aldo, I guess, and why is this same type of shoe is worth $300 at this company? Is it because of the name brand or is it because of the actual material? Let me get into my nerdy stuff. Like even soaps, like how difficult it is to get soap that is vegan.
So what brands would you recommend?
I don't even want to say. It's very hard because one of the brands that I used to live by, I want to find they sold the company and they started adding a whole bunch of chemicals to it. So it's you got to keep up with it so much. You know what I'm saying? People like it started off as a 3-ingredient brand and then now it got 20. It's like it could change overnight.
Yeah.
So it's kind of scary to even put a name on it because I know people are not going to do the research to maintain to see if they are holding on to the ingredients that they promise. Like this butter that we used to buy, they used to be a 3-ingredient butter, and then corporation did what they did to cheapen it, and now they got 30 ingredients, so we can't buy it no more. So these companies, they forever try to get the original recipe out because it costs too much to do it healthy, I guess, to mass produce a healthy situation. So I wouldn't even suggest any because tomorrow it might change. Okay. And I didn't even know that majority of soaps is like Dove is a horrible soap. You come out, actually you wash up with Dove, you come out dirtier than when you went in.
Oh wow.
Like it's crazy. I couldn't believe the test on Dove soap. You come out actually dirtier.
And I got a tub of that stuff in my shower right now.
Mm-hmm. Dove is no bueno.
Okay, I'm gonna have to use the other stuff then.
But that's because they've been a corporation, so they strayed so far away from the original. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're worried about profits now instead of actually what it was designed for in the beginning. Because it used to be a really good soap. Now I have no idea what is considered. I don't even know we should even consider it a soap. So many things in life. And I didn't know that back in the days when we had to do everything by hand, that what they did was they used goddamn pig lard to make soap.
Yes, baby. Yeah, pork being a lot of stuff, like in almost everything.
Pork is in Guinness. Ugh. I was like, what? Why is pig in a goddamn beer? Pig and fish is in Guinness. I don't know. I think they recently took the pig out because of the Muslim situation, but it still got fish eggs. I believe that's what they use to get that flavor of Guinness.
Really?
Yeah. So Guinness is not even vegan. Like you wouldn't even think that something liquid has an animal. It's some red wines that's not vegan too.
When it goes to sugar, plain white sugar, the bleached one, it has pork in it. When they run through the process.
So it got red wines with pork in it. Crazy. Insane.
Yeah, everything, bro.
Insanity. And that's why women are living in they got their own little country in Oregon for 50 plus years. Because they don't need you goddamn men with your Guinness breath. Let me see this. We could get back to it. Let's see if anything else happened in this video. Once we start talking healthy,
Told you how the fuck I've been feeling. You ain't come nothing to a.
Bro got kicked out after cheating. His mom is on the phone telling him, you need to get your stuff out, that girl love you. He talking about all the stuff he done built into an apartment, it seemed like.
Got him.
Man, I don't get it, bro. You over here mad at the lady, all in her face, threatening her. Get your stuff and move out, all right? And this is what I'm talking about. We got too many feminine young black men out here who don't understand how to control their emotions, who don't understand how to lead. All right, you didn't call your mom, the girl didn't video called you, or she recording you while you're doing that, probably because she's scared, but she don't respect you. Now you got to go ahead on and move out. You don't want to move out because you feel like you ain't got no place to go. And this is what leadership as a man is all about. Like your mom should never be taking the side of somebody else, but you're so terrible as a young man that your mom is doing that. All right.
Now, if I said the same exact thing, Diva, oh my God, I'm man bashing. I hate all black men. I never give men a fair shake. But I just gotta find more videos of men talking ish about men, because that is the real issue that these men do not understand. Men would tell when they talking to their daughters or they got females that they are concerned about, they are more concerned about men than anything else. And they want to keep men away from their goddamn female relatives.
Somebody in the chat is debunking your statements about Guinness having pig in it.
Is it a Jamaican? Who said it?
I don't know who said it. I was just reading. They said something about apparently Guinness got a statement, maybe on their website or something. I don't know. I made that part up. But it says no pig products. There has never been pig's blood or any other pig-derived ingredient in Guinness.
Okay. She say so? I know for sure it's fish in there. That's for one thing. And they still have fish in their products to this day.
Fish eggs.
And so if I am wrong about the pig, shout out to you for fact checking me. Thank you. I appreciate it. Because I'm not afraid of being incorrect. I could have been thinking about a wrong product. It's possible. And I don't think it's worth the fight because I know they don't have pig products in it today. For sure.
And I want to clear up the Dove. Dove was never a soap.
Damn.
It was a lotion. So it's a lotion. They call it a beauty bar. And that's why it used to be so, it was just in shape like soap, but it's lotion. And it's so smooth and make your skin so smooth. I don't know about today though. I don't use it today.
Oh, see, that's great information. Like, I didn't even realize that it was called a beauty bar instead of soap. I didn't pay attention to that. And those are little things that you have to pay attention to. If they call something a beauty bar instead of a soap. Because those are two different things for sure.
So y'all give me a then and it put it in the chat, a good soap brand, a soap that's natural and not all those chemicals and whatnot.
You're gonna have to make it. Shit.
I used to want to make soap, but
yeah, all you gotta do is buy the main ingredient, because trying to make the main ingredients too, you have to have certain pots and you gotta boil it for like a week. So you could buy the ingredient, whether you wanted animal base or a non-animal base. You could buy it. It's called soap base, actually, and you can put all your essentials that you want to put in it and stuff like that. You wanna. Okay, y'all gotta talk. I gotta mute real quick.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Bomb.
Hey, PhD, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. How's everybody in the chat? Hey, Jalen. I mean, KT.
KT ain't been there. We've been calling his name and he just stayed on mute. So
you need to say it in the back. Whatever you got to say. I'm shocked Sharon haven't put him to that level, because that's where he at. KT said in the back.
I was if you got a show for me to review, I don't mind doing it. We was reviewing some O'Shea Duke Jackson about these goddamn rim bros out here married for 10, 11 years, and then all it takes is that goddamn handshake and a certain kind of hug, and all of a sudden he's a booty pirate, get his cheeks clapped up. Crazy to me. That's wild to me, Bob Cherry.
Who getting their booty clapped up?
Yeah.
What happened?
O'Shea, I was reviewing a video of O'Shea Duke Jackson, and he got 2 examples of married men over 10 years of marriage, and also they had children and everything. And all it took was a certain man looked him in the eye, gave him a certain kind of hug, and next thing you know, he was getting his booty clapped up. Damn. And left his wife and his children. Craziness. And I was just telling these brothers, like, hey, we've been trying to warn them and say, hey, these are little dog whistles that they trying to get you into a position now you ain't gonna never get out of. Because once it happened, like the great Terrence Howard said, once that happens to you, it ain't no coming back. So, Bob Cherry, I got a question.
Are you saying once you get dick down once, you're going to want to get dick down all the time?
Yeah. Bob Cherry, I got a question for you. Would you rather live in an all-women's world or an all-man's world, and why? For both.
Oh, well, if I have to make a choice, I'm living in an all-women's world. Oh, Lord, because I couldn't imagine being a man. Well, I guess they'll D-down each other, but we women, that's not necessarily first on our list. We don't put lust is not at the top of our list, and so we would start to build and we would get in our groups, because we will be different. There will be different fractions of women, but at least I know I'll survive. Men, I think they're gonna eat each other up.
Damn.
They're gonna grape each other. All that shit's still gonna exist in the all man's world.
Whew, that's scary. Welcome to the show, Kasim. Good day, Kasim. What's your thoughts? What is your answer to that question about would you rather live in an all women's world or all men's world?
Damn. First of all, what's up, man? Long time no see, Sharon. PH Diva, you were just doing your thing yesterday. I swear to God, I loved it. Bob Sherry, you too. So you guys are amazing, and shout out to y'all, and just keep doing your thing. Keep y'all foot on these guys next, man. That's a good question, right? Because in an all women's world, if I prefer that, I have some patience, right, and some understanding of how they get when they get in their fifis, but I don't know if it's at that stage yet where I'm dealing with them all the time and all of this problem solving that I have to do and all this balancing of the emotions and taking on this person's attributes and that person. I don't know if I could be able to do that. On the same token, I don't like to be around a whole bunch of dudes, right? Because I was in the military and I was a squad leader and we was around all these guys and I just couldn't take being around all of these guys like all the time. But if it really came down to that, I'd rather be with the girls, man.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I don't think nobody will actually choose an all man's world.
No.
I don't think so because like Bon Cherry said, it will still be wars. We'll still need all the jails. There'll still be a lot of fighting, a lot of grunting, a lot of smelliness going on. Everybody gonna have dingleberries and Axe body spray. Like it's gonna be wild there. I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? But what I do find interesting, have you heard about Women's Land in Oregon before today?
Yeah, I did hear about that actually. I learned about that I think back in the 80s. They're almost 40 almost 40, 50 years old. I remember hearing about that in school back in the 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, so they was established in 1975. And from then to today, zero crime has happened there. Now that could be a plethora of things. There's only been 40 women there, 40 to 50 women. And so maybe they just handle everything eternally, right? So that's maybe why we never seen or heard anything about. But still, nothing so drastic has happened there where they need outside police to come and police them. Is very interesting to me. And it shows why society would be better off in a Thanos snap all-woman nation.
Is it possible that maybe it's just their nature for the low proclivity of violence itself, right? Which makes them want to coexist and be more communal naturally versus men, how we want to be territorial, how we want to, mark our territory, be conquerors of things like that. I think that disposition for women naturally plays a good role in it.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I don't think no man would actually want to be in an all man's world, even though they say that if it wasn't for men, we won't have no roads, no farming, no tools, bruh. It's just not a real life example of how society actually works and runs. It's the reason why we have machinery in the first place. So we would have figured out women would have figured out a way to exist without so-called roads.
Yeah, I think, and when survival really truly kicks in, right? The brain and ingenuity really comes into effect, and we really are on a heightened level of things that are around us, all right, in order to keep us alive. So I do believe that at a certain point, they would develop the ingenuity to survive and to make things better.
What is your thoughts on the men that fights against diva lists that don't miss, and they are willing to give men the benefit of the doubt, but they are not willing to give women that same benefit of the doubt?
I would say it has a lot to do with, taking up for men. Some of them see their former selves in those men, and we tend to give them grace, right? When I used to be out there, I used to be something terrible, right? But I have matured to a level where I don't necessarily go that route anymore or need to do those things anymore. And when I see someone else doing those things, it kind of reminds me of my former self. And there's a bro code that we have, right? And we kind of ignore each other's problems and issues and dysfunctions and things that we're lacking in, right? Because we don't want to hurt that brother's feelings. And I think that's what a lot of it is. It's the fact that some of them recognize some of the old ways that they have, or some of the ways that they haven't. They want to be communal. They want to be part of the group. They want to be part of the men, right? Because they understand if they're not part of the group, then they get shunned away and they get labeled, and it decreases whatever it is they got to do. So that's what I believe it is, man.
Damn. Patriarchal is the answer, right? Just simply.
Yeah.
Yeah, because women, we would survive. So have y'all ever heard of a father nature? Because all my life I've heard of mother nature. Right. And that's a reason, right? And because there are what they call goddesses and things like that who were here, right? They believe that the same thing that can harm you can help you. And women are in control of those things, right? Like the water, right? Of course, it could come down and crash on you, kill you, but we need it also to survive. So we need women to survive. Do we need men to survive? I don't know. I think we can literally have like a dozen men, and we'll be able to have children, continue humanity, right? We switch all out. When we realize you can't have no babies or they come out sick, we throw you to the wolves and get some young.
Damn, y'all can see they're gonna milk us, goddamn.
That's right.
They got to catch me. Shit, I'm fucking running.
And we're not even gonna do it physically. We're gonna take a little tube, let you put it in a jar, and then we're gonna be able to impregnate dozens of women by one man. Little ejaculation, in that cup.
Yeah,
that's fair.
If one of them children come out wrong, we gonna have to. We gotta throw you to the wolves. We're gonna label you sick.
Wait a minute, Bob. What methods are you gonna use to get our milk? That's important. Is it the natural way where we just have like the pull out game? She been on her stomach. We have a cup or plate on her back, and we do it that way.
No, you don't get to touch no woman. Now let me tell you, those men get treated well. We feed you, and you get to live with the women, but you don't get to touch no woman. Ever. When it's time for you to give your donation, you're gonna go sit in a chair. We're gonna give you a magazine.
Wait a minute, Bob. Wait a minute. Why can't we sit us in a chair, right, and then have like 3 or 4, women in front of us clapping and having some stripper moves, and let us do it that way?
No, the women not gonna be doing that. We're gonna be virtuous women.
Oh man,
sex is not at the top of our value. So
but if they do that, Bomb, if they do that, don't you think they would get the greater essence of the sperm because we'd be more aroused because we can't touch, we can use our eyes and we can see? No,
aroused and all that shit going away. That's patriarchal bullshit,
right?
Wow. Remember, y'all the ones who said that sex is just for baby making, and if you're not making babies, then they, what I mean? Or if you're aborting the babies, then these are the things the men have said. So we taking all that away.
Bomb, y'all almost killed me just now. I ain't gonna lie.
I know, right? She wild.
Diva, you there?
You going crazy.
Diva agree with me 100%, right, Diva?
Shout out to Titan Watts with the $2. Father Time Padre del Sol, son father. He is answering your question, Bomb. That it is such thing as it might not be a father nature, which is a very interesting point, but it's a father time.
Yeah, that's father time, which does what? What does time do? It only kills you.
Nah,
time doesn't help.
Oh damn!
What the hell? That's ridiculous. See, look, I'm Libra gang, y'all. So I'm gonna represent. We need balance. Get off that bullshit, Bomb.
But this is true. Listen, this is really I agree. There is a father. I knew there's a father nature, but I was waiting for somebody to tell me if they did, right? But you're gonna find that father nature and mother nature work hand in hand. That's the balance. So as soon as somebody would have said, yeah, there is a father nature, we would have been able to see how they connect.
Now, even then,
instead of men thinking patriarchal, where men are the head and y'all the
can hurt you too. Let's not act like that. You can find things in nature and that's poisonous. You get what I'm saying? Time can hurt you, but it help you too. So I'm saying it's the balancing. We can admit it's flaws and it's some good, it's some bad in a lot of shit.
There's no flaws in nature, baby. What are you talking about?
This shit you literally eat it and die.
Yes, because you shouldn't be eating it, but you could use it for something else though.
Is that in your
medicine?
Time, if your time came short, I ain't saying not always, but most of the time you was already out here doing things to put yourself in that situation, as we always say.
No, what you
time only kills.
So hold on. So KT, what you missing is that even if it's poisonous, you could use it for something else. It's just not meant for consumption, as in put it in your stomach. But you could have a positive and productive use for it in other aspects of application. Is what Bob saying.
This time not work that same way though.
No, time only kills. Show me what time. Time
is what's made the people that we know of. If without the time that they had here, even if it was short, that time was enough to build legacy. I'm
We
saying
talking
the
about
time,
nature. You do know we was talking about.
and what he
I'm
just
not gonna
said
let
is
you do
proper
with me
application
what you
of
do
that.
everybody else. I'm not gonna let you do that. We are talking about nature right now, right? That's why time was mentioned. Now you want to bring up legacy, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So I asked the question: what does time does? Time, you kill time, even when you say that. That's what it means. The end of time,
No,
right?
that's the
You're
saying.
working your way to death, to the end. That's it.
Yeah, no, because everybody time ends. That's
Okay, so
human.
that's what time means then.
That's what I'm saying. But if you properly utilize your time, like he was saying, that's what I was talking to, Bon. He said that, well, even if something can poison you, you could properly put it to something that can save you. All right, the same thing with your time. You could have 20 years on this earth and make a great impact in this world. Like a lot of the people we look at, like Sir Isaac Newton and all the motherfuckers,
This
they
is
tell us is
crazy.
greats. They ain't have a lot 100 years. You know what I'm saying? How they applied that time though, that's what made that impact.
And
That's the thing.
somebody said it in the chat. Time is an illusion. It's something that man made, right? Because really, because we just live. We don't need to know what time it is during the day. We'll know that it's daylight. We could go out and start doing the crops and things, and we'll know, hey, the sun is down. And people still did things outdoors, even with the sun down back then. Well, it depends on how far back we ain't had no lights, but we had fire,
Even if we
right? We
talking
had
about
fire.
archaic times, even in archaic times, cavemen knew what time was. They had calendars before the Gregorian calendar. You get what I'm saying? Like time is something
Dude,
that's always been tracked. Even if
calendar
you want
and
to say it's
time are not
man-made,
the
it's not.
same thing. A time and calendar.
So this is what it is. Time is a measurement. That's really what it is. And without time, things will not exist the way how we perceive things as humans. And that's why we need it, because it's just a measurement of how long it's going to take to get somewhere, when the next season is going to be there. Time is a measurement of how they're going to do their crops. These type of crops is going to be better at this time. It's just a measurement.
Yeah, but do we need is it necessary to live and survive with time, or can you still live, survive, and do things
No,
without
because
the
like you
measurement
said,
of
listen,
time?
we don't know when to get those
hold
crops
on. You
out
got to be able
without
to answer the
time.
question honestly, KT. Yes.
Okay.
If you didn't have no understanding of time, you would still be able to survive on Earth 100%. Now, if you want to,
How so?
Okay. The time walks with 2 eyes. Time is consistent. Nature is revolving balance. Also, Shadow, the Titan walks with $2. The measure time is false, but time is real. Interesting. It gets crazy. We got plenty of examples of people because animals don't have no idea of time, and they exist and they survive. So
That is not true.
Say what?
For something to hunt something, you have to have proper timing. Like a lion chasing a gazelle, whatever you.
You said timing.
Gazelle. No, so you don't need timing to understand if you're running at an angle.
Hold on. Slow down, KT.
This is how measurements. Just the measurement.
Hold on. What we talking about and having timing on something is two different definitions of time. That was crazy, KT.
Having timing is different from time.
Yes.
Is that what you're arguing?
Yes.
Oh my G.
Yes.
Are you not? Oh my goodness, bro.
Shadow the Titan Wasp with the $2. Life is a measure of time in itself. That was crazy, KT, that you think timing and time is the same. In the context that you used it is not the same at all. Tezzy K, good day. Welcome to the show. What society would you rather, what world would you rather live in? A world full of men or a world full of women? Go.
Women.
And why?
Because I'm not gay. I don't want to be around a lot of men.
No, but you would have to be a woman too. I think, I imagine when the question is asked, that means we absent the other gender, which means I too would be that gender. So I would rather be a woman in a woman's world than to be a man in the all man's world.
I mean, I get what context you come from, depending on if the men are ruthless, but knowing my character, if I'm around a lot of women, I mean, I'm not gonna do anything that's of my character in the first place. So that's why I say all women.
What? You're not gonna do things of your character.
He's saying he's saying because of his character to be more of a calm and non-violent human being, that he could remain as a man and be in the woman's world, is what he's saying. He's not a danger to women, is what he's saying.
Oh, okay, I get that, but I thought your question was, would you live in a world filled with women? I didn't know I had to like. It don't matter because we women gonna choose women world, even if we're not gay, right? Because we don't put sex at the top of our value. But you men, though, you would want to live with women simply because you're a man, and you'll be like, I'll be able to get all the women I want. I'll be able to, you know.
I don't. So I mean,
But it is a interesting question because KT to go, which one would you rather live in, an all woman's world or all man's world?
Woman's world, because I ain't gay. I mean,
so I thought a woman's world. So I thought for KT to go, I thought women needed men to build roads, infrastructure, etc., etc.
I mean,
so why would you want to live in
each
a world
other.
where you don't have none of these?
Because I ain't gay. Why would I want to be around nothing but dicks?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. You can't use my answer, bro. You got to come up with something different, bro.
It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna mind it out. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna mind it out.
Answer,
so
nigga.
KT,
that's what anyone would say.
Do you believe that a woman's world would be more difficult to live in?
What do you mean?
Right, because I heard you say that women cannot build roads. They need.
I ain't never say that shit. I've never once on any show ever said women can't build shit.
Okay, so you don't. So you believe that an all women's world without you being a man can survive?
Some things would be slower. Yeah. Like I'm saying, if we're bringing up the parallel in the all men's world, they can still survive. I mean, but which one would I prefer? I prefer to be around more women than men because I'm a fucking man.
Okay, so you don't believe that women need men?
No, that's not true. What the fuck? That's dumb to say. Because you can do something means do it slower just because I don't fucking know. Like, that's what I'm saying. Your arguments be the counterpoint of the, like, you just the reverse of red pill. Because if these niggas
I would love if you could just answer a question without going into all these extra soliloquies that don't have nothing to do with the topic. Do you think women need men to survive?
Yes, I think men need women to survive. Everyone needs each other to survive. Yes.
Question. Can you?
I just said the first question. Yes.
Why do women need men to survive?
The same reason men need women to survive. We need each other to survive. What the fuck?
I need you to answer the question.
Because how do you continue to make kids with just one?
Slow down so you get your thought out. Why do women need men to
Because
survive?
how do you continue making children with just one of you?
That's not surviving. That's procreation. Those are two different conversations.
No, they're talking about
You're talking about making the human race survive. You're not talking about women.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Because it's still that's your argument. Mine is we need each other to survive. You're trying to argue that we can do it on your own. Well, surviving is not living and continue. You're not making kids. You're not making any legacy. Okay, you build something like y'all talking about women's land. It's a good idea. 40 women been there for about 50 years. The population ain't increasing and it's not going. You know what I'm saying? It's a good place. Not saying the crime is bad. All of that is good. But how do they continue? It'll die off without that. I mean, you have to have people continue to procreate in the society for it to continue to live.
You do not. But regardless, why? So your argument, the only reason why women need men is to make humanity move forward. That's your argument.
Could you repeat that? I apologize. My sound was in.
Your only argument that women need men is to
no.
Continue.
My argument is we need each other.
The only
your argument is that.
Listen to what I'm asking you before you jump in. If not, then maybe you cannot have this conversation. Maybe you're not understanding the question in totality. The only reason why a woman, the women of this world, need men is to move humanity forward.
Yes.
All right. So
if that's what you would like to say, yes.
What do you mean?
I'm not gonna say it's the only. Because that's a lie. I've never said it's the only. These are things that you keep saying. This
Okay,
is
so
what you
all right,
get now.
perfect.
That
So
you
now
just don't
what?
ever
Okay, so
repeat what
slow
somebody said.
down. What is the other things women need a man to survive?
Okay, so like you were saying, even with roads and things, yeah, they can build them on their own. Could they probably build them at the same pace as men would? No, that would be a lie. They just don't physically have the same attributes. Those men could probably get it done faster even without the machinery. So that's what I'm
What
saying.
do
If we're
speed
talking
have
about,
to do with it? Speed don't have nothing to do with it.
we're talking about humanity, a society, people.
Yeah, but what
So
does
I'm saying, I
speed?
don't,
He is asking if we could get, if the women could get
because
the
we
roads
just talking
done.
about time.
Wait a minute.
Time is
If
it.
the women could get the roads done, right, and everything eventually done, built, but it just take us longer to do it, right?
Yeah.
What? So what's so bad about that?
Time management. You understand, like, yeah, I was about to say, you understand, like society. We look at our like America. We say this is like a first
We're
world
not
country,
talking
and
about
then we look at other
America.
places. No, listen, I'm giving you an example, just like you did for me. Please listen. So we look at a place like Africa and say it's a third world country. Why? Because their development is behind.
No,
So that would delay the development of your society.
That's a wrong. That you conflating things that doesn't have the
No, I'm
causation.
not.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you
No,
are.
I am not.
So that doesn't. So them
I
being.
do understand what he's trying to say.
No,
We don't
no,
care
it's
what
not
you're
even what I'm
trying to
trying. It's
say.
exactly what I said. Do they? Why do they call it a third world country? They say they're behind on development of what? Their industries.
Not because.
Their
Not because.
pipe.
Hold on. Not because they are moving slow.
No, he's saying what KT's saying is that if somebody's moving slower, they're not
right. But that's
Okay.
not the correlation. Because another society, a third world country, is behind on technology, it doesn't mean that they are moving slower. It means that they don't have the money or the infrastructure or the intelligence to move at the same rate as another nation. Because the technology is there. They could do the same thing that we can do because the technology is there. Once somebody invents the
And like
technology,
I said, because they're saying that they call that delayed development, regardless of what you're saying.
I need y'all to understand. Once somebody builds the technology and produce it in the world, this world is moving at a pace where everybody has that same technology. That's why everybody's in a rush to do it first, because you'd be able to patent it. So the same way how we build buildings here.
I do have a question for you really quick.
Hold on. The same way how we could build a building here, they could build it over there.
Exactly. And there's some areas in Africa, I'm shocked at some of the infrastructure when I start doing research that they do have in certain areas, right? But the question is, so remember we was talking about, can women live by themselves? Can they survive, right?
Yes.
And so if we're going to build, and we only going to build the things we need, right? If we don't need cars, if we don't need to go out and expand, right? Then we're going to plant down into some area and start growing food, building what we need for shelter, and we're going to survive.
Right.
Can I answer Bond's question, please?
Okay, before you answer Bond's question, because KT clearly is not equipped. So Joshua, which world would you rather live in? All man's world or all woman's world? Go.
By reality, I wouldn't want to live in either because that society's dead. But if I had to choose, hold on. But if I had to choose, I would choose an all-male world because men are better with temperature regulation, and we can get more done. We can get more done in a shorter amount of time, therefore advancing that society at a faster rate.
Okay.
What? So why would y'all, when you say get things done, what would you men want to get done without women existing? What y'all gonna sit around and y'all gonna build what and why?
So you mentioned cars earlier, right? If women women do things typically by necessity, right? So if women, they're really good at focusing on things that are needed, aka nurturing the environment around them. Men focus on progression typically. We look outward instead of in. It's a mentality thing of the two genders.
I asked you a question. When you gonna answer?
I know, and I'm answering your question.
No, you only gave a description of what I said. Now, I asked you, what would you build and why?
Cars, buildings, heavy infrastructure, building heavy machinery to do those things.
For what though? If there's no women, what are you building them for?
the necessity to expand, to create the environment that you need with comfort.
Why are
Because
you trying to come?
why you trying to be comfortable?
No,
It's okay. So what I do want to, I do find interest
I just made that point.
Hold on.
Women
So far,
focus
he's
on
the only
survival,
man.
man.
So what I do find is he's the only man so far that is being consistent with what the rhetoric is, saying that women's world would destroy and it'd be a crumble. It'd be they can't figure out electricity. At least
I didn't say that.
I understand
I didn't say
you didn't
that.
say it, but what I'm saying, your answer is you're the only man that actually said that you would be in the all man's world because of what the men use as their arguments. What I'm saying, that you could continue to build society with all men, and you don't feel that you could continue to build a society with all women, even though we do have this.
I use the word advance, not build.
Understood. And we do have an example of an all-woman society with 40 women for 50 years without any crime. So it is interesting. So we allow you to keep on building. It's okay.
But I asked the question. I can't get an answer?
Go ahead. So I just want
I'm sorry. I thought I did answer it.
No, maybe it could be me. Maybe my question was too vague, or so I'm okay. So this is my question: when you men build these buildings, these cars, and this comfort,
and the comfort,
are you saying that you're building that for each other? Remember, there's no women, right? Are you saying so? Y'all gonna stop the violence? I guess y'all gonna all come together. All of that gonna be calmed down, and y'all just gonna start working together to build comfort. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that at all. Men have a natural competitive hierarchy. What men would most likely do is we would fight it out to build a hierarchy, decide where who's gonna take the leadership, and then we'll try to build some kind of control.
Wow.
I do hear it. It sounds good.
So
y'all not gonna kill each other off? Y'all don't think y'all gonna kill each other off?
No, because at the end of the day, survival is going to become the primary function, and then advancement of said environment. So we're not only we'll fight until there's no point in fighting. Once whatever's resolved is resolved, then we're going to start making advancements in whatever is left in humanity. So we'll probably kill off
one more question.
Half. Well, sorry. We'll probably erase half of us.
One more question.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have one more question. So let's say you and your group, y'all build the best infrastructure. Y'all came together, build it. And the people over there, the group of men over there, see your big area over here of discomfort. Are you saying they ain't coming to kill you to take what you got? Because y'all say that's what men do. I'm asking, so that's my question.
But no, and here's the thing. Yes, but here's the thing about power, and here's the thing about power and strength. It's measurable. We're not going to try to just be diplomatic and talk about everything. It's at that point, men are going to start with might makes right, and then intelligence is going to kick in. Because yes, you'll come from my bigger building, but 8 out of 10, when I built my bigger building, I also built a way to defend it. Because men not only compete with each other, we compete for ourselves. That's a consistent trait in men. It's one of the things that allows us to be men. It's one of the things that allow us to push to be better. I think women, because they're so nurturing, women, despite the fact that women can be catty with each other, they're never openly violent with each other to the same extent that men are.
Okay, so pause there. So you're saying because women are more communal, that they will not build a better society, and because men are more violent with each other, they will build a more.
We'll make it simpler. I'll explain it a little simpler.
So you're saying
I believe women would become
let me get the understanding of the thought. So you're saying violence creates peace.
Violence creates peace. Yes.
Wow, that's interesting.
Absolutely. History supports it. History supports it over time.
No,
but how can you maintain? Wait, how can you maintain that peace?
Right, by being peaceful. So, like
no,
for example,
you can't use peace to maintain peace.
For example, those women that created their town for 50 years haven't had not one violent crime in 50 years.
And only women live in that town?
Yes.
I'm gonna believe you, but I think
they built their own solar panels. They built their own way to get water, and it's not one man allowed in that town.
Are they using anything made by men? Wait, are they using anything made by men?
What do you mean?
Like you said, they built their own solar panels, but are they manufacturing it all themselves too? Like the glass for the solar panels, the chips needed to, like, are they doing the manufacturing? Are they importing things and then building from there? It's a specialized question.
If that is relevant, so women create clothes. So I guess men shouldn't wear clothes anymore.
But not only women create, women design clothes and they create clothes. Yes, but I don't believe that they're the only ones.
Also,
that's a bad counterpoint.
Women also the one that created farming. So I guess if you eat a berry, then I guess that doesn't count. You shouldn't eat berries and fruits anymore, right?
I mean, are there not a such thing as wild berries? Because again, I'm from Montana.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand, like you trying to make a correlation because of a man built something outside of her town and she's using it as a way to say that she won't be able to do it. And it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It's because you're looking at it from your point of view. Hold up, let's use
what I'm trying to get you to understand is that they built this town in 1975. That's 50 years in the making. So we cannot say, we cannot say that this is a success because they use an invention that a man once created. That doesn't make sense.
You did not. That's a disingenuous argument because that's not what I said, and you know that's not what I said.
So why you?
I said a very specific point, bro. Hold on. I said a very specific point. Are they manufacturing everything that they are currently using in this town?
And I'm telling you that it doesn't matter.
But it does, because it still means that they're still relying on men at some point.
No, it does not mean that no, absolutely not.
How does the supply chain?
Right. So you cannot use somebody manufacturing something.
Why not?
And say that they are relying on men.
No, again.
We wouldn't even need, okay, so this women wouldn't even need, we wouldn't even need what the things that you're saying, even the solar panels, right? Because we still would do the farming when it needs to be done. The only reason we're gonna do farming is to feed, right? We're gonna go and get the water that is necessary. We're gonna even create the shelter that we need to survive. The things that you're mentioning are things that we don't need to survive. Cars, luxury things. We don't. That's not. Those things are not.
I'm agreeing with you. Of course, I agree with you. But that's the same argument I made at first.
All right, so bringing up with a manufacturing, with a manufacturing of whatever item that they bought to keep that shit going into today's technology, it doesn't matter.
Ron, did you not just use the city of women to counteract my argument?
No,
and I used the point to counteract that argument.
What I used was that those women that created that city, haven't had violence in 50 years, is what I'm saying.
And I agreed with you. And I agreed with that. Right? No, hold on.
And right, you try to use manufacturing products is equal.
So, Ron, I love your show. I do, but you can't politic me, bro. Like, stop it. Hold on. Here's why I'm saying.
Now y'all got a battle, which I'm saying. This is what we were talking about originally. We're talking. You mentioned violence, meaning violence, right? So he brought up that the women who have that group haven't had any violence. So let's take it back.
But hold on. They also have not expanded.
I'm gonna let Josh go. I just want to answer a question in the chat real quick, Josh. The town is called Woman's Land, and it's in Oregon. For the people that
Woman's Land, Oregon. Okay.
So for people that don't know where it's at, but go ahead.
I do some research.
No, okay. Go ahead, Josh. Now go ahead with your thought pattern. Go ahead.
No. Okay. So first of all, thank you for whoever gave that information, because I wanted to know that too.
His name is Sharon, by the way.
Sharon gave me the information. All right. Thank you, Sharon. Got you. All right. So let's go ahead and put some real pieces together. So yes, everything Bomb is making a point of saying I'm agreeing with. Notice I'm not shifting from that. Women will do what's necessary to create a society but that society is not going to advance in the same way a society of men will. And the reason I say that is because men will look towards progress, while women will look towards sustainability. It's literally the difference between how men and women think. Women will build a family and understand how to raise that family. Men will see that family and try to figure out what to do to make that family advance. It's a difference in the thought process and what's the priority in the thought process. I'm not saying it's not possible for a woman's society to exist, but as we're talking about Women's Town, it has not advanced. It has not expanded beyond its borders because it has no desire to. Men will push those limits of desire. We will push because we will want more, to try to build more, to try to make life easier. Men also inherently, by nature, by our genetics, we are able to handle different types of temperature regulation. And the reason why is because we're just built differently. Men and women, that's why I've always said men and women are not the same. I understand, would you want to live with women or men, but you can't limit yourself to one because you need both. You need both to make a balanced society. The reason men aren't going around killing each other now is because at the same rate that we could, is because most of us care about women too much to do that.
What? So y'all would be killing each other based on what you just said. The only reason y'all not
We'd
killing
be at
each
war.
other right that you could is because of women?
Yeah, we'd be at war. We'd be at war.
Oh yeah, so I like what you just said just now. So you because my point was, if men didn't have women and all, you wouldn't survive. You wouldn't have no reason to even live. Like you would find yourself no reason to build anything because you would just be battling each other just to stay alive.
Now I disagree with that. Now we disagree.
Wait.
Sorry. I apologize.
I couldn't hear nothing you said because I was talking. So
I'm
you
sorry.
said what?
Continue.
Okay,
no,
so
I interrupted you. I apologize.
No, I was saying that you would not have any desire to build these things that men have been building because you would just be here, no desire to do anything. Maybe you want to survive as long as you can, and you would take all the chances to fight for survival. Y'all would just be fighting, battling each other. That's it.
Now, you mind if I retort?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, okay. So, yes and no. I think you're misinterpreting two major things I'm saying. Men don't only advance because they have to advance for each other. We're not only advancing for the sake of women, we're advancing because we have a drive for competition. We're advancing because we want to keep pushing beyond whatever limits are there. Those so-called limits, men's entire goal is to decide what that limit is and prove that it doesn't really exist. That's what my point is. That's why a lot of the big man movies you see, a lot of big man fiction characters are all based on men who push beyond a limit that is said that they cannot reach. It's why they become heroes. It's why the superhero genre is what it is.
Dude, heroes and all these things because you're fighting for women. You're fighting for women even when you're not literally out there fist fighting for women, right? You're trying to be desirable to women. That is why y'all want the luxury and the bigger this and the bigger that. So we women, when we're not fighting for men, because we fight for men too, right? But those of us who will go to the side and not have to, don't worry about lust and things like that, then we are going to just survive. We're going to do what we need to do communally for survival. And you men not going to do that. Y'all not going to do that.
Focus on necessities.
Yes, that's what you even said. That you said we're nurturing.
I agree.
So I agree with that part. So now I'm talking about the man world that you said that you would rather be in, or some of the men said they'd rather be in.
Right.
They're speaking to it as in today's time where you want luxury, you want this, y'all want to fight. Why do you think a lot of men have never been in a fight, but y'all make it seem like, oh man, fight.
That's a fact. She's speaking
fact. No, I believe that 1,000%. No, that's absolutely factual. I know for a fact there's a lot of people who talk shit that don't know how to fight.
Josh, we saw it. We know most guys, this might not be your story, but I'm pretty sure it might be close. You were staying in that one bedroom apartment with no furniture, and you had your PlayStation with a futon, and then your wife came along, and then that's what made you want to level up to get a house. That's what made level up and you want to get a better car. You want to start dressing a little bit better. I'm just saying, we see that in real life that men only level up because of the women in their life.
And so also I want to ask either man this question. If you had a choice, would you live in an all man's world or all women's world, and why?
Oh, you talking about I can live in an all woman's world?
Or all man's world?
All woman's world. Listen.
But you would be that gender. But you would be that gender.
But you would be that
It's
gender? So
Yeah,
I have
you
to
would be
change.
a woman in an all woman's world.
So Sharon, I gotta change my gender to be in the all worlds.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's really just a thought pattern. Like, I mean, we could.
It really don't matter because my answer
yeah,
would be the same. If I had a choice of what world I would want to live in, I would want to live in an all woman's world.
And why is that?
The reason I want to live in an all woman's world is because I love women. First of all, I think that's like the biggest obvious things. And then I think that even though that women might have some tick for tat in their world, I think like when we start talking about nuclear destruction, we start talking about the destruction of worlds, that whole mindset comes from men, right? So the actual world itself, like even if all of the people, say all the people was gone, the world would exist. The planet, the animals around the world would exist in a women's world. But in the men's world, I think they would try to destroy everything. Every animal will see more things than sit. I think the rules on huntings will go out the window. Like they would literally have a destruction that completely destroy everything. So without a, especially if I can retain my gender, and I'm a male, the last male on earth with a world full of women, I would be in heaven.
They gonna milk your ass.
It's okay, milk the cow, baby. You gotta do every little.
But see, if that was the criteria, I would have lived in a woman's world. But you gave me an entirely different scenario.
I didn't add the gender part into that.
I did that. I'm sorry. I did.
No, but look, even if like that's what I'm saying. Even if it was a situation where they say change to gender, right? And that's a crazy thing. But even if they said that, I would still want to be in a women's world because like look at the prison system, right? If you look at women prison versus men prison, it's a very different like I don't know if y'all watched these like shows that goes into jails like first 40 not 48 like 30 days in, like it is like it's two different realities how men are living and women, even with the worst of the women, they still live in 10 times.
Either man, what I think is happening is that when we choose this all women world, I think some of the men feel as if we might think that world is perfect, and that's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that it would be a better society to live in. What all the dysfunction that whatever dysfunction they would have there, we would rather choose that dysfunction versus a man's world and the man's dysfunction. That's what we're choosing.
I even argue the only reason we have equal rights is because of women. I believe when you start looking at these presidents and people in power, they had a woman sleeping with them at night telling my man, we need to treat them other people like humans. Right. I really think that whole mindset of equalness, we see it now playing off in the woman's movement, but the equalness, I don't think that was a man idea. Because even when we hear men on these panels talk, they don't talk about equal. Men should be equal. So I think the reason we started talking about black people being equal, I think those women that was over there, your great grandma who was over there clinging that white man house, she was actually speaking some sense into the kids of the next generation. And that's why we're free. So a lot of people think a lot of stuff is tied down to the men and why we're free, but I think women was a big contributor on why black people are free today.
Do you believe it was only women, or do you believe it could have been a mutual consensus? Like both people need each other.
The reason why we don't think it's a mutual consensus is simply how he just painted it, right? That men, if it was in an all men's world, it would absolutely still be slavery because of that hierarchy situation, right? We know slavery would still absolutely 100% exist. We know guns would still be the most powerful thing. Whoever got the biggest gun is going to be running that world. It don't have nothing to do
That's
with his
fair.
intelligence and none of that things. But women, they are community based, so they would be trying to work together with building society and working together and being creative, doing songs and music. Majority of our music and all the things that is creative is the reason why they call, when you are into your creative brain, you are into your feminine side of your existence, right? So all these structures that we built is a part of femininity, and it's just okay for us to understand that destruction is more closely aligned with masculinity,
Absolutely.
aggression, fighting, and so on and so forth. So therefore, if we want to live in a peaceful world, you should choose a world full of beautiful females.
Sure,
I do want to say,
points.
I want to say, so let's say we are in this man's world, kind of like what we are right now, right? But it was more where we women we were subjected, like we used to be, we were subjects and things like that. But suppose you choose a woman and she, you choose her and she likes you as well. But the man next door, he got a few, he a step above you. He gets to come in and take your woman from you. You don't get to say anything like that. So that's why, like when they said that we have bed pillow talk these men into giving freedoms, not only to a whole race of people, but to all of us. I agree with that. That black woman who decided to use her little, things that she was getting when she started bringing her trinkets, little gifts and shit, and she started, pleading for at least her children, who was his children, and then for others.
But hey, Bomb Cherry, that's what I'm telling you. Like before I met my wife, I was a savage. I was a hothead. Like I believe, like if we was gonna go there, let's go there. And then when I got the soft touch of my wife, she helped me be more rational. Like, hey, everything you don't need to go off the rail about, right? So like, I just think people don't really understand how important it's a reason that God said, hey, it's not good for man to live alone. He saw what we were. Even God said, hey, I see what these people are by themselves. How about let's give them somebody, because it's not good for them to be alone. You know,
because we needed balance.
I don't know, Josh, ain't never in the Bible we seen it's not good for women to be alone.
That's fair. I'll take that bite.
All right. I'm glad that we get into places as of lately, and I think, even though I know men want to push back on it and say that the women town, they use things that was designed or made by men or whatever, which is, I guess, a great point to point out. However, the main point that we should be speaking on is that it's zero crime happened there. That is a big
I would
deal.
also like to point. Did you know one of the greatest warrior races in Africa were the Fawn of Dahomey, which was an all-women's army? They were the most savage army in Africa and the most disciplined. They had more bodies than any other combined warrior race in Africa. The Fawn of Dahomey.
They lived in a patriotic world, though. They learned that from men.
Yeah.
But hold on. No, but they were excluded from that world. The Fawn of Dahomey were not associated.
The thing that I think most men miss, Eden, man, is that even though a woman is running something, they still are running a patriarchy. I think that's the part that y'all miss. Just because
then what is a matriarchy?
Right, a matriarchy would be a woman is running everything through being a woman, meaning that the past is about her lineage and all these things. But when we have like the Queen of England, it was still passed down to a man. So therefore, it was not a matriarchy just because she was leading. She was leading a patriarchy. She was not.
But even that should run. The Queen of England have started less wars than we ever seen in England. Did you know England was literally taking over everything? As soon as they got a queen, they stopped invading places. That's a fact.
What about Catherine?
That's a bad correlation, though.
Wait, what about Catherine?
That's a fact, though.
But they lost their power position at that time. That's not a good correlation. They stopped being the world power they were at that point. Like before then, they were killing shit Navy-wise. Then around that time is when we came. We started really killing around World War I and shit.
And Catherine the Great was one of the greatest conquerors in history. What are you talking about? And she was the one who led the English Empire. So I don't know where that correlation comes from. She was one of the first Englishmen to conquer Russia.
Right,
and she was a
Russia have
woman.
never been conquered. Hold
Hold
on. Russia have never been conquered.
But put it in proper context. She used the patriarchy to do it. She didn't use a matriarchy to do it.
But she was the matriarch of her entire. It was all under her though.
Can a female lead a patriarchy? Yes or no?
Yes, by definition, a female can in fact lead a matriarchy.
Like every soldier she
they
sent
can't.
over there was men. That's the point. Like she just
A female
used
can't lead a patriarchy.
Yes,
she can't lead,
Mom,
but she'll be the head of like these queens and things like that. They were the queens, but they had men surrounding them who was telling what she should do, how she need to move for the betterment of her countrymen.
So, Bob, let me ask you a question based on that. So you said you don't believe a woman can lead a patriarchy, right?
Right.
But in your example, that's exactly what one was. If the queen, the Queen of England, but the entire cabinet is full of men, and the people and the Senate is full of men, the person who's making the final decisions or who's getting those decisions to the queen are still men. Yes, she's the centerpiece and the head of that patriarchy.
She's not the lead.
But she's a woman.
She's not the leader. She's
the face.
Right, she's just the face.
Organization.
No, she's just the face because those men tell her what she need to do based on, the reason she even in this status is because she was born, right?
But can she reject it? Can she reject it?
No, well, why would she reject it?
No, but can she?
Look,
is the option for rejection possible?
No, listen, in those families, the idea that you just make it seem like a person who's next in line could just say, I don't want it. You got to show me what it has happened.
That's not what I'm asking you. Here's what I'm asking.
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying no, she can't reject it.
I'm not saying rejecting the crown. I'm saying can she reject the position? In a
she can't.
All right, hold on. In a monarchy where the king or queen are the leaders, do they have the capability to make a decision outside of the people around them, or do they have the final say in any decision?
No, look, she don't have the say. She didn't have to say. That's why they have, especially when it's gonna be a queen. Now, if it's a king, then yes, he has some say. And only if he has proven himself to be worthy, where people will have his back. Because people will harm.
Okay, so I want to get some understanding. So, Bombshell, you're saying a woman cannot lead a patriarchy,
right? She cannot be the leader in the patriarchy.
So, and I believe that's false.
Patriarchy itself is a man's world. She don't get to use her thoughts and the way she might move to
right. So if she's following all of the man rules, but she's a woman, that is her leading the patriarchy, correct?
No, she's following the men's rule. That means that's her just being the face of this thing. But patriarchy means men.
She said she's participating, not leading. That's the point.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if a woman she believes in that systematic system of patriarchy, she believes in it. She's saying, hey, women don't need the right to vote, women don't have the right to get no ABs, women don't do this, women don't do that, and I have a divine rule. Like, that woman is absolutely leading a patriarchal system.
Dude, I know this is white history.
Yeah, no, that is right, but they don't do that.
No, she's not leading though. She's just in this patriarchy system and living in it. And she's
I'm agreeing with you.
Absolutely not. No. It is absolutely women that believes 100% in the patriarchy, and they could lead it without it. Because I understand what Bomb is saying, but it is women out there, whether it's stupid or not, that believes in the patriarchy is better than a woman having her full body autonomy. And she would absolutely, if she can, she would try to do it through like some deception of divinity to say that's why she is the leader. But she is absolutely 100% in agreement with the patriarchy, and if she was to make her way through the ranks, she would still push out the patriarchy ideology.
Yeah, because you don't have a choice. Because you got to understand. Look, I've read some of these books, and I've even looked at some of these movies. when these women want to make change, because they see that change will be better for the world, for the even her kingdom or whatever. But they let her know, if you do this, they will dethrone you. You have to do what's right for you and your family, and you have to abide by this.
No,
That's
but no. So, but I understand that is something that can possibly happen, that they are forced to. But that doesn't just happen to women; that happens to men as well.
Yes, and so that's the patriarchy. But so if she don't get to really rule to her beliefs for fear of her being killed in her family,
okay,
then
so
that
now
means she's
so now we're at the same point. So what I'm saying is that it is a woman out there that believes in the patriarchy full and 100, and she could become the leader. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's not true, because even the ones we can name the ones today, right? Candace, these women of power who believe that women need to be this, that, and the third, while they are the opposite. They aren't even following the patriarchal rules because they have jobs. They got babysitters taking care of their children when they don't even be there with their children. You know what I mean? So they
like
not.
Candace Owens.
It's hypocrisy. They're only saying the talking points because it benefits them, but they don't truly believe it, and they're not leading anything. Soon as one of them women say something wrong, the men come along and let her know, we don't need you. You ain't shit. You ain't this. We watch it in real time, happening all the time.
That's
So
what happened to Candace Owens.
I want to pass it to either man. But what I'm saying is that just the same way how a madam is running a patriarchy, I think a woman can move in the ranks in a government and run it the same exact way. We're having that same male centered vision and ideology. Go ahead, either man.
Well, I think a good example of that was Hillary Clinton. If you see how she was moving, she was definitely moving like a man. And it looks almost like it was a puppet master, the things she was doing from a military point of view, right?
Mm.
Can y'all still hear me or no?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
No, we heard you. I was just agreeing with you.
And then the second thing is, see, I think the difference between what me and Sharon is, I don't think that the patriarchy is wrong. I just think that we have corrupt people running it, right? Because I think that we're supposed to have a world where men and women exist. We shouldn't try to exclude either one, right? Let's be clear. The best world is if we find a way to have a patriarchy that's heavily influenced by a matriarchy, like men that had a heavily influence that listened to the women to be able to build a society together. So I don't know what it would be called, a patriarchy in a heavily influenced matriarchy world. It's the best world.
Yeah, egalitarian.
Egalitarianism is the best world. But what the biggest thing is that I think in the military, we see this today, that women leaders, like they take on the men's sasana or the persona. That's the word I'm looking for.
Persona.
They take on the persona because they understand that they maintain their authority by operating in the patriarchy, and they don't want to lose their authority.
Correct. Right.
Can I counter that a little bit?
What patriarchy mean? Because I think are y'all talking about society itself as today, or are we talking about the actual patriarchy?
Patriarchy, by definition, is a society that's.
Go ahead, Josh.
Patriarchy, by definition, is a society run, led, and controlled by a male structure.
Bam! There you.
All right, but So, but it's a male structure. So that means that they have a certain kind of value system.
Yeah, but he said led.
Okay, Yeah, so it's a male
but
structure.
keep in mind,
and what the man is saying is that even a woman can abide and believe in that male structure, and she can lead it because she believes in that structure, and that's the only way she could move within the power of that structure.
She's a female acting like a male.
But she's not a female acting like a male. She is a female surviving within this societal structure for survival. And therefore, that means she's not leading it, because if you lead something and you're in charge of it and you're leading it, it would be where you could say yes or no. It won't be where you just in control of a group of women, right? Or people to abide by the people in the back who says this is where it's go. This is the way it go. Men gonna do this, women gonna do this. and she starts teaching the women for survival. Her
Right. So
survival.
yeah, but you talking about something different. So you don't believe that. So you don't believe that women can be male centered.
Male centered, yes. I can love my husband and my sons. I don't have no daughters, and my world is centered around.
No, not being centered. I'm talking about male centered as she believes that the male ideology is the way to go to move society forward.
Yeah, well, there's some women. I don't believe there might be some women like that. Even the ones where y'all think they aren't.
So you agree that that's a possibility?
Yeah, that's a possibility. Yes.
Okay, and so that's the woman I'm talking about. The woman that actually believes that, and she winds up finding her way through the ranks, pushing that ideology that she wholeheartedly believes, and she could become a leader of a patriarchal system. Because
that is in fact a female-led patriarchy.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen. Like what I'm saying, at some point, these women are like the patriarchy itself comes in front of her. They confront her and let her know you better not move one hair out of place, right? Because it would be the destruction of you. So even every move she make will be based on what they tell her, how they tell her to move.
So, Bomb, what are your feelings?
Yeah, but
what are your feelings on Jasmine?
Hold on. Before we move it, because we're about to move it.
Yeah,
we're about to move it.
No. I'm not even gonna move it. It's just I'm gonna counter her point with her point. Because keep in mind, we in America are in a patriarchy, right? But Jasmine Crockett is literally a woman in a patriarchal. She's a leader in patriarchy.
You just made my point. God damn. You watching what these women when they decide that they don't like how they moving, what they do, they went in her district and redistrict it. You think you proving your point, but you're proving mine.
Go ahead, either man.
Oh, well, he kind of messed up my point. he just proved it. Like the point that I was trying to make is that what we got to realize in a patriarchal world, right? It's a mindset more of a person, right? So what I hear Bomb keep saying is hey, well, it needs to be a male to lead it, but if I can kind of infiltrate your mind to think like a man, move like, remember, like what's his name, Steve Harvey said, think like a man, and you completely go to suppress your woman's nature, and then you could be a woman leading a patriarchal world. Does that kind of make sense, Bomb?
I think you're saying that like she could be the face of it, right?
No.
She can, like, that's all I hear is what y'all saying. She could be the face of it.
No, I think you stuck on Bomb that it's hard to find. It's hard to find a 100% example of it. I think that's what you stuck on.
No, what I'm saying, the word patriarchal means something, right? So I'm not really stuck. I'm able to, move with the conversation and everything. What I am saying is that we as women, imagine a woman who says she believes in the patriarchy. She said men are in control. They get to tell us what to do, and we need to abide by it. But then her husband comes home and tell her to get in that kitchen and wash them dishes. Or when and then she don't get in that kitchen and wash them dishes. Is she just the face of something to the world, but it may not actually be that in real life. And when she started having her children, her daughters and things like that, her nieces, then we know, like
I get what she's saying now.
No, but she still followed.
Even
if she was the leader of it and she came home and that man told her to wash the dishes, she has still followed the patriarchy by washing those dishes, even though she
ain't washing them dishes. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's her point. So her point is that she's rejecting, like, it's inside of a woman's nature to just reject patriarchy eventually. If it comes down to the level of rejecting washing dishes with her husband, so she can lead it for a short period of time. But in the woman's nature is to move more to a matriarchy world. That's kind of what I hear.
So this is why I'd be wrong, because she would be the hierarchy even in that household. Because she got more power. So she said, no, I'm still leading you. The same way how men will lead another man into bending over like P. Diddy. he would be.
Oh, Bob, that's a great point.
Patriarchy. That's
Hold on, no, that is a
No.
patriarchy because she's rejecting the man as men reject women. That's
right, but it's not the
actually if she
matriarchy
was to
because
wash.
she's a woman. Wait a minute.
No, but
Oh my God.
if she if she was to wash the dishes, she actually would be performing a matriarchy duty as a matriarch.
No, that's not what matriarchy means.
Hold on, let me finish
Matriarchy, just
what
like
I'm saying.
patriarchy means.
Right, so hold on, Bomb. The patriarchy is a system of hierarchy values and a system. What I'm saying is that as long as she maintains that system, it doesn't matter if her husband, she'll say, no, I'm the leader of this shit, and this is what the patriarchy says is the hierarchy. I'm the fucking leader. It doesn't matter if you're a male or a female. This is the value system, and I'm moving our life by this value system.
Right.
So she's still maintaining the patriarchy,
No,
even
she's
though
not.
she is born a female.
No, but she's not. If she decides that she's not going to perform the duties that are believed to be a woman's duties in the patriarchy,
No, that's
when
not
she
true.
decides
And
not
I'm
to do
explain
that,
to you why it's not true, Bomb, because it's a system. It's a system.
right? A system, and she's still in that system. You're saying that she believes it, and
But
yet
she's
when
the
it's time
leader,
to do
right?
her
So
part, she's not doing it.
So
I think the problem is since she's a leader, she's not identifying as a woman in a woman's role. So she's identifying as a man in this patriarchy system because if that's the case, she wouldn't be leading in the first place. You get it?
Wait, what in the hell is not? So y'all basically saying I'm true, right? Because she got to act like a man, really be like a man, and you saying that now I guess she's a man.
in that system, right?
Yes, because she's the
Well,
leader.
then she's not a woman then. So
Right,
it
so
does,
it's a
like y'all just
system,
turned the
so-
woman into a man to make your point.
Right, because no,
That's the
it's
only
because-
way in the patriarchy world she wouldn't be leading in the first place unless she had
Correct.
the mindset of the man.
Right, because it's a system, and any gender can run the system. You don't have to
No,
be a
any
certain
gender cannot run the
Yes, any
system. They
gender
can just
can
be
run
the
the
head.
system as long as you following what the system says, you can run it. Is what I'm saying.
She's rejecting the patriarchy based on like her not. She don't believe the pay. It's
No,
a
but that's
system,
your-
but it's
no,
a
hold on,
system of rules.
Hold on,
Y'all
Bomb,
got
but
y'all got.
hold on, Bomb. You're putting
Wait, what?
you putting your personality into it. You saying
No,
what
I'm
you
not.
you are because you're saying that she is rejecting it, but she is not. If she is following the system to a T.
No,
if
but
she is following the system, she is not rejecting it.
Remember, we mentioned when she got home, and he wanted her to go wash some dishes. She didn't. So she is not. That's why I say she rejected it because she's not following the patriarchal rules.
No, because
right?
she's the exception because she's the leader.
Oh, so now y'all got to make her an exception just to make y'all point, and that's what
No,
I'm
because
saying.
that's the system.
No, but the system has rules, and she's going against the rules.
But the patriarchy system is a social system.
Yes, of rules though. You missed in the rules. You got so if she's going against the rules, then she's going against the patriarchy.
The number one rule is the leader rules. In the patriarchy, the number one rule is the leader rule. And now she's the leader.
No, but she's not ruling based on her beliefs. She's going based on the patriarchy in itself. Y'all say it's a system. So she don't even get to make rules based on her. She got to abide by the system, the rules that are put in place. Y'all keep missing the rules part. But when a woman, matriarchy means a woman is in control, and she's running things that way.
No, so what I'm saying is that so for a woman to be in this high position, she would have to adopt these patriarchal traditional values such as hierarchy, competition, assertiveness, right? And if she do those things, she is working in the system of patriarchy. So if she asserts herself to her husband and says, no, shut your ass up, I'm the leader of this shit, that is a part of the system. And she punked him. But most likely that woman, she'll probably have a wife anyway. She probably wouldn't even have a goddamn, she'll probably be single for a long time.
What do you mean? The queen, we have queens who've been married, right? Right now, what? We just got the last queen passed away. She was married. And you barely ever seen her, even though, now, I guess, things are different, right? Because I guess the patriarchy, even though it's existent, it's not as prevalent and strong as it used to be. It's weakened. It's been weakened feminism and all types of other different things.
No, but even if, because what you're saying is that she was married to a male, but that male still operated as a wife. He was the support system. He was not operating as the head of the lead. Yes, like
that man was not acting like a wife. What are you talking?
Bombshell, you saying that man was leading the Queen Elizabeth?
No,
we don't know what he was doing when they
We
were
know he
married.
wasn't leading her.
He was not leading her.
Well,
Come
I'm
on,
quite
Bob.
listen. This idea that
He
now
was unseen. He was almost just like Wise, unseen, unheard. Nobody really know what he do. That's every president wife.
Yeah, you mean in this country we didn't know what they do, but over there they are very articulate in what these people are doing, right? So yes, in this country we may not know that, but in private, right? And that's my point. She could be the face to the world, but in private they were married, and we don't know. Are y'all saying that y'all think she was bossing him around?
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
What? Man, so
Without a
y'all will
doubt.
break down the man just for the sake of patriarchy, yeah?
No, from what we could see, we only can go by what we could see, not what we assume could possibly. We're not going by possibilities. We're going by what we could see, and what we see is not him. So therefore, he's most likely not leading.
And that's what. And so, but what we could see, that means the face of. So right, she was the face of, but that don't mean she was the one who was putting all the rules and things in place, right? Even though we know she wasn't today, right?
I got a question, Bob. Bob, so who do you think was leading, Oprah or what's his name, Stanley?
Stedman, and Stedman was leading his own, right?
No, I'm asking, in that relationship. You think he's telling Oprah what to do?
Yeah, as much as he can. That man had his own money. That man had his, like, when they got together. So I think that's why they didn't get married, because he didn't want to be, like she's known to the world. So the face of their relationship is she's gonna be in control, and a man not gonna like that. So he didn't marry her. They might even be married and we don't know it.
But the problem is that the husband to the queen, he didn't have no goddamn role but her husband. She couldn't make him the king, and he had no kind of constitutional definition whatsoever. And that's how we know he didn't have no power. He wasn't running anything. He was going along for the ride for the 73 years that they was together.
And that's how we know she didn't have power neither. She couldn't even make her own husband a king. She couldn't even make him whatever she wanted to. She had to abide by the rules and regulations that was set forth way before she was born. And that is my point.
And and so the point is that she was leading the patriarchy. Right.
No, she was the face of it. If she would have led, you don't think she would have made her husband a king?
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Because she couldn't go outside of the patriarchal system. She had to stay in that system. She couldn't do anything outside of that system because she had to maintain that power. Now, if you want to say that, but you saying that's right, that's every man too.
And
hold on. What I'm saying is that even the men cannot go outside of what the patriarchy is saying. So even men are the face of the patriarchy as well, because they can't go outside of it.
Yes, because some men may not believe in the patriarchy, but they born into this situation, and that's my point. So they don't even have the right to go based on what they think and how it goes. They got to go based on the way the patriarchy.
But in that case, nobody do. Nobody but Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the only one that was able to do what he wanted to do. Everybody else literally is following the system.
Yes. Donald Trump is a criminal too, right? That's why.
Yes, that's the point that I'm saying the reason I brought Donald Trump up, we talking about the 1% goes out of the system. The 99% stay within the system. So that means what you're saying applies to all people in the patriarchy except the elites.
No, because you made my point even more when you mentioned Donald Trump. Because a man who owned the power, like, we gave him the power, and he's doing what he want to do. He don't care about no rules. He don't care about no system. He don't care about nothing. And that's what he's doing. And there you have it. You set my point for me. Because if they really believe in something, if they really control it, then even PhD mentioned this to me on my panel a while back. She said, Bomb, Obama should have did this and should have did that. And I said it would have been illegal. And she said, yeah, but if he had the power, right? He was the most powerful man, one of the most powerful men on earth. He could have did what he wanted to do. Now, would it have been criminal and all that? Yes. That means he ain't got control. They don't have the full control. But Donald Trump don't give a damn. Donald Trump say, I don't give a shit what your rule is. Right? So not everybody, just everybody who don't want to go to jail and don't want to be controlled.
Okay, but so let's say we agree with what you're saying, but that wasn't our point. Our point was if she followed the rules and be the face, we still would have said that Obama was the leader of the free world, right? Leader of that patriarchy. We also telling you that she would be the leader of that free world. Regardless if we like it, the rules, she still is the leader of the free world. That was our original point.
No, we would have said the same thing about Obama. We would have said his wife ain't telling him nothing. He's the leader. He's this. But we know that that's not true with Michelle. And how we know? Because both of them have spoken out, written books, and everything. So now we really know the real details.
Okay, so
of
now
what
translate that to the queen. Because that husband ain't wrote no book. He ain't spoke out not one word.
Family members have written books, though. And they mentioned, like...
No, Bond. You cannot have it.
Patriarchy, y'all gotta look up the definition.
You cannot have it on one side, and then when it translates to the other side, you say it don't count.
No, I'm not saying it don't count. I'm saying it's the same, except one we know to be factual because they wrote books. The other, we don't know to be. Y'all trying to use that against me, saying we don't know. And yes, we could say we don't know, except for the family. The sons have written books.
So let's go by what we actually know. What we know is that she maintained the patriarchy. She upheld the system, and she was pushed up and said, hey, you can lead the system as long as you stay within the system guidelines. And that's what we say, a woman can be a leader of the patriarchy as long as she stay within that system.
But she's not a leader. Y'all the ones who said that a leader, because at first you were saying she had to believe it, she truly believed it, and therefore that's why she's leading. And I'm saying, and now you're saying, well, she's the face of it and she's gonna follow through.
And most leaders don't have full autonomy. Let's talk. Most leaders don't have the full autonomy to do whatever they want. We don't care if it's a business.
Trump's showing us something different.
But Trump is the exception. That's why I brought him up. But like most people who lead companies, just because they're leaders, they have a board. They can't just go in there and do whatever they want to do.
Companies don't have boards.
But the point, you understand the point that I'm saying. Bob, you understand the point that I'm saying.
I think he's smoking the same thing KT the Goat smoking.
No, there's no way. No, y'all right now, you are trying to fit the narrative. You trying to make it fit. Even though y'all starting to rotate and agree with me.
No, we're not.
Before you were saying the woman could lead and because she believes it. Now you're saying even if she don't believe it, she got people behind her, which I said. Remember, I said those people are telling her what's best for her in order for to keep her family safe. She better not make no changes.
But Bob, do you agree? Do you agree that you can be a leader without full autonomy?
Yes, you could be a leader without full autonomy.
Okay, so we're saying that these women are leaders without full autonomy.
Yeah, they are leaders, but y'all were saying that they were the leaders of the patriarch. The patriarch is not a company. It's not right. So you're talking about a system, a systematic system in which people do. So that's different. That's what I'm saying. It's different.
It's the same thing.
No, go ahead.
Okay, Kasim, what's your thoughts? Can a woman run and lead a patriarchy?
World.
You're on mute, by the way.
World.
Yeah, they actually can, right? Leaders, any gender can be a leader, right? They're not necessarily born into it. There's certain skills and attributes that can be learned and to be developed for anybody to be a leader. So yes, women can lead a patriarchy.
A leader, like you see what his answer was? He said anybody could be a leader. I think we all agree with that. Can a woman lead the patriarchy? And I need y'all to define what if y'all don't know what that means, that essentially says it's man-led. That's what it is. System led by men with men's beliefs. And then y'all trying to fit in this woman in there.
However,
Go ahead.
Bomb, a woman can lead a patriarchy if she knows the infrastructure, the systems, the orders, and the structure. If she knows that and knows how to implement those things, yes, she can lead a patriarchy.
Okay. Was you here when they said that she believed in what she believed, what she's leading? We all can be. I can go and be a police officer and arrest people who I know not guilty. You know, all kinds of shit I could do. Yes, but originally they was like this woman because she sternly believed in it. Now it's like, well, and that's what my point was. If she don't, leaders gonna do right. If you can, you're gonna do. Remember, we were talking about kings and things. They were saying no, they believe in it, so they was running their kingdom the way they want to. And what I was saying is no, they're not running it the way they want to. They're running it the way the system tells them, and that means they're the face of it. But
yes,
I thought the king and the
That's why you
queen.
put a system in place.
Yes, that's correct.
You put a system.
I thought you were not there.
Oh, it's okay.
And right, and that's the argument that we're saying. The system is what's the patriarchy, not the individual.
Yes.
So it's simpler with the queen. The reason why we have a king now is because of the patriarchy of the man that was the king before he died. Is because it is gone through his lineage, and the reason why she could not appoint her husband as a king because she was following the patriarchy value system.
There
So
you
that
go.
means that everything is brought through the man, not through her as a matriarch, because she was not a matriarch. She was just a leader of the patriarchy.
Okay. And I like what you're saying. And yet now look at what her son has done. Do y'all even know?
But before we get to the son,
wait a minute. What her son is now king.
It doesn't matter.
And he made his
Hold
wife
on,
and her family.
Hold on, Bob. Before we get to the son, regardless, I'm saying that she upheld the patriarchy value system, and that's why she was able to move the way how she was able to maintain this Queen of England, because she maintained that value system, is what I'm trying to point out.
Okay, yeah, we all. I think that's what. But remember, I thought the conversation was somewhere else. We've now worked it down, like I said, so it could fit what y'all are saying now. But the way, and maybe I misinterpreted. I heard y'all said that a woman.
It was two different. It was two different design. It was two different conversations. The first conversation we was talking about was, hey, if a woman think this way, then we started going to an actual example who a woman who agrees with it but have a different way of thinking.
Exactly. So it was two. So I wasn't confused. So we have changed it.
We have had two conversations. Yeah, we have had two conversations.
Thank you for your honesty, Eda, man. Because Sharon was about to try to make it seem like I was off.
No,
but
Cassine,
I agree with y'all today.
I want to ask Cassine. So, Cassine, if you had a choice that you had to live in an all men's world or all woman's world, and if answer that question first, and I ask you the second part, which one would you choose?
Woman's world.
A woman's world. Why?
Why? I just think that they would get along better, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that it wouldn't be as much competition. Well, I have to be worried about, my survival and things like that. I worry about someone trying to, take me out or take my position or being jealous of what I have. So my survival chances would be better.
So what if you was required to change your gender? Would you still choose the same option?
No.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be, but isn't that based on what you're saying, your survival is why you would make that choice. If you a man in a man's world, now you're putting yourself more at risk, right?
Correct. Because I would have to be able to contribute to all of the men's guidelines. So the amount of responsibility would be even more on me, and I would be held to a higher standard. In addition to other competitor males around me trying to jockey for position, trying to take what I have and things like that. So yes.
Okay.
All right, but then you said, so if they required you to become a woman, then you're going over to the men's world. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Now I understand the answer from a man because
Yes.
it would be weird to say I would change my gender to a woman, especially on YouTube. The men will
They
people
can
would
say
say,
what they want. I want to be around women regardless. I don't want to be around
Yes.
y'all niggas. I don't
and
care.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
don't
we
care
go
when you
Yeah.
call me weird. You can
Yeah.
call me whatever you want to. I have no
Right.
desire to be at no conclave with a whole bunch of niggas.
Nah, that shit
we
ain't
gonna
cool.
welcome you, Edie Man, and we gonna milk you for all the babies you could give us, and we're gonna have a lot of Edie Mans running around with different women. Thank you, baby. Come on
It
up.
will be a whole bunch of people speaking half words, but they'll be rich and smart.
But either man, I don't think I think you missed this part, right? You're not able to touch the women at all during this milking process. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna put you in the room, give you a magazine, and then you got to do your business.
Handle
What
your
I
business.
propose,
Handle-
what I propose is,
Welcome back.
just give me like 12 like procreation enhancers, right? Which are
But we
women
gonna be
that
treated well though. We gonna
scantily
feed him the great.
clad. Yeah.
There's a movie like that, y'all.
Hey, you got to understand. I'm gonna be like selling calm on the side. Like you get the old traditional way. It's gonna be like the drug. It's gonna be the illegal thing. That's gonna be the illegal drug. You don't gotta
Yeah,
go
but
to the milk.
There's an
You
actual
got
you're not gonna
movie.
last long at that.
Listen,
You're
there's
not
an
gonna last
actual
long.
movie. There's an actual movie that came out a while back. I don't know if it was on one of them Netflix or whatever, where one day all the women got sick and died. Right? There was only a few that survived for whatever reason, like they was in rooms or something where the air didn't kill them. And oh my God, like the missing of women, the ones who survived, the government wanted them to snatch them up. So you see, the government coming, the people with the power really coming and get them women. But if it happens to be your daughter or your wife, you don't want the government to come snatch them up, right? So you want to protect them. But once anybody find out that they exist, not only do the government want to come snatch them up, but then your neighbor who found out they heard a woman's voice, they come and take that woman. So men are dangerous, like they dangerous to women, they dangerous to men, and what started to happen is men started to commit, they unalive themselves in a mass dosage, like and then the ones who was okay with men,
survive.
And I'm not even talking about the gay people, right? Gay people are gonna do. I'm talking about the men who realize that either they gonna do their right hand or their left hand, but they want bodily touch. It's not even always about sex.
Right.
Human touch, right? The smell of a woman. I think these men, and now I'm going back to the red pill thing, they don't give women enough credit. They really want to reduce us to our ovaries, having babies and things like that. But it's more than that, right? The smell of our hair, the soft touch of a woman. They just, I don't know. So I do agree with you men who would come with the women's side. Even if you have to be a woman.
It was talking about that cuddling. I know they was talking about like what cuddling do for men. And actually, they said cuddling with your men that cuddle have less heart attacks. They have less and it wasn't even based on like a sex thing. It was just saying having the touch of woman lower your blood pressure. Like it's like so many things that you benefit just being in the presence and touching women outside of sex. So yeah, y'all go over there. If Khalid want to go over there and rub and be close to the men, he can go over there. I'm staying with the women. I'm sacrificing it all.
Either man, let me ask you this. We all know the benefits of having a woman around. We know the benefits of femininity and what it can do in our lives and how we're good to it. Do you think it's disempowering for men to admit that?
No, I think that men should admit it, and I think that's why a lot of dudes stop growing. Like I've been looking at a lot of guys, especially that come in space. I say, why did he keep advancing in his development? And I think that it's not having women touch, not being around women actually stalls your development, and you get stuck in this stage that you like, man, why am I still doing things that I was doing? I'm 45 years old, and I'm doing things that I should have got out of my 20s. It's because he never developed. I think women is a very important part to the second stage of men development.
I like that.
These red pill men have been have stalled a lot of men. Because I understand the red pill in the beginning, right? The men who got they were broken up. You know, a woman broke up with him for no reason, or she cheated on him, or whatever, right? Then they come and they angry, and it's okay. I think being around men to express your harm, your hurt is okay, but to be there for 6 months, okay, that's pushing it. But 6 months, right? But now these men are here 5, 10 years later. They have actually stopped growing in all areas of their lives. There's no benefit for them, right? Because I think I've seen some men who was actually red pill. Some of these men I've seen, and now they got women, but they had to get rid of the red pill to get a woman. But they'll lie and say the red pill helped them get a woman. That's crazy.
But the father, my example, they did these studies on these guys who got locked up at 16 and they separate them from women and they was in jail for 10 to 15 years. They was trying to understand why they didn't develop. Like, why did they get stuck at a stage they never can get past for? And the study starting to show is because they did not have interaction with women. Because they had the men there, they had the authority there. Them not having the interaction of women is the one thing that stopped their development.
Yeah, they used to let wives and girlfriends visit prisoners, but they stopped.
But no, you still can do that here in Washington. But the problem with it is those persons had to typically be of age to have a wife. If they got locked up at 16 for a serious crime, they don't have a wife. And so
but in Washington, they still allow men and women to get a room and spend the weekend together?
Yeah, so they got here in the state of Washington, they have like a trailer and they lock you and your wife in the trailer. She can cook for you. She can do all that kind of stuff. And she can stay for, I think now it's like almost 72 hours. She can stay almost the whole weekend.
That's cool though. I bet you those men, I bet you the prisoners are better there. You know what I mean? Because they're going to act right so they can get those visits.
Well, once in Washington, from a crime point of view, it's like 30% less crime. Like, because you lose that benefit. So if you get to fighting, if you get in trouble, so a lot of dudes that marry say, "Hey, bro, I ain't about to go there with you. I'm not about to give up, sleeping with my wife for the weekend for you." So I think it gives them more of a sense of purpose of why to do right or why not to do those things.
Yeah, I like that.
I think it basically, that femininity that they're around, it lowers the testosterone levels a little bit. It lowers that aggression. It's very similar to like what they call post-nut clarity, the same type of thing. You might be all, the heck was that?
I don't know, but it was perfect.
You're good. You're good.
Post-nut clarity. Boop! I was like, dang.
It could be something.
I'm searching something.
It's similar to that, but I just believe, after all these years on this space and stuff like that, I believe that most of these big time red pill gurus, they have women that they've been dealing with. They have wives, they have significant others that they've been dealing with. However, I believe that those men are probably some of the biggest, not necessarily simps, but want to do well for women, because if their woman is hearing all of this rhetoric, right, time and time again, and she is a woman, and naturally she's going to begin to think, well, wow, does he think that way with me? And he may like, no, I just do it for the sake of doing it. So now he has to generally prove to her that he's not the type of man that she just heard 10 minutes ago, meaning that he has to do extra and above for her just so she can feel safe that, okay, he really isn't that type of person that he says online and treats me different.
They be laughing. Kasim, listen, Kasim. Can you hear me?
Who be laughing? The women be
the
laughing?
Women, yeah, we done heard it. They were like, get your ass off that goddamn thing and take me to go get something. Like I'm telling you, a lot of these guys, like when they women start coming out, it was like, oh, he said you shouldn't be with no baby mama. They got baby mamas. Like, they're literally talking about the opposite life that they're living. And they wife, listen, if you ever hear somebody who come up here beating their chest and like, I'm the man, I'm the ruler, and they be like, hey, stop talking to them people like that. Like, you might be like, who is that? Sheree be like, who is that? That woman in the background, because you talking to these women real spicy. You ain't talking to the women, that woman in your house that way. So a lot of this is a act. It's a facade.
So it's a grift, basically, just as O'Shea said, huh? Damn.
Absolutely, 100%. I'm trying to look for something. How the hell you spell this person's name? All right. So I do want to. So I did see that this this guy, he came to the show a couple of times. He interviewed Lucky. I wanted to see how that went. It is PH Diva's favorite guy, her favorite character.
Yo,
Huh?
that Rush Limbaugh guy.
How did you know?
I don't know. It just seemed like something he would do.
And I want to see. I wonder how did that go? How you think it went?
It depends on her patience. You know, her level of patience. Every time I've seen her, she seems to be a nice lady or whatever. So she might have had a lot of patience for him. But if not, you know, I don't think it would have lasted long.
Yeah, Lucky. I like Lucky. You know, she definitely she the things that she say. If we remove the ego and the pride, something like she's spitting facts. She's exactly right, and I think that triggers a lot of guys that she speaks to, right? Because if you really be honest with yourself, the things that she's saying is like, yeah, you know, what you're saying, I might not like what you're saying, but you're right, and she triggers a lot of people like that. So I like Lucky, man. I like what she's talking about in her perspective.
Yeah, I think a lot of men have an issue with logical women. And it just goes to show that a lot of women are much smarter than this manosphere thing would try to make us believe. But women are some of the best friends you can have. They are some of the best people to have a shoulder to cry on and lean on for just communication. Maybe not even necessary advice, because most people don't understand advice is usually from you just talking it out, and then you usually just give yourself the actual advice. It ain't really somebody else 9 out of 10 times, you know what I'm saying? And I think not enough men working through what, you know, P.S. even says it all the time, problem solving. When men deal in problem solving, you start to realize life is a little bit different than what you was raised as.
Yeah.
You gotta
Okay, wait a minute. I want to ask PhD with a question that we've been talking about for the last. Okay.
We know her.
You know, because Sharon kind of said that I was acting like TK, and I thought that was an insult. Beyond insult, that's the worst insult ever. He got me good on that one. So PhD, go ahead, ask. Yeah, PhD. Can a woman?
So, you got it, Bomb? Or do you want me to ask?
No, you could give it.
Okay. So the question was, can a woman lead a patriarchy? That was the question to Bomb. And then I made a mistake and insulted her, saying that her and KT smoking on the same stuff.
Damn.
That's so
I did want to ask y'all about that class 3. Marijuana class 3. So we'll talk about that later.
What class 3?
They moved marijuana from class 1 to class 3?
Yes.
What does that mean?
We'll talk about that later.
Oh, so you just brought it up to
Say
not
it
talk
again?
about it?
You cut out.
I think we all have a delay. I'm sorry.
I think it's on a slight delay. But
I think he froze.
Diva, yeah, I think so. So Diva, so what's your thoughts? Can a woman actually lead a patriarchy?
Child, I don't know.
She don't want to go through it.
I am not going to be up here tongue wrestling with y'all for the next 45 minutes. I do not know. Whatever y'all think, that's what I agree with.
I
was really looking forward to favorite Diva. Listen, all it basically is just understanding systems, orders, and structures and things like that. Both men and women know how to understand things and can interpret and execute certain things. So basically off of that premise, would you say that a woman can run a patriarchy if she knows how it works and the inner workings of it?
I don't know.
She don't want to talk about it. That's what she
That
said.
means
I don't
hell
want to talk
no.
about
I
it.
know what
She
she
said, "Go play
means.
the video." I've been around PhD for a while. She don't want to talk about it.
Damn.
No.
Play the video. You might well go and play the next video. She said what she said. I can't hear Sharon. Sharon, were you talking? You gotta be muted.
I was trying to. Diva's favorite character. Let's see how this turns out.
Yeah, let's get into it. I don't know what we're gonna talk about, but
Yo, look at him salivating already. He already licking his lips thinking that he LL Cool J. Already. Hold on.
He's so happy. He's so happy he was able. He never talked to no woman that beautiful in his life. He like, oh my God, I finally got one to talk to me.
Lucky Marie look a little different.
Oh shit. Damn. Hold on. Let me make sure I get everybody in there. Hold on. He looks happy already. Lord have mercy. I ain't never see that man.
I remember seeing this one.
Poor Lucky.
Yo, you seen it? Oh, this is gonna be a
Yeah, I
treat,
saw
man.
this one.
Let's see.
Yeah.
let's get into it. I don't know what we're gonna talk about, but gotta unmute yourself.
Nah, this can't be for real.
Okay,
Where is that man's neck? God damn.
Unmute because this delay is crazy.
I do enjoy Lucky's little underneath her breath commentary too. That's funny already.
Yo, my bad. Yeah, yo, my first question for you, Luck. I know you've been in the space for a minute, like around when Lapeef was popping off on Facebook, right? And I was wondering, like, yo, what made you take the podcasting to a professional level with the way you're getting it done now? Talk to me.
You think I'm professional?
Aw.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's a great question. I wouldn't say that I was professional. I think I comment on things that I find interesting to me based on my algorithm or what people recommend to me. So, hey, I mean, I've always supported Lapeef, the conversation, discussions around social issues, issues related to us on how we can get better. I've always had something to say. I feel like these conversations have been happening forever. So that's where I just felt like not just those conversations, miscellaneous things, but just things that are pop culture and social issues.
Word. Yeah, so I know you're into like politics and all that, but I'm kind of gonna like kind of stay in the lane. Well, starting off this interview or whatever, be a little bit like like relationship type. So
yikes.
You so stupid.
Is this what
Yes.
women got to deal with? Because
Not pretty much.
this is how
Yes.
this is wild.
Yeah. And this is why the women are getting so frustrated with the men, because it's men out there like that they're running into more often than not.
Right.
And it's really sad. And we as men gotta step up and help men in general, right, elevate their game so the women can get more exposure to men that's about something. But I remember talking with this guy a couple of years ago. He jumped on somebody else's panel, and he wanted to have a one-on-one interview with me, and I declined. I don't think that's he goes by another name, but I can't quite get it yet. What his name is, but yeah, I don't think he's I don't think he's the best at interviewing. I don't think he asks the right questions, and he really needs more practice in how to articulate his words and how to keep the momentum going. And I think Lucky probably sees that and tried to help him out as much as possible without making him look bad or feel bad, but it went off the rails.
Damn, that is whew. I feel bad for all my ladies. Shout out to all the ladies that attempt to go on dates, and we understand that this is an interview and this is not a date. However, we could see that because he is speaking to her, and clearly he looks at probably her in a she's a nice looking woman, so it is what it is, and so you can see his demeanor looks a little flustered and what's the word I'm looking for? Nervous.
Yeah.
He's smiling way too much. He's licking his lips
But
way too
Sharon,
much.
it's like when women express themselves and they talk about men in a certain light, this is what I picture. It's like, okay, they are running. She's talking about a specific type of man that she's running into more often than not. And these men exhibit these particular horrible traits, horrible characteristics, horrible values, and that's what they're speaking on. So I don't take what they say personally. Right? I know they're speaking about a certain type of man that they're interacting with, and they're interacting with more of those men because those men, there are more of those men than men of caliber, and that's what we have to fix. So I don't get triggered and stuff by what the women said. I can compartmentalize them as far as who they're specifically speaking to versus other things.
And I think men just need to start recognizing men that can communicate well and recognize what they're doing. Like they have a subject, body, conclusion, and not and because what I'm starting to realize, a lot of men, they want to talk about the conversation instead of actually being communicative in the conversation, and they're not recognizing the two different things. I don't know. Maybe
it has a lot to do.
Tactic, maybe because when you first learn how to interview, they tell you that repeat the question. But when you get into the higher levels, you don't want to be.
A lot of that scrambling has to do with their thought process and how they think, right? And if that thought process is not very clear and it's cloudy, it's going to come out that way. Meaning that when they execute those thoughts and plans, most of it is chaotic and it's crazy and it doesn't have results, right? And then the women recognize that and they speak about that. Then the man gets insulted, right? So it's better for men to work on clarity and focusing on specific things, really wrapping themselves around it, getting their emotions together, and really articulate exactly what they want to say, even if they have to slow it down a little bit. And I think that most men have all these thoughts going on in their mind, and they can't really put the pieces together. And it makes it very difficult for women to buy into a man's plan if he can't articulate it correctly or clearly, and she can't understand it, or he doesn't have enough evidence in his life in that relationship that gives her faith that he can actually fulfill these things. And I think that's where most men are lacking, that we definitely need to work on, is our consistency when we're executing things so that she has something to believe in and hold on to until we get to the next step.
You muted.
My second question for you would be, right, like, do you think men like Tracy Morgan are easy targets for birds that's aesthetically inclined? And if so, give me the breakdown.
You said you wonder if Tracy Morgan, what?
Like attractive women find them as a prey, like easy lick.
Oh, do I think he's a lick?
Well, I mean the type of women that prey on him, like, or men like him.
Well, I mean, what kind of man is he? Is he like just an ugly man who came across some money? Like, what kind of man would you say he is?
I mean, I don't judge men, but I mean, well, okay, from a standpoint, like, yeah, he's successful, and that kind of man like Tracy Morgan or similar type of.
That is crazy.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Shit. Wow.
No, I don't think most women would see Tracy Morgan as an easy target. He made a very specific designation for women. He called them birds, right? So if he talk about a particular caliber of woman or type of woman that he might define as a bird, he would have to define bird. Because I heard him say this before. He would have to define what a woman categorized as a bird is, those characteristics, those actions, and things like that before I could even answer his question.
That was crazy. What do you think about what you're seeing so far, Edie, man, if you was able to see it? How you sign language in me?
Who that?
I don't know.
Bottom.
That's what that man looked like. He looked like that man right there.
Oh Lord.
Popping his collar in a whole sweatsuit or sweat jacket. Or what they call that
What
jacket?
I do find interesting that we should pay attention to those things, right? And this is what something that nervous men do. They overly talk with their hands, fixing.
Oh, he
things.
says he's in the back. He said, I'm in the back. That's what E-Man said.
Huh? Unmute yourself. I'll put you in the back. No.
In the bag. I was in the bag. He goes, so what you think, Edie Man, that got me in the bag? That's why Kasim was like, who are you talking to? You had me in the bag.
Oh, I saw you in the front.
No, we seen you the whole time.
Because I was in the front doing that?
Yeah. You were visible to everybody, E.
It said I was in the bag.
All that sign language that you was doing, we seen you, yes.
Oh, I thought only you seen me. Dang. I was like, what it is, gang. No. No, it's interesting. This interesting because I think all men are licks to women if they believe they can get the money out of them. Like a woman that looks at a man as a lick, she don't say, well, this one is the one that looks like I can get the money. And she said, most women say, I'm going to try. If he's going, I'm going to get the money. And if he don't go, I'm not going to get the money. That's usually how it works. So they don't go looking for certain people. Now, it's some guys like when they see the blue check in they inbox, they know that you have already been certified as a lick. You know what I'm saying? But like a lot of these women say they don't discriminate. They think money don't have no color for the most part.
That is a really good point. Women don't look at Tracy, they just look at men. Men in general is the lick, and they're gonna go ahead and attempt it. And whether that man he's a hustler too, and his lick is getting the vagina versus her getting the money, and they battling a wits on who's going to give it up first. You know, that's just something that happens, and then they both going to split their ways. But women that is looking for men to pay for things, they looking at all men in that sense for sure, 100%.
Yeah, and
is this new? Maybe this is new. You know, like when I like the guy, I like the guy. Like I didn't. Because to me, a lick mean he trying to lick and he got to give me, you know, something for it, unless I find him to be attractive and I want a life with him. But it could be different today, you know, because women not really, y'all claiming that women aren't looking for marriage, even though they not saying that, you know, the women are.
Well, no, but like, so.
Go ahead.
And I'm coming from the perspective of me running a club. And I saw women would come into our club. They didn't care. They didn't care if you was fat. They didn't care if you was skinny. The biggest qualification was that you had money. And then once you have money, they say, can I get this money out of this guy or can I not? And they'll typically go in and say, let's make little statements, buy me a drink. They'll ask these questions and see how friendly you was or how cheerful a giver you was. And people that was not cheerful, they didn't care what you look like. They moved on to the next lick. So it's not really a lick. It's not like she look at pray out to people. Now, does she have like through her past experiences, like this guy archetype, the guy who, you know, that's flashy, he might have more money than the other, but it's a money thing. It's not like a look thing.
No, I think I agree with you today. You know, that's our culture. At least that's what the music tell us. The men are saying they don't want to get married. They don't want this. So the women are like, okay, well, I'm not going to get married. Like, why you want it? What you want for this vagina? The men want it to be free for all, and the women are saying, nah. But I get your point. I see your point.
You want to jump in on that point before we go and move on, Kasim?
No, but he made some really good points when he mentioned that, when he used to, be in the club. I was just thinking of a specific environment, right? Where there's a lot of transactional things going on, where the transactioning money, physically, energy, all of those things. And I was thinking, like, is the environment more conducive to her looking at him as a lick versus him just being out in a totally open environment or calm environment where there's the transactional element is not there? But he's right. It doesn't matter whether the environment it is. They're just going to be what they be.
The environment doesn't matter, Kasim, because it happens at the country clubs too. Like I thought this was a black thing. And then I realized I started seeing these young women get these jobs at these country clubs, and they coming out with them little skirts. Like the idea of a lick is women don't care if they can get the money out you, and that's their mindset. They just looking at it. That's why we see ugly people as licks. We see attractive people as people in shape, out of shape. Women, it's a money driven thing. It's not an attraction driven thing. And they don't care where they at. If you at Walmart and she see you as a lick, she gonna try to get you.
Yeah, true that.
Agree. They see that money. They look for the social cues to make it seem like you have money or whatever that image is.
Archetype may not have the, I guess, swag to make that female physically appealing towards him. So would he be like an easy prey for that type of female?
So
that boy gonna lick his lips off.
And then I, before you play it, we need to make this clear. Most men are easy prey to attractive women. Like if you a certain level of attraction, especially when you start talking about a 9 or 10, it's not that she only can choose the ugly ones. The licks are the ones that she's attracted to too, because she's the top of the tier.
Can I just say that most of the time women aren't walking up to these men. These men are walking up to the women. So it's more because it sounds like y'all saying, hey, she'll walk up to him. She's choosing. She going this. Nah, men, they make themselves licks. They make themselves the prey.
Bomb, I have to disagree with you.
I
The woman,
disagree with that too.
the woman who want the money, she's gonna make herself available. I don't care if it's her sitting beside you at the bar or women are so good at manipulating men and think it was their idea to holler at you, right? Like me, I'm telling, I see it all the time. Like I was sitting in the club and this woman, she'll come and she'll drop something in front of him and she's like, oh, can you give me a napkin? Like she will start this conversation and he's so stupid that he like, oh yeah, man, I would go get this bad one. Nah, nigga, she got you. Nah, friend, she got you.
Damn. Okay,
Absolutely.
I guess men not approaching women, huh?
No,
what the hell happened with the men? Because I never approach a man and they always approach me.
Right.
Still today.
So now, in your anecdotes, that might be 100% correct, and I believe you.
Mm-hmm.
However, when we go for the women that are on this gold digger situation that he's trying to present,
oh, I see.
Yeah, those women, they'll make sure they put themselves in a position to be approached. Whether they sit a certain way, they order a certain, they be clumsy on purpose. They'll find some way to make it that man have to interact with them. That's what we're saying.
Okay.
All right.
I've seen that too.
Okay, we can see the connection again. There we go. Bomb put away that KT.
Damn.
This is why I love Bomb. You know what I'm saying? Man, she could take a joke. I love
That's
Bomb.
good. That KT ganja.
Mm-hmm.
I think an easy prey is just somebody who is not using discernment and they lead with materialistic things. So if you're a person who wants to be sought after for materialistic things, then you're a prey to anybody, whether you're attractive or not. So I don't think your aesthetics and your swag make you a lame. I think it's how you carry yourself and where you position yourself on how you obtain women or how you are around women. But I would say if he's he did come across some money with the Walmart situation. So it does look like he's going for the Instagram model. So my thing is too with that narrative, some of these girls play the long game, like they'll be married to you. And they will hold it down until you pass away or pass the money to them or cheat on them and inherit. So I think I don't like how we make it seem like these men don't want these type of relationships. You know what I'm saying? Like, he want that. Now we can't assume he getting played. Like, what if he got play money and this is who he want with his play money? Now his play money is much larger than our money, of course. But yeah, he may want that.
Lucky made such a great point.
You made a
dudes who want to trick want that in their life. Matter of fact, we need to change it from tricking, because trick indicates that he got tricked out of his money. No, these dudes are voluntarily giving out tax refunds. Like, they just happy. Like, they're so cheerful givers. Like, I'm telling you, most guys are not tricks. They just they like that feeling, and they know if the money wasn't there, they would not be able to be in this girl world. And that's the reality. So they not being tricked. They playing. They purchasing. We're gonna call them purchasers, because they purchasing what they want at this point.
Damn. Yeah, she did break it down pretty good.
She said a few things when she said some of these women are playing the long game. That's a mighty long ass game, right? Because she's gonna end up having his children. Did I get she's gonna end up having his children, possibly have to sleep with him. She gotta have some attraction. Or maybe I'm wrong, because I can't.
You wrong. You absolutely wrong. Listen, because you gotta understand, she still get benefits while she there. So she's still shopping. Like, it's not like she gotta wait until the end. So she gets small, it's called small deposit before she get the big deposit, right? So she get installments on her. Like, she get that 10,000 here, 100,000 here, Birkin here. She get installments on the whole jackpot at the end. So it's not like she gotta wait for the jackpot.
Oh, there must be a lot of men with a lot of money then. Y'all must be talking about a different type of man.
Yeah, she's talking about Tracy Morgan, which is a wealthy man, like a man.
Wealthy man.
Yeah, we talking about somebody who's really wealthy at that. You know, he been in the industry for over 20 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's been there for a while. But he got his wealth with that Walmart accident.
Yeah, but
he got notoriety for that. He got more public exposure because of that.
Because of what?
Because of that Walmart incident.
No,
but he's always been doing something.
But when he got most of his lawsuit money, that's what he called money. Just because just because people know you don't mean that you're wealthy.
Yeah, but he wasn't getting before the Walmart. He wasn't getting the level of women he was getting. Let's be honest. He was getting women, but now
he was married.
Huh?
He was married.
Yes. I thought right now he's with the supermodels, and
he is. He done got divorced, but when
they got divorced,
at the time he got into the accident, he was married. And had been married for several years. The woman, nursed him back through, back to health after the accident.
And then he left her.
He might have been like, I almost died. Every day is a blessing, and let me get exactly what I want.
I think that's really disappointing when I see men that when they didn't have nothing, like they women was down and they try to trade her in. I think that's the ultimate sign of disloyalty.
Yeah, I told you, what's that man name? George Lopez. His wife gave him one of her kidneys, and then he cheated on her and left her.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hold on. She gave him a kidney and he still cheated?
Yes, and left the damn lady.
I think our kidneys worth being faithful for.
Ain't no way these men gonna ever convince me that these men are protectors of their family. It is not possible. As much as I want to put my own integrity into these conversations, I just can't. Like, every day I find a new example of a man just risking it all for some goddamn cooter. Even somebody that saved your life by giving you a kidney.
But we still got the Denzels. Denzel said that woman took care of him. She paid for that taxi. She took care of him. And he loyal to that woman. So we still got a couple.
Took care of his teeth. Don't forget his teeth.
Yeah.
You know what? But yeah, so they'll do it.
Damn.
Won't he do it?
I would kill that motherfucker. I want my kidney back.
Right. But that's what they say. You can give a man your last tooth and he'll use that bitch to smile in another woman's face.
So you know what's crazy? So now that the woman gave him that kidney, I wonder, can she ask it back the way how these men be asking for their sperm back?
That's right. Give me back my kidney right now.
Damn. A kidney.
A statement saying that guys may front like they don't want that type of female. What can you kind of like break that down a little bit more? Like, what do you mean by that?
So
yo, I cannot take him licking his lips after every goddamn question. Goddamn.
It's such a. That's why I was asking, like, but it seemed like a lot of men in that New York area communicate like this, like grown men. Because look at how much gray he got in his beard. And so for him to be that age and still communicating like this is just mind blowing.
Sharon, go get your uncle.
It is crazy to see, to be honest, though. And this is that Arrested Development thing that we tend to have a conversation about very often. And the fact that he think he's in an LL Cool J music video, and he think that is like some. I'm assuming he think that makes him look.
If you notice, Lucky trying not to look at him. He's looking at Lucky. Lucky said, "Let me look at something else."
And it's so good because it's goddamn he's like a goddamn Koopa Trooper from Mario. And then also like the fact that you set up this interview in, I don't know, McDonald's.
Yeah, that might be McDonald's.
That's what it looked like to me. Shout out to him because he mean well.
But look how he looking at her, man. He looking like he want that woman.
God damn! I want to know what Joshua got to say about this.
Nothing, like usual. Oh, I thought I was muted. My bad.
It's okay.
You ain't shit either.
Let's see how this.
Well, I'm sure you've heard of it. When I say front, I don't even think I said front, but yeah, if I did, what I mean is they will try to act like they don't want a whore or a woman that looks good, whatever, just to appease the judgment and the scrutiny of other men who may feel like, oh, you a simp. Oh, it's okay. I think if we were more honest of the things that we like, we would be a lot happier. But we're so quick to try to please other social norms and things that people say we should want because we have this much money. I think that's the thing. So
yeah,
I think a lot of people online, if they got some money, they're gonna want some hoes. They're not gonna want no wholesome. They're gonna want a few hoes. Now, if you know we see how that goes. We see how that goes as far as when you want to indulge too much. But if you have your set harem and you understand it's a certain way, I don't see nothing wrong with that. Live your life, enjoy your money.
Pause. So, Josh, do a lot of these men want some hoes?
And you know what's crazy? She kind of mimicked what we had said the other day, that majority of men, majority of people, she said, that they are afraid to actually like what they like and put that out to the phone. Walk around the street with the thing that they like. Not Quasimodo. Damn, Ms. J. So
didn't you just ask me a question?
Yes, he did.
Do you believe most men want hoes?
Like most men in general, or rich men?
Most men. Most men.
Honestly, I think most men want to fuck hoes, but they don't want to be married to them. Honestly.
I think most men want to be married to retired hoes.
Absolutely.
They don't want no woman that's inexperienced. They want somebody who can suck his soul out, ride him like a cowboy, and she got experience.
But I agree and I disagree, but she wants her experience to be with him. I think most people most men who want to get married don't want to marry the woman that sucked 20 other dicks.
He lied.
Or that's fucked 20 other people.
That's a lie. That's what I'm telling you, Josh. They just don't want to know the 20 other dicks, or they don't want everybody to know who dick she sucked. It's an embarrassment thing. That's what she explaining. Like, if that's the case, body count would be very important when we date. We don't ask about it because we don't care about it, Josh.
I can't agree with that there. Sorry.
I know you can't agree, but that's ridiculous because a woman can lie, first of all. And which I advise all women to lie. Say your number is 1, because anything over 1 is going to be too many. Okay?
Actually, body count depends on age with me, honestly. Because if you're in your 40s, hold up. Sorry, you're breaking up there.
You're breaking up, Jerry. Yeah, we
she's
can't
talking.
hear
I
you.
can't hear her.
I'll tell you, Josh do something to bomb carry audio. It only happens when Josh come up. Y'all notice that? When Josh come up, that just be audio just go away.
Welcome to the show, Bolo TV, The Village. Good day, Bolo. How you doing today?
Hey, Bolo. What's going on, PH? Bomb Cherry, everybody. Edom, man, what's going on? I promise you I'm not going to be long. I'll be short. I won't be long at all.
Can you answer my question, though?
Who, me?
Bolo?
What's your question?
Yes.
What's your question?
My question is, do you think the majority of men actually want hoes?
Do I think the majority of men want? Okay, here's the answer. I don't think they know what they want. I don't think they know what they want.
Damn it.
So most men.
Well, they know what they want. They just don't know what they need. Because they want hoes, okay? They want hoes. They say
they think they want it. And when they, most men know exactly what they're walking into when they pursue a woman. They already believe they already know that they're out of their own league. That's not an accident, that's a choice. And choices reveal self-awareness or the lack of it. You don't accidentally apply for a job you're unqualified for and then complain when the expectations are high. Relationships work the same way. You understand? So here's where the logic breaks down. Many everyday men borrow the narratives of rich men. This is why Labuto gave the example of a man that's rich. This is what all these dudes do. They talk about people that got money when them themselves don't have money. They point to celebrity athletes and moguls and say, see, money changes the rules. True for them. Wealth, status, and power create leverage. But copying the playbook without the assets is like trying to cash a check written to someone else's name. It doesn't clear, and it never has. So now let's deal with the language. Men will call women birds. Oh my God. Men will call women bird while actively pursuing them more. It says more about themselves than the woman that they insult. If she's just a bird, then why does this make that man chase her? Why is he chasing a bird? A bird catcher. And no hunter should mock the prey they intentionally sought. That's backwards logic. It's backwards logic, and it's a weak posture. Okay? You sit here and talk about women that are birds and women that are this and women that are that. And then when you ask the man, do you have a woman? He says, no. Do you have a bird? Yes. So then what? I don't understand the logic in this. I really don't. So if a woman truly isn't worth your time, you don't chase her, talk about her, or center your energy on her. Disdain mixed with desire is confusion, not dominance. It signals insecurity. A man confident in his value doesn't need to devalue women to feel taller. He simply walks in alignment with what he can afford, maintain, and honor. And at the core, this is it's a self-view issue. Men who constantly pursue women they feel are above them and then resent those women who are quietly admitting that they don't think they're enough as they are, instead of building themselves, instead of building their character, their discipline, their purpose. They attack the mirror by attacking the women. It's self-projection. They're actually projecting their hatred on the woman, on what they feel for themselves. So the truth of this whole thing is old school and timeless aim. Honesty, build yourself steadily and choose with wisdom. A man who knows his worth moves differently. He doesn't chase illusions. He doesn't borrow fantasies, and he doesn't insult what he desires. He becomes the man who belongs in the room, then chooses from there. Stop talking about Jews that got bread and celebrities when you don't have it. Pick the women that are in close proximity to you. This is not modern talk. This is ancient truth, and it still works. So it pisses me off, and it's a disdain taste, because you see this mainly with Black and Latino men, where they talk about the things that they know that they can't have or maintain. So why are you not speaking towards the things that you know you can? And I'll drop it. I'll land on this. I don't care what the money situation is in America. Lamborghini never advertised to broke people. They never do. There's a core set of audience that they target. And this is what we need to do as men. Know who you are, know your intentionality, have character, have all these different things so that you can put out that vibration towards that one woman, towards that woman you need, not towards everybody. Because when you make yourself accessible to everybody, you make yourself accessible to nobody.
Shout out to Bolo saying, don't be a passport, bro. That's what I heard.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is if you know who you are as a man and what moves you, because again, every righteous woman is not for every righteous man, right? There has to be something that, I may look at PhD and say, okay, she's a righteous woman, but she may not be the righteous one for me. Bomb Cherry might be. You dig what I'm saying? So if your righteous woman is on Mars, just, what you're asking of her, make sure you're ready to be. If you're asking of her to be a wife, make sure you're a husband. Don't just go to these third world countries, because at the end of the day, with all that money you got, you're still a lame.
Yeah, but Bolo,
bars.
Hello, but Bolo, I'm trying to understand.
Jesus.
You just the Lord loved me so much he couldn't find me a wife in Washington?
Here's the thing.
Wait, hold up. Before, what is a bird? I'm sorry. I'm super.
It's okay.
What the hell
We'll
is a bird?
explain it. Bolo only got 2 minutes. He only got 2 more minutes. So we'll explain it in a second. Go ahead, Bolo.
Here's the thing that I've learned, brother. The thing that I've learned is this, man, that a righteous woman is not going to be given to a wicked man. You dig what I'm saying? It doesn't work that way. The Lord ain't going to give his precious daughter to a dude that's not worthy, and vice versa.
I'm not sure about that one, Bolo.
Let me explain to you why. Okay? You have to understand the Lord always speaks to the finished product. If this man is on his way to becoming that which is the Lord told him to be and what he's going to be, then yes, he's going to meet that woman. But at the end of the day, there are the bare bones of that man is that of truth and righteousness. If this dude's trajectory is wickedness, he's not putting his daughter in that way of that man. I promise you that. For example, when you hear
the only reason why I disagree, because I could use the example, Kevin Gates. He wound up getting with a beautiful, beautiful woman. Her name is Drika, I believe that's her name. And she had all the things that we talking about. She's righteous, went to church, got degrees, smart, intelligent, come from a nice family and all that. But she still gave somebody like Kevin Gates a try, and he wound up doing her wrong by not honoring all the greatness that she is.
She cheated on him with his trainer.
Okay.
No.
She did.
I don't know the situation.
He was.
I don't know the situation to that, but
He was righteous.
Here's the point. The point of the matter is, the father will say, check this out, Sharon. I need you to be this man that you need to be, right? And there's a plan for all of us. For everybody on this planet, there's a plan. And you're going to meet your wife at 38. Let's just say that. But you don't want to go according to that plan. You know better. You're 22. You think you know the world. You know how we were when we were 22, right? And you meet that chick who you know is not good for you, but you think you can change her, like every man does. You know what I'm saying? And when you get with that woman, give her a child, and you wind up understanding that she is the way she is, who do we typically blame? Do we blame ourselves? No, we blame the woman. It's easier to look at the person across the field opposed to looking at yourself, because when you realize you're the problem, you then have to become the solution. And this is what the problem is. Mediocrity is the new standard when it comes to men. They pick at the low-hanging fruit. When you look at a woman that is doing her thing, because I hate when men talk about, oh, women this and women that, and she got PhDs and all that stuff. A traditional woman doesn't give a rat's ass about what this world has to offer. She goes into these environments. She becomes tenacious and malleable enough to get the spoils and bring it back home. The problem is, do you know what to do with it? That's the problem. The problem is I'm sorry?
What did you say about the traditional woman?
I said a traditional woman doesn't care what the environment is. She's able to be malleable enough to get what she needs to get out of it and bring it back home.
She don't care about education?
Okay, let me say it again. The traditional woman can have 8 PhDs. She doesn't allow the environment to change her thought process and what her main goal is. That's the point. It's not about her not caring about education. It's about her going, what's the end goal? My end goal is to get these spoils out of this world and bring it home to give a life to my family that I probably never had. That's the point of it. She doesn't allow the environment or society to change who she is. The problem with these men are they don't have the vision nor the leadership to take what she brings to the table and multiply it. So what they do is they look at her and they see danger. They see that she's able to move in these forums, and they know that themselves that they're out of their league, opposed to saying, let me learn from her. We can learn from anybody. I can learn from a crackhead.
Damn.
You understand what I'm saying? How not to smoke crack. So at the end of the day, when these men are saying that I need to put my foot on a woman's neck, you have to understand it's a projection of that man.
You say a lot of words, so you can learn from a crackhead, and you will learn not to smoke crack from the crackhead because he's gonna teach you that.
No, I can look at his actions.
Okay, so you ain't really learned nothing from him, but you learn.
I learned from him, from watching him, right? If he wasn't
still
there,
learn from him.
You watching crackheads and you learning.
Listen to what I'm saying, sis.
I understand what you're saying. Look, I'm just pushing back, but I'm just saying, dude, we say a lot.
You want to argue with me? You want to argue?
You want to argue? You want to argue?
I love you, Mom. Telling you.
I love.
But no, listen. I think what people miss that Bolo said, a woman can get with a man and God ain't sent her.
But here's the thing. Why do you think the Lord compares women wisdom to a woman? Because women can get into places men can't. You understand? In other words, let's just say me and Bomb Cherry together, and we're about to go to this high exec meeting. Because you know how these big corporations have parties. Anytime a man see another man, what happens? He gets egotistical, he gets prideful. There's certain information he's not going to release. But my wife, Bomb Cherry, can walk in there and get all the information that she needs because nobody's thinking about her. And she's getting that information, writing it down. She comes right back to Bolo and say, Bolo, check this out. You see that guy over there? He likes the Raiders. That guy over there, he likes the Dallas Cowboys. So she provided something for me that I could have never gotten. She provided me with information, inside information that I can use now to put myself in a position to strike where I can elevate our family. This is
why women are invincible. Like you saying we can show up in the like you are really.
What did he say, Bob? Tell him what he said, Bob.
I said that women are invincible.
I'm saying that together, when we move the way we're supposed to move cohesively, nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us. You dig what I'm saying? That's the point that I'm making. Marriage was perfectly created. Man tries to throw different things in there, and he tries to make a new equation, and he changes marriage. And that's why we have these issues today where you have men. I think the other day I was on your panel, and you have a woman saying, listen, if you lead me correctly, there's no other choice but for me to submit. The dude still argued. He still fought. Here's the answer. Here's the key. You still fight. You know, you have to understand that these cats are coming from a defeatist mindset.
Damn.
It just Bolo, is. Yes, sir.
I'm trying to understand, Bolo. If I'm in Seattle, Washington, why would the Lord put my wife on Mars? It just don't make sense to me.
Because here's the thing, because maybe the Lord wants you to have that travel because there's a lot of things. We are so focused on the destination opposed to the journey. The journey is more important than the destination because the journey is what sets you up for the destination. If we learn what we need to learn, then when we get there, we are that person that we need to be. So maybe the Father needs you to go through all these different astronaut, lessons to get you to Mars so that you could become that man. Because when you realize everything you had to go through to get to that point, you will then cherish her and not take her for granted, if that makes sense.
So, Bolo, what you're saying is that God will make my woman, put her anywhere, and then make me have to take the journey to get her.
No.
Is that not what he said?
Your woman is at where your purpose is. Now, let me say something.
Right.
Bolo said what he
That's
said.
what I thought I
Wherever
said.
your purpose, listen, I don't know why people think they got to go 10,000 miles to find a woman. Wherever your purpose is at, is where your wife is at. Now, the only way your wife is in one of these other countries, if God have already put your purpose and you already designed to be there. But he ain't going to take me from no Washington and say, this your purpose, but you need to go halfway across the seas to go find your woman. Like, your woman, and this is what I love about what Bolo said at the beginning. He said, she's already around you if you operating in your purpose.
Hold on. She's already what?
She is already around you if you operating in your purpose.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think that's what he said.
Hold on, Josh. Go ahead, Kasim.
I remember, after, I got divorced and stuff like that, and I took some time out of the game. I took like 3.5 years out just to get my mindset and my values aligned in a different aspect. And when I began to look for, my future person, my future wife or woman or whoever you want to call it, a lot of the women that I would approach would be like, no, I can't get with you, Kasim, because you look like you got your shit together. And I kept hearing that. And I thought it was something wrong with me. But then when I spoke to my aunt, she was like, no, Kasim, basically what they're saying is that you look like you have everything under control, you have things together, you're stable, and they that scares them and they don't want that. They want somebody who is broken, who they can repair. So Bolo's absolutely right.
So you have to understand your vibe attracts your tribe, dog.
Woo.
And you can't get around that. How you feel affects how you see. There's a guy
Good Lord, that's beautiful.
There's a guy called Stink Meaner on the Boondocks. And because he had such a hard life, he would look at a sunset and curse it out. Beautiful sunset. You know what I'm saying? The sunset comes up tomorrow, you say, damn, it's beautiful. But for this day, because you woke up on the wrong side of the bench, you hate it. So this is why we have to reconcile certain traumas that we have in our lives. And a lot of the times when we don't understand it's like a leak. A leak never stays just in the kitchen. A leak will infest the rest of the home. So that anger that you have is not going to just stay with women. That anger that you have is going to go into children. It's going to go into everything else. You can't give out what you aren't. You can only teach what you are. So this is why these men speak with such anger and vigor and no understanding at all, because that's what they are.
So Bolo, how do you resolve the anger?
The way you resolve the anger,
building a relationship with God.
That's first. And secondly, go talk to somebody you trust. Because you have to understand the difference. You see, depression and being upset, they share certain traits that look the same. But here's the difference. If I'm upset at either man, I know why I'm upset and I know what he did and I can deal with it. Depression typically means you have one problem over another problem over another problem over another problem. Where do I start? So this is why, as counselors and therapists, cats got to be very patient, because at times they don't know why they're upset. They've had so many issues and so many problems, they don't know which direction it comes from. But from talking to them and having conversations, you're able to peel back where the issues might be, and you're able to help them close those chapters so that now they can learn. The problem isn't the issue that you went through or the trauma that you went through, is what did you learn? See, a lot of the times we live in regret, and it's a false norm. And what I mean by that is regret is something that's illogical. It's illogical, right? Because what can I do with what happened already? I can't do nothing with it. The only thing I can do is learn from it. So what the enemy does is keep you living. What if you would have did this? What if you would have done that? What if you would have done that? I didn't do it. I'm here right now. So let me learn from making that left turn where I should have made a right and become a better version of myself. So now when I look forward, remember, we learn from our past, right? We learn from our past. Life is meant to be lived forward but understood backward. We learn from our past. We apply what we learned in the present so that we can become that man or woman for the future.
Now, but people stop. Like we said earlier, right? A lot of people, they took a wrong turn and then they end up in the red pill and then they just stop. They stop moving, but they listening and taking all that information.
That's that
and
hurt.
then they instilling. Well, what's the hurt?
It's that hurt that they're picking up.
Right. And so like for example, we have West Coast in the chat, right? A set of addresses, and he's saying women are overwhelmingly the issue with society. And he's saying that women are the one. And the problem with channels like this is that we focus on who we are. We are men. And so therefore we focus on men because we can help them the easiest because we understand what men go through from when they was downtrodden to when they is at they peak of themselves and even go back down and get back up again, right? We just had Kasim just say, hey, I was in a marriage, I got divorced, I had to wait 3 years, I had to go through the trials and tribulations of women saying like, you too good for me. And he had to say, shit, is there something actually wrong with me? And he had to work through that and mine that out. All these different things that a man go through is why we concentrate on men, West Coast. But the link is pinned at the top of the chat. You are more than welcome to have a conversation with us. And the chat is open to anybody that's willing to have a conversation. I would drop the link again for anybody. And so we need these young men to stop speaking with so much anger towards. Go ahead, Eda, man. Goddamn.
I got something to say. You being long-winded. I don't know why you being so long-winded. So what I was saying is, what they need to realize, Sharon, is we don't have a problem with women talking about what women need to improve. It's only a problem when men start talking about what men need to improve, right? Men should be actually handling men issues. So the idea when Bolo say, hey, men, don't do this, he's not absolving women of what they need to be corrected of. He's saying that is the responsibility of their light parts, their women. That's all I want to say.
What's so
I'll
crazy?
go back there.
If you get really severely burned and you get really, if you are in the cold and you get frostbite, two totally opposite spectrums, but they look the same. You have these men doing the same thing that they're accusing women of. When you correct women, women say, but what about the men? Now when you correct the men, they say, what about the women? Aren't you supposed to be better? You have to understand that.
You're supposed to be better than women?
In other words, meaning if I'm correcting you, why are you picking up on somebody else when I'm dealing with you directly? There's no need for me to talk to Sharon when I'm talking to PhD. There's no need for me to do that. I'm talking to you. Why are you bringing up Sharon? He ain't here. Now, when I talk to Sharon, I'll talk to Sharon. So when we're talking to men, for you to sit here and say, not you mean, I'm saying men, for men to sit here and say, but what about her? Brother, are you kidding me? You want to be the king, you want to be the czar, the president, whatever names they're calling themselves today. You want to be all these things, but when it comes to accountability and responsibility, you want it to be parsed out equally. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. At the end of the day, if you're going to tell her that she needs to submit to you, then that means a lot of the accountability responsibility falls on you, period. So people keep thinking that being a husband is an entitlement. It's a service.
And also, I want to say for the people that's on the vertical side that cannot click the link, I also have a horizontal side where the link is pinned to the top and you could click that link. Shout out to the 100 and some odd people that's in the building, back and forth. I appreciate y'all. Hit the like, hit the share. And if you have something that you want to get off your chest, I have a discussion about. We are friendly folks here, and you can have a conversation with us.
And if you're watching from my Facebook over there, come on over to YouTube, okay? So you could join the panel if you like to. Okay.
And let me say this before I dip set. Let me say this. One thing I watch you guys as you speak, and there's one thing I watch the men that have integrity, character, and have direction. The one thing I seen Eda Man do is he writes things down. So that means he's actively listening to what's being said. He's not just waiting for you to finish and then just jump in. And for you brothers out there, right? For you brothers that are listening, again, I'm nothing, dog. I'm a filthy rag just like you. I'm nothing. I'm trying to get it right. I sin just like you. I mess up like you. But here's the difference. You see there's no pushback from the women? As soon as you guys come up, there's always argument and banter. So maybe I need to work on your presentation and understanding. Doesn't mean that we don't check women. Doesn't mean that we don't correct women. There's a presentation in which you do it that's palatable. So it's not a testimony or a test on the student. It's a test on the teacher to be able to give something to someone to receive it. That's the point. They may disagree with me. They may. Not everyone agrees with everything Bolo says, but there's a respect that's given because it's received. You guys don't have it. So before you start pointing the finger at people, look in the mirror, dog. That's what the Father says. When that one finger pointing at PH Diva or Bomb Cherry, there's 3 pointed at you. So start with yourself first. And with that, I'm going to say thank you guys for allowing me up here. I love you all. Have a blessed day.
And Bolo, before you go, that's why, damn, Bolo, hopefully you still watching.
You knew he was gone.
That's why whenever I address these Rim brothers, it's like this. I make sure all the fingers is pointed at me.
All of them. All they fault. And we got to stop also making it seem like all these men are hurt. All these men are not hurt. A lot of these men just want to hurt others because they aren't successful or aren't where they think they should be. Nobody hurt them in a lot of cases. Okay.
Yeah, that's very true. A lot of them are gathering hurt from other men's experience, and that is what they are running their pain off of. Like we have a young man, I'm pretty sure, it could be an older man, I'm not sure, but it seems like it's a gentleman from the West Coast, 9285. It seemed like he has some things that he wants to say as well. You are more than welcome, my brother. We can have a discussion. You see what I did there, Bolo? The Village? You're on mute, by the way.
I didn't see it. Tell me what you did.
So you know, you said when you pointing your finger at somebody, you got 3 pointing back at you.
100.
And so me, when I'm speaking to the Rim brothers, Bolo,
you got 3 pointing at you?
No, I use all my fingers to point.
So I came back up. I came back up because Prism said something. I would love to have the conversation with Prism because I don't run from it.
Prism?
Yeah, Prism said something. She said that she's glad that I dropped. She says she don't respect. Come up. Let's have the conversation. Let's have the conversation.
Ooh, sound like crickets to me.
So I'm going to stay here for 5 minutes and see if she hits the link, and then we can have that conversation.
But she did say some valid things in the chat, you know, as far
I
as...
didn't say she didn't say anything valid. I want to know why you don't respect me. Come up here and let's talk about me. I don't speak about nobody else, Bomb Cherry. I speak toward Polo. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm sure she does. There was one time she was up there with Izzy and she said a whole lot of stuff that made sense. Whole lot of stuff. You know, but when you start calling out my name is my name. You feel what I'm saying? So if you have an issue with me, let's address it. Let's not speak in general. Let's speak specific.
But, well, but you was talking in general, I thought. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like you expecting the women to do something that even most of these men won't do, right? Prison might be at work, or, you know, not available to come up.
Say that.
I get that, but I don't think she was saying she disrespect you personally, but
no,
I think she was.
She did. That's why I came back up. If it was a general, listen, again, I don't expect anyone always to like me, but if you have a problem with my talking point, let's get up here and talk about it. You don't know me personally. You dig what I'm saying? So if you have a problem with my talking point or the point that I'm making, I have no problem with discussing it. I have no issue with it. Right? Now, if you're
I know Pan got a problem. Pan got a problem because he came up here just for you.
Well, I got
Hold on,
Bum. Wait a minute. You don't tell me to hold on. What the fuck? Anyway, what I'm saying is there's a lot of us who have a problem with the religious talking points, right? And because they're not really helpful to a lot of people who've been down the road. But I'm not, you know, I don't disrespect because they do have people who believe in that nonsense. You know what I'm saying? And but if it helped their life is a good thing. Anything that help your life is a good thing.
Sure, do me a favor. Can you do me a favor? I'm sorry, Bomb Cherry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that, you know, that so there are men and women in the chat who just don't believe in the religious thing. And if you go back and listen to yourself, you was all like you referred to women as bird.
I didn't refer to women. No, the dude that
he was addressing what the guy that was interviewing Lucky.
Right. No, I get that. But then when he came up,
I don't address women as birds. I said that the men that address women as birds,
Yeah.
when you go out there and you have a bird in your home that you call a bird, then the problem is you. It's not her. She was what she was before you met her. So now, if you highlight Sharon with Real Prism said,
and you mentioned that women can go in this, your wife can go into this meeting, and because nobody worried about it, she damn near invisible that she could get information.
Invincible, not invisible. There's
you ain't used the word invisible, but you said nobody's worrying about it. They're not even caring about it. Like that means essentially she's moving because she's invisible. I know I used the word invisible. You didn't, but
invincible. I use it.
And I'm assuming you wanted this one to be pulled up?
Yes, sir. The point that I'm making, Bomb Cherry, is this. If I understand there's certain rooms and corridors that me as a man, I can't go in. Okay? There's certain rooms and doors that women can. I understand that. I don't fight with that. Okay?
You mean the bathroom?
No.
Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. Before
I'm sorry,
I'm not trolling. What room can a woman or a man can't go into?
Hold on.
Based on their gender. Besides that,
it's not about.
It's a metaphorical room.
Metaphorical state.
Yeah, so it's a make-believe room. Okay.
No, it's a perception thing.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I want to see, because Pan came up when Bolo came. He left when Bolo came. He came back up when Bolo came. It seemed like he might have something to address with Bolo. And Bolo said he got 5 minutes to address anybody that want to address his.
But I thought I would dress, so we can't mind nothing because I'm a woman. I can't mind nothing.
No.
So we gotta let the men mind it. So I gotta sit to the side because I'm just a little old woman who was minding some shit.
Right, little lady.
Right. I gotta sit my ass to the side. Ain't that some shit?
So let's get right to
it.
It
happens
though,
a lot,
please.
but I'm pointing
Okay,
out this side.
sit to the side on mute.
It'll be brief. It'll be brief.
Mom's gonna whoop all our asses later.
Go ahead. And Sharon, thanks for having me back up. I got a phone call, but my only question to Bolo is, you as a Haitian, why you not in Haiti giving advice to the Haitian men, holding the Haitian men accountable for making your ancestral nation a shithole that the Haitian women and the Haitian children had to abandon because they find it to be uninhabitable?
That's a good question. There's no government there. I ain't trying to get kidnapped.
Oh, so you're afraid of those men?
Yeah.
So you're afraid of those men? You won't hold those Haitian men accountable?
Hold on,
You
brother.
just come to the U.S. and talk shit?
No, they have internet the same way I do. If they want to hear Bolo, they can hear me on my channel or Sharon's channel.
Oh, I get it. So you ran away and you won't hold your Haitian countrymen accountable.
Hold on, let me try to set it up for you. Hold on,
Why
Pam.
are you here?
You gotta let them be able to answer in full.
Thank you.
Don't just jump in, please.
So
you can have action back and forth.
When you're dealing with dudes that don't understand it, listen, at the end of the day, there's no government there. There's no stability over there. So for me to go over there and land in Port-au-Prince and get kidnapped by cats that ain't trying to hear truth, that's something you should be doing. Are you doing it? Are you in Haiti doing that?
I'm not Haitian. You're Haitian. So back to the focal point. You won't hold Sharon. Regulate him so I can respond. Regulate him so I can respond.
Brother, respond.
Watch how brief my response is. So what you're saying is you are afraid to hold Haitian men accountable for making your ancestral nation a shithole, but you come to the U.S. where you find it to be safe and you talk shit to American men on the internet. I get it.
I was born in the U.S.
That means your family fled, right? Your family fled Haiti, never to return, right?
Let me explain to you, brother.
Yes, let's hear it.
Don't be emotional and cut me off. I'm gonna give
No,
you.
I'm not emotional at all.
Hold
Let's
on,
have a
Pam.
logical dialogue as men.
Let them answer, Pam. Let them answer.
At the end of the day, truth stands wherever it stands. I'm here right now, so I'm gonna give the information here. Okay, I send food back to my people. I do all of that, and if they need to be corrected, they're corrected. I don't need to justify my correction to you. At the end of the day, you hear it. That's why you came to talk to me. I didn't come to talk to you. You came to talk to me. And it's so funny that when people come out to do the right thing, to uplift, to speak and correct, all these dudes that got all these names, Pan, melodicism, all these dudes that are theologians, all these dudes that have all these books that sit up on top of their shelves come out now. Right? But when you sit back and say, well, where were you? Where are you? You got a channel? How come you ain't on yours talking about what good the black man here should be doing or what wrong they're doing? How come you not doing it? You come to check me? I'm a little old dude on here. I only got about 2,100 people. I'm nothing. I'm a little spectrum on a big blip. So I really came up to address Prism.
Yes, you're rambling now. Watch how brief my response is. Watch how brief my
You
response is.
can't talk
Brother,
to
you're being
Prism you in the
sassy.
chat without a
Bomb Cherry,
woman.
please calm down. Let me
I'm
cook him a little bit more.
up
Let me
here
cook him a little bit more, sis.
and have Prism's
All
back.
right, go
You
ahead.
know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. Like you came
Yes,
back up
ma'am.
and approached.
But let me cook him up a little bit. I'm making a Haitian shish kebab right now. I'm making a Haitian shish kebab right now.
Yes, sir. Go
The
ahead.
point is this: you said men need to hold other men accountable. My
Absolutely.
question is, why aren't you, as a Haitian, holding your fellow Haitian men accountable for literally turning your nation into a shithole that the women of Haiti and the children of Haiti have to abandon?
I hold all men accountable. When we speak specifically to Haiti and having conversations, we talk about the slavery that they never rebounded from. Do you know the history of Haiti, brother?
Yes, I know you ran away from there, so let's get to that part.
I ran away from there. I was never born there.
Yes, your family abandoned Haiti. Let's get to that part.
I was never born
Brother,
there.
you're 52 years old. You can't afford to fly back to Haiti?
I can buy you right now.
Okay, so let's get back to the focal point. If you could buy a plane ticket to Haiti, why haven't you gone to fix your country?
Because I'm not going back to a place with no.
Oh, so it's fuck them. I get it. Fuck Haiti. I understand.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
So let me address what Bomb Cherry said. Okay, when you have a person,
Yeah, you got to run. I get it.
I don't run, brother. I run too.
You ran from Haiti just like your family did, respectfully.
Can you mute him for a second, please, Sharon?
Yeah, run to the moderator.
Pam, we trying to have a conversation, and also live. Good day, sir. Oh, ma'am.
Oh, hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing today?
We doing well. I'm just making sure you're a real person and somebody I want to add to the conversation.
Well, yeah, I saw you guys were having some interesting topics, so I just decided to come on.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. This is your first time being here?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna trust you, so that means you're not gonna turn on your camera and do nothing crazy, right?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, Bolo.
Okay. Thank you, brother. Okay, so one, let me address this. I'm not a religious person. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? So again, it may seem like these talking points are religious. I just deal with the scriptures. I don't deal with religion. You never heard me claim one. Now, pertaining to certain conversations, to Bomb Cherry making a statement, she said, you can't really have a conversation with someone that's in the chat. I agree to a certain extent, Bomb Cherry, and let me explain to you why. You have a woman that, and again, I'm not one to divulge conversations, but I'm going to do it today. Today, we're going to divulge them. Okay, so let's pull out receipts today. All right. You have a woman that I have spoken.
Let's slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
They said, buy spiritual trespasser is $20 big photo. Sheesh. Ooh, that is
And Sharon, can I say this before I drop down? I'm gonna drop down, but thanks for having me up. And I want to say this respectfully.
Not yet.
My bad, go ahead.
Also, shout out to another Cash App. I'm not going to say your name, but it says for the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Sheesh. So it's $20 to bring back Bolo, so he can maintain this conversation. That is up to y'all. Also, hold on. I have another person that's my first time seeing them here. Let me make sure that it is a real person before we go to live. She's going to be able to tell us what she got going on her mind. And also we have California Soul. Good day, California Soul. How you doing?
How you guys doing today, man? Thanks for having me on. This is West Coast from the chat.
Thank you. I appreciate you for stopping by. We're going to have a good, nice conversation, I believe. All right, so we're going to start with, Pan, you could say your final thoughts.
Okay, sorry, thank you, and I appreciate you having me back up. This is the Achilles heel of the Tava. When you ask them how you got all this advice for us, but you won't go fix your country of origin. Now, Bolo literally just said that men need to hold other men accountable, but then he said that he's afraid to go to Haiti to hold Haitian men accountable because he's afraid Haitian men will kidnap his bitch ass. So, with all due respect, we have to start muting these Tavas and cut them out of our convos. But thanks for having me up. Much love to the whole panel.
Peace.
Bye, mulatto. With your
All right.
messy ass.
So Bolo,
Ain't he?
and Polo say he's gonna patiently wait. If anybody want to bring him back, that is up to you. We're gonna go to live. Good day, live. What is your thoughts? Talk to us.
Well, I don't have any. I don't want to talk anything in general. I was just like here in the background, and if you guys had a topic or want to ask me a question about
Okay,
anything,
next.
Hold on, Bob. Okay, so
I mean, she said she ain't got nothing to talk about.
hold on, Bob.
Bob, Bob mad at us. Hey, Bob, we sorry, Bob. Bob, we sorry. Forgive us, Bob. We sorry. Bob.
That's hilarious.
Hold on. This her first time here. She got to get adjusted. Everybody's not adjusted to speak on a big platform.
That was ruthless.
Let her get some time. All right, so live, you can jump in, get in when you fit in. Don't be afraid to talk. As you can see, we are people that express themselves. Don't be afraid to speak. It is all good. Okay, live?
okay, thanks for the
Don't be
confirmation.
scared. You can stay and get in when you don't be scared. Speak your mind, girl. You have a voice here. Welcome to the show, California Soul. What's your thoughts?
Hey, thanks for having me on, y'all. I just wanted to talk about a little bit what I was talking about earlier in the chat. So, I'm sitting here, I'm listening to a lot of really smart people talk about making a lot of really good points. And my issue is that all of the points tend to point towards men's responsibilities instead of understanding that men need to make an adjustment in our strategy and how we're doing things. The reality is that we're in a society that kills 1.5 million of our, I don't want to say it all, but of that every year for, the terms. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. And that's, we took out a quarter of our generation. Women did. That number alone is astounding. Most of those children, too, those are black children. My wife is from Africa. My children are black. I go through a lot of my own shit. And I could only imagine having a society putting pressure on you constantly to be one way. And that way is selfish. We encourage women to act on their worst, lowest common denominator thoughts. And it plays out in society, man. And we look at the way these children are being raised these days. It plays out. It's not a biblical structure that we're living by. The Bible tells us women are supposed to submit to their men. We are the Christ head of our home. On the same hand, it also tells us it's better for us to live under the corner of of the roof of our house than to live with a quarrelsome woman. And at the end of the day, most of our women are being trained to be quarrelsome and selfish. So I think the more responsibility you put on men, when we already maintain the society that they live in, they won't have these desk jobs that their college degrees enable them to have unless we continue to maintain roads, highways, bridges, electricity. And they don't, none of this is accepted or acknowledged in society. And it plays out. And you wonder why we have so many angry young men? That's it right there. The answer isn't a red pill, it's Christ. And I just will leave it at there if anyone has any thoughts.
Okay, that's a good reason.
I got a lot of thoughts.
I think everybody hold on. I think everybody would want to attack that point. That is I like.
I can't hear you, brother. I'm sorry, man.
I'm glad that you was able to have that full thought out because I believe we have a lot of people that's willing to attack that point. But let me just do a couple of things. They want to have a conversation about what you just said. So first of all,
don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Go ahead, PhD, bro.
Bridget M7, $20. That was rude. Bring Bolo back.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow the Titan Wasp, $20. Bring Bolo back. All right, Bolo. Rogue C, $54.77, $2. The Bible says submit to one's husband, not ninjas.
Damn. I guess Bola, if you would like to jump in, they want you to
Did I
come back.
insinuate vengeance?
Thank you.
That's the main question.
So let me say this, man.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Shit, it's Bolo not coming back.
If we're not insinuating vengeance, then I don't see what her comment's about. There's always a bunch of that.
Hold on, California. So they dropped another 40 to so they erased the 40. So they dropped Bola again.
God damn.
I know Eda Man wanted to address what California Soul wanted to say. So we're gonna go there. First, I'm gonna read the super chat. Eda Man is going to respond to you, California. Give me 1 second. Go ahead. I mean, Steven, that was crazy.
Rogue C, 54.77, $5. Most men have a God complex and don't follow a higher power. Right? It's amazing to me how they all become theologians and biblical scholars when it comes to, what women need to be doing in relationships, and only what women need to be doing in relationships.
Yeah, because we don't carry society and create everything that they live in, for sure. It's not a God complex. Like, and then the answer is to what? How about we abort
Hello.
another million children? That's a good answer, right?
Well, so hello, sir. You said
California Soul white or black?
I'm Mexican.
Oh, boy, shut up.
So it's a
Oh
lot
my
of
God,
interesting.
woman, stop it.
It's a lot of interesting things that you said. So first of all, do you believe that men are influencing or asking women to do self-deletions? I mean, not self-deletions, baby deletions.
No, actually, I think that's comes from a very particular. Religiously, it only comes from one particular small-headed culture that we can't, talk about on here. That's the only religion that has abortion that's legal within their religion. Islam doesn't, Christianity doesn't,
No,
the
no, no.
others don't.
I'm talking about at a relationship level when these men are impregnating these women that they don't want.
Yes.
That when you start looking at
Yes.
who's behind it, you do think it's the man that
I
impregnated
would
her,
say
right?
I would say you live in a society that is majority dominated thanks to the court system by women who are, and our education system that are dominated by women that tells women it's not a matter of men telling women they need to have abortions. By large, men don't agree with abortions. It's women telling women they can stay independent, they'll live better, they'll have more freedom, and it's your preference. So
But
why not?
that's what I'm saying. That's the lie. The lie is that men, when they get these women that they don't want, quote unquote, to have babies by
Hmm.
pregnant, they are the heavily influenced. Go to the clinic. What do you think these women are getting the $300 from? What do you think? Like I'm telling
That'd
you,
be the
the point.
government run by women
No,
generally in these social
Don't pay for
systems.
abortion.
If I go
it's
into a
not.
welfare office right now, brother, it's going to be
Government.
mostly
No, hold
women in
on.
there.
So hold on. But then my second thing is men, when they bring up the Bible, they always talk about that women should submit. Why do we never mention as men the scripture right above it that says submit to one another?
Because that's a part of submission. Submitting is submitting to your wife as one another. A woman submitting to her man in the form of him being the Christ head in their family is biblical. That goes into the power structure of everything. If we're going into Christianity and you want to talk about historical Christianity, we can definitely get into that. I'm Orthodox. I have no
I
problem
I
talking
got
about
you.
that
Hello,
with
but
you.
listen. It's a reason the Bible was constructed where it says submit to one another before it gave women the commandment to submit. So
Yes, yes, you are
it
submitting to
pre.
your
Hold on.
woman.
I
Okay,
got you, brother.
go
I'm gonna
ahead,
let
bro.
you
Go ahead,
respond
man. I ain't
in
gonna cut you
full.
off. Go ahead.
I want you to get your full thought.
Of
But
course.
it says that they must submit. So if the man is not submitted to the woman and the woman is not submitted to the man, that means that the woman do not have to submit to him because the first commandment of y'all submit to one another for God. And he actually pulled God into that six submit out of the reverence of God. It teaches you that the submission have nothing to do with the woman. It actually have to do with the men not submitting to one another as the wife. So it's a control submission thing that the problem is, not an individual level submission on the woman's side.
Okay, let's start with them one at a time here. Your presupposition is that men are basically responsible because men are impregnating women. I believe the men that are impregnating women and abandoning them are responsible for their children. That's the reality. You're not the Bible doesn't tell you have children, abandon them, be fruitful, multiply, and cast them to the wind. Okay. For starts, the other issue that we're talking about here is this: the presupposition and the idea that men are by and large making decisions to break up their families. If you look at statistics, 65% of marriages end in divorce. 70% of those are initiated by women. It's 90% when they're college educated, because the reality is that women are having children later in life, making decisions later in life. They're getting desperate. They're going through college. They're becoming 28, 29, 30 years old, and they're trying to meet a guy. And guys don't want to deal with a woman that's going to be quarrelsome, naggy, and tell them things that realistically don't line up with actual values that build your society. That's like, you look at what's happening in our schools, it plays out clearly. We are neutering our children in mass, up until recently at least. And that wasn't done by men. That wasn't pushed by men. You look at a majority of those people, those are white and small-hatted women. You feel me?
All
Like,
right, so hold on. So I'm glad you mentioned that because the biggest problem we have in this space is that we complain about the women we don't want. As you being a married man and I'm being a married man, what we did is we vetted out the women that did not qualify. It's the same thing with Sharon, and we married. So if that's the case, if my wife was out there, your wife was out there, Sharon's wife was out there, if all of these men are using wisdom to be able to vet and not deal with these quote unquote undesirable women that you're talking about, isn't it the men have a vetting problem, not the women that's on the market?
I would agree with you from the perspective that we learn how to choose our women based on our mothers, and that's the reality of it. And we've been programmed since 1960 to basically treat men as, oh, like look at every sitcom. The husband is always a stupid, bumbling doofus that doesn't know what he's doing. He makes mistakes. Oh, the mom's this strong, whoop-de-whoop. That's where we're getting this from. You are getting the emasculization of men within our country. That's why you have, so many other cultures able to come in and dominate, because ours is treated as less here in America, at least. That's every man here. That's Mexican, white, Asian, etc. Black man, everything, brother. And so my point is this goes back to the women in regards to my grandmother. I'll give you an example, personal one. My grandmother had a divorce. She divorced my grandfather and moved on. My mother did the same thing. My family will not do the same thing because I won't go into the same pool and make the same mistakes like I did. I went overseas. I met a woman in the Gambia. We dated. I love her. I brought her over here. We have 3 great children,
But
She
see,
ain't
but
gonna divorce
hold
him
on.
for that green card. Oh,
But no, hold on. But we got see the problem with your whole
My green
point
card,
is
I'm
that
legal.
Hold on, 1 second. Don't
No,
go on the
her green
squirrel.
card.
Hold
The
on,
white green
wait.
card.
1 second, guys. The problem with your analogy, you, Sharon, was raised in this world, and we still made wise decisions because we did it. So it'd be different if we had men that did not have examples of a successful marriage in this world. What it shows is you have 2 different types of men. You got the men who can vet and process and get the woman that they want, and you have the men that just complain about it and deep down desire want these women. So what it shows is if we can actually change the men that have problems with vetting the women correctly and actually bring them to our side to vet these women correctly, it gives us the ability to have better results in family.
yeah, but
In
he's
the
not
chat
gonna
earlier, I
understand
just want
that.
to say
Wait a
one
minute,
thing
he's not
really
gonna
quick.
understand that
All
because
right, go
he had
ahead.
to go out of the country to get his wife, right? The reason he knows she ain't gonna divorce him because if she do, she gotta leave the country, right? And so, even man, just because a man is married doesn't mean he's equal to you and Sharon and those of you who are married. And y'all got to stop doing that, right? Because we listening to what this man is saying. And so he believed in what he's saying. He's placing blame on his grandmother who
No,
divorced his.
what I'm
You
placing
place
blame
blame
on
on
is
your
a
grandmother
society.
for
No, you're
divorcing,
trying to say
but
I'm
you
placing.
won't
No, what I'm
listen.
stating is
Let
I'm
him
breaking a
finish it. You'll get a chance
generational
to
negative
respond.
thing that's
You'll get a
pushed in
chance to
our culture.
respond.
You ain't got to talk about
Hold
my
on,
grandma, my abuelita,
California.
or
You
crazy
mention
like
your
California.
that.
Hold
grandmother.
on,
Yeah.
California. You'll get a chance to respond. You'll get a chance to respond.
Right, so
Yeah.
he blamed his grandmother, and now he's
hmm
angry at me for mentioning that he blamed his grandmother.
No,
You
what
know
I
what I
did
mean?
is I brought up the fact that
You mentioned that
That's
she
okay, bro.
she
divorced your
participated in
grandfather.
something that
Let
I'm
her finish.
breaking.
You'll
That's the
get a chance
point.
to answer in full. You'll get a chance to answer in full. Just let her finish her full thought, so you can get your full thought because we can't hear
Yeah.
when
All
y'all
right. All right.
Right. And he gave up some good points that even back then there was divorce, right? I have a grandmother who divorced
I
one
did
man.
not say that way back when. That started in the
When your
60s.
grandmother, we
The
know you mean
60s.
back then during your grandmother time. Now
Yes,
listen,
that's
I don't
the
know
last
why y'all
100
you
years.
men
Women haven't
have
been
to
able to
think that your
divorce
words
until
are
the
the
last
only
100
thing that
years.
you're
This is a new
conveying. With
phenomenon.
your
Women
words,
having
you are
control like
saying
Slow
this
down,
is new.
California.
this
Slow
It's
is
not.
down.
This isn't
ridiculous.
like
Let me
something that's been
hold
going
on.
on for
These
300
Mexican
years.
Ladies,
motherfuckers,
hold
right?
on, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. let her finish the thought, so this way so she could finish her thought and you can answer. But if you keep
All right, I'll mute
interrupting,
myself.
she ain't gonna
I'll mute
never get a
myself so I
chance.
can listen.
Hold on, California. If we keep interrupting, she ain't gonna never get a chance to finish. You're just gonna argue with each other. That's so we can hear both sides of the argument. Because this is not an echo chamber here. We do not silence either side. Whether you Mexican, black, white, man, or woman, both parties are going to be able to hear their voice out. So please allow her to finish her thought, and she's going to allow you to finish your thought. Let's try to keep the argument. So both people want to hear both sides of the argument, and it is okay. Go ahead, Bomb Cherry.
Right, because I mean, he did say that men are taught how to choose women incorrectly based on their mothers and grandmothers. Like, these are things that he said, and now he want to act like he didn't say them. You mentioned your grandmother getting divorced, right? And then you said your great-grand, these people got divorced, and you say it's not going to happen in your family, as if you could control that. And you could, right? If you treat your wife well and treat your family well, hopefully that don't happen. Right? So I'm not for nor against divorce. It is something that maybe some people need. But it seems like the men don't like that because y'all want to control women. Even though a lot of men are the ones who divorce women. Right? Like, you separate from women without actually doing the paperwork. You go and cheat. You make families with other women. You're doing all kinds of things. And yet you angry because paper-wise, the woman decided to go and get an actual divorce so she could move on with her life.
Perfect spot. Go ahead, California Soul.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm trying to cut y'all off earlier. She makes good points, bringing up that I brought up my grandmother, and that I did bring up my grandmother. However, I did not insult my grandmother in the way that she's kind of doing. So I'd like to state that first. Second off, earlier in the chat, I got called red pill. And the thing about red pill is that red pill is a descriptive packet of information. It doesn't actually solve anything. It's just a descriptive packet. And with the gentleman, also part of the reason I was frustrated is it's hard to debate two people at once. So just give me a break a little bit here. The gentleman earlier that was referring to me said, men are making these decisions to do this. Okay, well, let's look at the numbers. Look at dating apps. That's a great way to have statistical information on how women are choosing their partners. 80% of women date the same 15% of men on dating apps. 80% date the same 15%. So it's a small percentage of men that are doing this, let's be real, F-boy behavior. You understand what I'm saying? Where they're leaving their women out, they're leaving their family out. That does exist. Nobody agrees with that. And I think there's this never-ending push. Oh, men are so bad. No one said submission means slavery. That's two completely different things. And I think that's something our society has conflated for the advantage of misandry, for the advantage of hating men. It's easier to create a society where you just denigrate your men, push them down, and you're uplifting yourself above equality. Feminism and these things don't equal equality, man. Like 80% dating the same 15%, but all men are responsible. No, that's a tiny percentage. By the other numbers, statistically, women divorce men. They're the main initiators of divorce. 25% of men are raising children that are not their own. And there's some crazy statistics out here right now. Women have no duties and responsibilities. And if duties and responsibilities equal slavery, you need to readjust what you're thinking of, because that's why our society is going down. This is why men are being trained by women that are not. Hold on, let me just get my full thought out.
Hold on, California, but I want you to hold on. So this way, I want to make it fair so everybody can have a way to respond to, right? So try to condense it so she can actually respond to some of the points, because you make too many. Then
I'm trying to debate two people. Please bear with me.
We went to we understand it's your first time here. We enjoy having words being the verbal combat, so it's all good. You fine. So, but what I want you to do is condense it. You will be able to get a chance to respond, but you got to also give a chance for the other person to respond, so we can have the conversation. Right now, it's just y'all two. You don't got to worry about somebody else jumping in at the meantime. So,
okay, cool. Yeah, I was just stating that.
Let her get a chance to respond.
I'll just try to keep it bullet point here. 80% of women date 15% of men on dating apps. 65% of divorces are initiated by women. And then that number, or excuse me, 65% of marriages end in divorce. 70% of those are initiated by women. That number jumps to 90% when they're college educated. Our birth rate is down because all we do is encourage women to care about themselves, go to school, party, get ran through, and it doesn't encourage it. We, as a society, women and men, I agree, have to pull together to address this issue. But the issue isn't telling men that we have more responsibilities. It's telling women that their responsibilities and teaching them what their duties are. Women are the gatekeepers to sex. So if you
Okay,
have a
that's a good
lock
spot.
that can get opened by 1,000 keys, it's a trash lock.
Okay,
You
good
know,
place
it's
to
that
end it.
that's the
Let her
reality.
respond. Okay, let her respond. Go ahead,
Okay.
Bone.
Yeah,
I
go for
went
it.
through all the.
Oh, go ahead, PhD. You got it.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you got it.
No,
You're
I didn't
gonna
have
say
to.
it better than me
One
because
of
you
y'all
want
got to do it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, PH.
No, I'm good. I was
Oh.
actually just thinking to myself out loud. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was off of mute.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Because I
She pulled
I
the
was just
knee.
gonna say, I was gonna say that these men, these red pill men, right? They always go to sex. The women that you don't like, just don't mess with them. You got a wife already. I don't even know why you even in the conversation of single people getting together. And ladies, listen, stop letting these men think that they could tell you how to move.
So she's not addressing anything I said.
Yeah,
Cool.
so what I am addressing what you said. I'm just not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the
Yeah, you're
people who are
talking over
listening
me
to
while we're debating for sure.
Well,
That's a
I'm
good
not
idea.
debating with you. I
Hold
don't
on. So hold
debate
on.
with ignorance.
I want to address what he said because it's BS.
Go
I
ahead.
address it. So here's the thing. So this whole divorce rate, so it's just not something that we need to be preaching when we trying to get young men to get married. Divorce doesn't have anything to do with marriage. Divorce is divorce. It's its
Divorce is
own.
a huge
It's its
risk.
own.
Dude, it's a
It's its
risk for
own.
men, not women.
I got you, my brother. It's its own entity, and we are going to, especially if you are a believer, you should not be having this goddamn this fear mentality to be worrying about some damn divorce. You should be worried about and focusing on how to move marriages forward. That's number one. Number
Yes, which
two,
is by
this
teaching
idea
women
that
duties and
women
responsibilities.
I got you. The idea that women are initiating divorces doesn't have anything to do with it. The men are not holding up their part of the bargain because women, they are in danger when they stay in a marriage. So a man could separate himself from a woman and go and date. But a woman, if she separates from her man or her husband, she cannot go out and date.
What's
So
the
when
rates of domestic
they
violence
separate,
amongst
in a
LGBTQ? Because it's
relationship,
worse
a
amongst
woman,
lesbians than
if
anyone
they
else. So
separate
this belief
in
that
that,
men and
they
women are hurting each other
got
isn't
you,
Why are
true.
you cutting him off, sir?
Hold
We
on,
let you talk.
I got y'all. So if a woman separates from her man because he's cheating or whatever the case is, she has to get a divorce from him because no man is going to ever take her serious as long as she's still quote unquote married. That's just to name two of the things that you said. And for the educated women, educated men and women, when they are both equal, making money, and they both educate, they actually stay with each other the most. Those are
Not
the
true.
most, they stay with each other the longest, and the stats also prove that as well.
Please pull those stats. I'd love to hear that because the reality is that educated people are not reproducing and they're not living full out marriages just the same as everyone else. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the richest woman in the world being the result of a divorce. Most of the richest
But
women in
count.
the world are the result of divorce. The reality is men, we do so much. We're the majority of the creators of our economy. We generate that. So if you're telling men that okay, we need to work, take care of children, please our wives, do all these things, that's the minimum. We already do that. You're telling men to do what we already do. The issue is that women have no duties and responsibilities, and you're pushing aside divorce as if that doesn't mean anything. Divorce is a huge thing. I just said literally richest guy in the world got divorced and his wife just became a billionaire. She became a billionaire through that. So you can lose half your stuff. You can go to jail in New York for having children that aren't even yours, for raising children that aren't even yours, and women
But it
holding you
wasn't his
responsible for
stuff.
that.
It was
I
their
We
gotta
live in a
stuff.
stop
okay.
jumping in. I got it, y'all. I have it. Please, I want to have a conversation. It's okay. I understand he's on with his first time here. He don't understand how it goes. We got to be able to cook people up by their words. It's okay that he's saying a lot of things. We understand that a lot of red pill men say these, regurgitate things without actually doing any information check on what they're saying. They heard
I've done
somebody else
tons of
say it,
research. That's
and
a
then
little
they just go ahead and
disrespectful, bro.
repeat it.
Come on now.
And so when we are just, all you have
Disingenuous
to do
argument.
is look up the stats yourself and see that when a
Please.
man and woman, especially when they meet each other at a higher educated level, they stay with each other at an 80% clip.
What's that? What's the average? Okay, let's pull that up. No, let's go ahead and pull the Pew Research up
Hold
on
on.
that.
You see how I don't
Please, hold
interrupt
on.
you. You're gonna have to learn how to allow somebody else to speak as well. Because also, so for the brand new people as well, you also we do have bounties where if people don't want to hear you, they could pay $20 to drop you for 15 minutes. You have to pay to get yourself on, and you keep on interrupting me. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen to you very shortly. So what I'm saying is that so you gotta let people have the conversation with you and not just jump in and think that you have authority over somebody else. So again, you have to look up the information as well, not just spew out information that you heard some famous red pillar say. So you are incorrect with your information, and all we are doing is correcting it. And you just need to learn how to concede once you figure out for yourself that the information that you have is
I mean,
wrong.
I can give you the stats right here from the Center for Divorce and Education. It's 40%. So 40% of your fucking divorces are happening with educated people. Does that make it a good rate? Basically, half of your marriages, just about,
So read
are
the
going to
stat.
happen.
So
So
read
the
the stat.
reality is
Put
we
the
go
stat in
through
that.
this.
Hold
You
on.
call me
Slow down.
uneducated, and
Slow
then you
down,
cut
my
me off.
brother.
You
Slow
call me
down.
uneducated, but I
Hold on.
addressed your
Slow down.
statistical issues.
Slow down. Slow down. Put the
Nah, you
stat.
can't talk
Hold
over
on.
people and then be
Hold
like, "Oh,
on.
calm down and
Hold
gaslight people." You got to
on.
let me get my
Hold on.
point off,
You have
brother.
to be able to you getting your point out, please.
I had
So what
2
I'm saying
minutes
is
to address something. You guys have 5-minute dialogues, and I got 2 minutes.
California.
You can just mute me if you want, bro. I know what you're gonna
Slow
do.
down. Exactly. So you know I'm not muting you because I want you to just have the conversation. I want you to discuss it, right? So
Then I have to be able to speak a whole
I can
sentence,
drop you
bro.
whenever I want to, right? I can
Sharon,
do
can I
that.
say
I'm
something
not
to
doing
him?
that. So again, so that shows that I am
You are
tempting
cutting
to
me
have
off
a
multiple times the past couple
conversation with
times because
you.
you're uncomfortable with my points,
Trying to
is what
get
it
you,
is.
your point is not bothering me. What I'm
Okay.
trying to get you to understand, put that stat in a bat so we can read it. Now you could go ahead and move on with your life. Go ahead.
Well, Sharon, can I say something to him? Because I have a lot of points. I'm sorry. I just want to say, look, California, I align with a lot of your viewpoints.
So
but Sharon he is fair with the conversation, and you are cutting people off.
Shut the fuck
I just
up.
want to put that up.
Hold on, y'all. Mr. Work was just trying to get California to understand that I'm not going to do what he thinks
I just need to be cut off a bunch, right?
It's okay. It's a tough discussion. I get it.
Can I please get 1 point off here to back what I was saying earlier with my stats here? 65 to 75% of women file divorce. They are the ones that file divorce. It's literally multiple. Dude, I have multiple affinity psychological. Dude, like, what are we talking about here, bro?
Okay, so
90
now when you
among college-educated men, where it can reach 90%.
1 point at a time.
Reasons include feeling less satisfied.
Okay, so let's address that 1 point. So now, women that are initiating divorce, that means what to you?
That means that you basically have women that are deciding that their duties and responsibilities in the household are not worth it. They're cutting off.
Okay,
they're
so
deciding their duties and responsibilities to God, their family, their children don't matter anymore. And it plays out in the way society's going. You keep downgrading what they do and their effect on this, and you're only going to make it worse for everyone. That's the reality.
So now if a woman is not being her husband's not doing the correct things in her marriage, what should she do?
I mean, there's multiple things to do. You're supposed to go to the church, you go to psychologists, you go to your community, you go to family. That's the reason why women are supposed to vet men as hard as men vet women. It takes two to tango, bro. It takes two to have a children.
Hold on, slow down. So now when she does all those things and nothing changed in a relationship, what should that woman do?
The Bible is very clear. If a man is abusive to his woman, you guys are making very valid points in saying, oh, if a man is abusing his wife, she's supposed to leave him, especially if he won't change. That's very clear.
Hold on, please. Nobody said anything about
yes,
abusing him.
People brought up domestic violence earlier. She did earlier, brought up domestic violence, said men are trying to control women and harm them. Come on.
Hold on. I am communicating with
categorically. Who am I debating? 3 different people?
I got you. I'm what I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm speaking to you, so don't address the chat.
Categorically, some of the worst advice, marital advice anyone will ever get will be from church marriage counselors, period. Regardless the denomination.
Maybe in your heresy Baptist church, but not at the Orthodox church.
You have no idea what my religion is, sir.
What church? I guarantee you're not going to the Apostolic Catholic Church. So unless you're going there, you wouldn't have these opinions. You wouldn't be feminist and you wouldn't be talking up like that. You would listen and you would know when to be quiet.
Shout out to Martin. He is ready. Hold on, Martin. I got you, girl. Hold on. Martin is absolutely ready. Hold on.
So you ain't in no position to tell believers in Yeshua.
And this is the point. You're not in a position to do anything. You're a woman. That's the problem. You can't literally do anything.
So I don't have to listen
you can't
to your
fix the roads.
crap.
Hey, when your roof gets leaking, you're gonna climb your
mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Y'all gotta have to calm the fuck down.
You assumed I was a Christian.
Hold on 1 second, Marta.
That's your first mistake. I used to be, but I repented from it.
Hold on, Marta. Go ahead, PhD Diva. If you're there. All right, so we got Rogue C. 5477 says, drop California, crybaby. It is $20 to bring back California. So, also we got Layla, the Layla, with the $2. Good day. Good day to you as well. Thank you so much. We also have Rogue C with the $1.99. Stop blaming women for deletions. Be better men. Thank you so much for all that you do. Also, we have a Rogue C. Most men have a God complex and don't follow a higher power. And I think we got one more. Rogue C. The Bible says submit to one's husband, not plural. And I understand. Got another one. It said, "Buy California soul." Sheesh. So it's $40 on California head. They want him to fuck up in 2024. Sheesh. He had everybody frustrated. So California is still down there. So California soul, just so you understand, it is $40 to come back up. Or you have to wait 30 minutes. It's either one that you want to do, or if anybody in the chat wants to bring them back. So it is a tough conversation. I get it. And
I want to talk.
Go ahead, Kasim. Go ahead, Kasim. Shit.
I have to continue to work on my patience and my triggering skills. And I'm getting better at it, right? Because I've been, on these spaces for years, hearing some of these talking points over and over and over and over again gets kind of redundant, right? Particularly from someone who, kind of understands what's going on and kind of accepts a lot of things that's happening, in the world, and taking that acceptance is like, okay, this is what's happening. How am I going to use my foresight and what I have in order to still thrive, right? Because there are people that are still thriving in these situations, particularly in relationships, right? If the percentage is so high where women are making these divorces or initiating these divorces, we obviously have to deep dive into why they're doing it. And one of the biggest relationship killers is poor conflict resolution skills. And I think the more that you were drilling into it, Sharon, you were kind of getting into that. You were kind of cornering him into as far as why are these women initiating these particular divorces, and his demeanor began to crumble a little bit. And I think that's an important thing to kind of weed out, is that I don't believe that all men have the capable skills and characters and emotional deportment in order to sustain a relationship. And most women will tell you that when they interact with men. And it's a really good majority of them that are not capable of doing it. And I recognize that, and I'm okay with it. What I try to do is I try to impart some knowledge into these men so they can get better results. So if you are married and you've been in a marriage or long-term relationship for quite some time, that should be your message. Your message should be how I can help these men to sustain their relationship longer versus trying to tell them why they shouldn't do it. Well, if it was so freaking bad, why are you in it? You're in it for a particular reason and for particular benefits, and you are thriving in this. So it would be more in our favor for us to talk about the things that we do to make the relationship thrive and survive versus how to tear it down or even how not to get people together. When you even said it yourself, Sharon, men and women, we want to be together. They want to get together. So let's talk about the attributes that's going to keep us together, because that in itself will make society more better. And I'm done.
Woo, beautifully said. We're going to go with Modern Mystics and then Mr. Work.
Mr. Work?
Yes. You on mute, There you go.
Thank you so much. He was getting me a little heated, but that's kind of where I was at. Everyone is so quick to play the blame game. And obviously that hasn't worked for the last 50, 60, however long we've been discussing this online. But people stop to realize now I do hold women accountable because in my opinion, there are far too many women who buy into the lifelong pretty princess thing that we've been told. We hear women that are on the whole red pill, whatever it is, conversation that are reaching light years beyond what they would normally quote unquote qualify for. And I'm not even trying to put religion in the mix. Evenly yoked can apply to religion, but in my opinion, it should more apply to what your goals are, what your views are, what your worldview is. Overall, where is your energy level? And too many times when we have failed relationships, people will turn around and want to point the finger and blame, he ain't do this, she ain't do that. But there's something in there when you get through being mad at that person because you couldn't make them act the way you wanted them to act. You have to take enough accountability itself to think, wait a minute, what was it about my energy, my belief systems, my failure to see the red flags, all the rest of that allowed me to contract with this person in the first place? There's something in our energy because we don't attract what we want. We attract what we are or who we are vibrationally and everything else. So instead of playing the blame game, again, people kind of look at me sideways when I say this. In my opinion, there is no such thing as a failed relationship.
Ooh,
now, this is where the rubber separates from the religion conversation. Because in my opinion, it's not a failed relationship. It might be a karmic soul contract, a lesson that you're supposed to learn, because some of us, if we're slow learners, we will spend a lifetime in serial monogamy, going from one person to another person to another person. But there will be something that is similar in the energy and or behavior patterns of that person, unless or until we figure out what it is that we don't want, that we're not willing to contract with anymore, and we heal it in ourselves so that the next time around, we don't accept that anymore, and then problem solved. Like Cat Williams used to say, instead of sitting around saying men ain't S, we need to ask ourselves, what is it about us that's attracting ain't S men?
Woo! Good place to land it. Let me get some more people. Go ahead, Mr.
I call
Work.
bullshit on this shit right here.
Okay,
but
you'll get a chance to respond to right now, Bomb. Go ahead, Mr. Work.
So I just want to say thank you
Slap
for
the
having
taste
me.
out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
All right. It's my time.
Hold on. It ain't your turn yet. Hold on. Shit. Go ahead, PhD. I'm not sure if Diva's there.
I'm here. Rogue C 5470. Somebody need to mute. It's probably Joshua. Rogue
It's
C.
always Joshua.
Rogue C 5477. 20 ball. Drop California crybaby. Detroit Coalition. 20 ball. Save your mute button, Sharon. Since California got dropped, drop Mr. Work. Play Melvin punching Jody through the table if you have the clip. Hi, Bomb Cherry.
Hey, Detroit.
That was funny. I don't have it, but I guess I'm gonna have to go ahead and find that clip. I believe Bomb Cherry wanted to address modern Mystic Man, so slow down.
Yeah. So I'm not disagreeing with her wholeheartedly, right? She's in a place in her life where she believes in spirituality and attraction. And I also agree that there's no failed relationships. I guess it just could be a lesson. I could see that point of view, right? But this idea of women, right? Women being with ain't shit men. Sometimes she ain't with a man who ain't shit. She just talking about a man who ain't shit, who in her face, right? So I don't understand the women who are just against women, right? I agree that you have a right to your opinion and whoever you get in relationship with, and whether you consider it failed or not failed. And so when we start, especially as elders, right, or older, and I'm not going to assume your age, I don't know, so you might be in your 20s. Okay, you might just look like you're older. But So I'm okay, cool. You know, you look older, but you look beautiful, by the way. I just want to say that.
I'm 57.
Okay, so we the same age.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but anyway, you're
And for the
beautiful.
record, I am not anti-women. I'm just not anti-men either. I love and respect men. I like men.
Right, but most women aren't anti-men. Like that's that feminism with these men talking points. They make it seem like just like we don't have a right to say, hey, that man ain't shit. Like if I have a son who ain't doing what he's supposed to do, I'm his mother. I could say he ain't shit without being against men. And so I think we women, the men are talking about women in a negative way, body count and all that bullshit that don't matter. And a woman saying that this man who don't have no job, he don't have no education, no nothing going for his life, we say he ain't shit. Then now we become man haters. I have sons. I don't even have no daughters. I have a husband, you know, who I love dearly. I have uncles and, you know, and cousins, male cousins who I love dearly. I'm not against men. These men just don't like accountability. They don't like when women say anything negative about a man. And so they start calling us haters. So when women do it, we are the worst, right? Because they can't even look to us as elders. These younger people don't trust us. And the reason they don't trust us is because something you've done. You came up here to say, well, these women too. And you know, and they hate men and they don't hate men. And so we sometimes, you know, if you want to make something good, like the men have said, right? If we want women to be good, we want them to do, we shouldn't be judging something that we don't even know whether they did or not. We should just tell them the right way. Hey, look over here. If you come over here, this might be good for you. Look over there. What's over there might be good for you or bad for you. Instead of trying to dictate what these women should and should not be doing. Because when I was younger, babe, I was doing what the fuck I want to do. Nobody gonna tell me I did anything wrong. I ain't do shit wrong. Everything I did it because I wanted to do it. I enjoy it. It's a memory. And bam, younger people should have the same right.
But that was part of my point. Instead of, it's not about, and again, I'm not saying that there ain't shit men. There's plenty of men out there, well, some that ain't worth they ain't worth the gunny sack it'll take to toss them in the river. I get that. My point was, women have more control than they believe they do, because if she tended her energy, she wouldn't even have them kind of men on her radar. It's a lot of dudes out there that aren't good men and don't know they aren't good men, but we don't have to interact with them. We don't have to allow them into our lives or into our beds. But as far as younger women not trusting older women, it ain't because we sit there and tell the truth. It's because not enough older women will tell the truth. They go through their 3 or 4 phase and do whatever it is they want to do. And then they get older, go jump up into church or get better than they are, get their businesses together and don't want to acknowledge the past. And There's not enough real consequences enough conversations about the real consequences of these behaviors. We get these behaviors because they're pushed into the programming by the powers that were. The narcissist empath paradigm, Cosmo and Marie Claire can tell women how to be a 304 every single month in Technicolor with deliberate instructions and all the rest of that, because they're teaching women that aggressive, masculine, hypersexual behavior is the way it takes to get a man. And men ain't really about that. That is aggressive, masculinated behavior that ultimately has backfired on women overall. That's what men are talking about. That's why the passport bros are running to countries where women are quote unquote submissive, or running up into the churches.
This is crazy.
That's crazy what she just said, y'all.
No, they're running to these countries because they can't get women. Like,
No,
I got a lot to say.
Get women.
But if they can't get women, they wouldn't have got the one that they got.
Hold on. Everybody hold on.
It's not my turn yet. Okay.
Everybody wanna be able to jump in on your point. So don't take it as an attack. Just let everybody get their thoughts in, and then you'll be able to rebuttal, and we could just have a discussion. So
I just have a question for
be. Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Yes, we can. We can hear you good.
I hear you, cuz.
Yeah, man. Shout out to you too, E. But first and foremost, I got to take my shoes off before I come into this room. Peace and love to the beautiful queen on the panel, the supreme goddess PH Diva. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel, Bomb Cherry Juice. Peace and love to you. And then peace and love to the other beautiful queen on the panel, the modern mystic. Peace and love to you. And then peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Rogue C, it's me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the voice of Venus, the verbal assassin, Renee, Keisha G, the victorious one, Zero Tolerance, Prism, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm gonna make it my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Cuzzo, I haven't listened too long, but I already understand what's going on, right? And the issue here is, and it leads to what happened yesterday as well. These conversations are connected, right? We're talking about how relationships end up in divorce, right? And the problem we're not recognizing is whenever you have men, just like the brother did yesterday, who will come online on a platform and try to convince successful women to lower their standards, to alleviate their preferences, to lower their expectations, and trust men, even the men who are convicted felons, right? That's going to lead to an issue to where men and women are getting together under toxicity because they're not compatible, right? And what it boils down to is these men have some type of misogynistic complex going on, just like the California brother who was just on your show, and they kicked him off, right? Because he is unaware of his tone, his delivery, and his talking points, how they fall flat with the audience, because he just bloviates and says a lot of things that doesn't make sense, right? Like, for instance, he talked about how when the modern mystic lady was trying to have a back and forth with him, he said, well, hey, in my world, you a woman. You wouldn't even be talking to me like this, right? So already he's showing you that he doesn't respect women. He doesn't appreciate the voice of a woman, and he's not really interested in a successful relationship between men and women, because the bottom line with these brothers, Cuzzo, and it's true, they're trying to get men with men. And the quicker we understand this reality, the quicker we can move on and to have a deeper conversation, like the name of your show today, which talks about the genders and how they're trying to, go to a different direction. And that's exactly where they're taking us. Instead of saying men need women, and obviously it's good for all of us to have standards, expectations, and preferences so that we can find who are we compatible with, who we have shared interests and common interests with, who do we have shared values with, right? Because those are the things that's going to lead to a successful relationship. And obviously, I believe that a man, in order to prove that he's a decent man, he has to first show you that he's willing to submit to a higher power than himself. Because That is what's going to keep him grounded, keep him humble enough to be willing to listen to his woman, to be willing to see the value within her, and be willing to uplift her in the way a husband is supposed to uplift the wife. Now, these are facts. Y'all can disagree all you want, but I'm telling you what makes a relationship work. And it's not all this tough talk, all this harsh talk, all these things like trying to say, oh, women are causing all these issues and they're initiating all these divorces. Well, yeah, because you guys are forcing women to get with unqualified men who they're not compatible with. And these men are getting in these relationships and they're abusing these women. They're taking advantage of these women. They're shutting their voices down, just like we've seen on the panel today. So it's time for real stand-up men to get online and admit the truth, that the reason why these relationships aren't working out is because these men haven't recalibrated their value systems yet. They haven't removed sex, lust, and degeneracy from the top of their value system and replaced it with God. They haven't added honor, integrity, self-discipline, self-respect, ambition, education, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Basic necessities that we need in order to show and prove that we are a leader who's capable of leading and moving a relationship forward. Peace and love, man. Y'all can go ahead and continue with the conversation.
Oh, that was good. Is it my turn or I need to wait a little bit? Oh, yes. Look at God. All right, so it was a lot happening. There's a lot happening in a short period of time. First thing I want to address is that the passport bros are leaving America because of the state of women, right? Absolutely not. The reason passport bros are leaving the United States is something real simple. They can't attain the women here in America. They don't. So what they do is they say, hey, how can I go to a different country with women of lower standards for me to be able to do it? We all seen that we want to talk about billionaires. What we fail to realize is 87% of billionaires are married. All right. And we start asking ourselves is, I never understood why people wanted to align with failures. Because I've always been a winner in my life. I always align with winners. So the first question I ask myself is, okay, they say 50% of the people are divorced. I said, tell me about the 50% of the people that never get divorced. Like what are those 50 people doing? And there's some things that's really key to those. It's the sweet spot. People that make somewhere, this was what Sharon was saying earlier. People who make somewhere between 100,000 and 200,000 stay married at a 75% rate. The people that get divorced the highest are typically people who make less than 10,000, which are the broke people, and the people who make over $500,000 because they got too much money. And they feel like they women are in this irreplaceable. And then the biggest crazy part about California wanted us to accept his statistics, but he wanted us to prove our statistics, right? And so, like, you gotta be real mindful. People say my statistics are right. And then, last but not least, we need to talk about the corporate in the room. 70%, 70% of divorces today end because of lack of communication. So for us to keep saying the woman went to the courtroom and they was the one who filed for divorce, we have seen on these panels the lack of communication is on the men's side. They cannot articulate themselves correctly to be able to communicate with us. So we know they're having a hard time communicating with their wife. So we need to start telling men, no, your reality is this. And then even when I heard modern Mystic T, I know I messed up everybody's name. That's my thing. So I apologize if I said it wrong. You got to look at it. This right here is women typically are not going after men. Men are initiating these. So I get you saying that, oh, you don't have to be tricked or you don't have to be doing this. If we can stop the person who's initiating the relationship, it fixes the whole market. So that's why we hold men accountable. And it's kind of weird if we see a whole bunch of men holding women accountable. We think men should hold men accountable. So we think it's perfectly fine with you holding women accountable. That's between you and Bomb Cherry. But when it comes down to us men, I have a successful marriage. Brownsville's have a successful marriage. Sharon have a successful marriage. And it started with us. We created the foundation to build upon. And then we found the woman that was willing to be able to get on our page. So I just wanted to respond to all those points over the last 2 hours.
Yeah, I agree. When she mentioned that, that's why men are going, overseas to pay for prostitution, and as if we, as women, should care. We shouldn't care. In fact, she was blaming the women. She said, "See, that's why they're doing this." No, they're doing that because they can't get the women here for the amount of money they're willing to spend. Right? Most of the men, the large men, the passport bros, you must don't know who they are. You must don't know that they been in jail, right? Like I wouldn't, like one of them was in jail for 10 years for robbery and raping of a woman. He don't deserve no pussy in America. Now let his ass go to another country, and we gonna all celebrate him leaving this country and hope that ICE don't let his ass back in. I don't know why black women should be caring about that type of thing. You know what I mean?
He don't deserve no what? Hello, he don't deserve no what?
Pussy, okay?
I agree with that. The type of dudes that'll go and do that aren't the type of dudes that, in my opinion, any woman should want. I wasn't trying to say that they're good men. I'm just saying that and again, it goes back to what I was saying. We look at these people that are squeaking the loudest as if they are true representatives of the society and the true issue, and they're not. It's like we got the far ends of the spectrum trying to dictate the median, and it just doesn't work that way.
But that's not even true. Even what you just said, like that West Coast guy when he was up here, and he mentioned that this large percentage of women are only going for this small group of men. But that's not true. We have a lot of marriages in this country. We can have more, but like most of us who have sons and daughters, we see them dating, right? We even see them getting married. So they are we saying that only our children is this small 15%? Because my son's been dealing with the same women since they started dealing with women.
I think you misunderstood what I'm saying. When I say the smaller ends of the spectrums, I'm talking about a raging chauvinist versus a reasonable man. The vast majority of men are reasonable men, like you said, capable of having loving, supportive relationships. They don't think like the average passport bro, is my point. I wasn't saying.
Oh, I see that point. But you and I the same age group, right? So
Yeah.
I used to say exactly what you're saying. Right? I've been here for 12 years, and I used to say what you're saying. I've been here 12 years now, and I see that. And even the stats show, you could go look it up. Red pill is a main narrative now. It used to be where we're just here on YouTube, and now they're saying that Andrew Tate and a lot of these large men have gathered our youth, and now these men believe what they say, what these men are saying. So I used to believe that the majority of men were like my husband, right? Like Sharon and like Eda Man. But the truth is these men are the minority. And the majority now are loud, outrageous, calling women 304s, saying they don't want to get married. They not opening doors, not even for you and me no more. Like, you know what I mean? They really are saying they don't like women anymore.
And we got to address that comment. 80% of women is going after 20% of the men on dating app. Why won't we be honest and say dating apps is hookup cultures? It's about attraction and hooking up. So like when people say, well, the women only want to go with to go after the men they want to have sex with. That's called common sense. Most people on dating apps are not trying to build a relationship. So they're not going to have that as the foundation of their belief system. So we can't say, let's take these dating app statistics and project it over the rest of the world. Come on, like it really sounds stupid when you really start thinking about what he said.
Well, the other thing about it is that, as we talked about a couple days ago, I think it was it Workademics? People who use dating apps tend to be different than the general population in several ways, right? So just to name a few of them, so one study in 2020 found that people who use dating apps scored significantly higher than non-users on sexual deception, negative drinking behaviors, sexual compulsivity, adversarial sexual beliefs, and they scored lower on self-control. Right? So to try to use these people who, again, deviate from the general population and use them as a standard or some type of example of what the average person is doing is inappropriate.
And then let's also address, he said, well, let's use the Bible. The Bible tells you can divorce for infidelity, cheating. Like this idea, what are we going to, like, it's crazy that I hear people say, let's go to the church instead of going to what the Bible actually says. She don't need nobody permission to lead if we go use the biblical principle. So that's what I'm saying. And then you look at infidelity, 60%. We talking about 60% of the divorces that happen is for infidelity. And we already hear these dudes talking about they can't stay faithful. So, like, that's the point that I'm saying is keep bringing up this point that 80% of the women file for divorce. Is it for infidelity? Is it for the lack of finances? Is it him not on his purpose? Is it for the lack of communication? Like, all of these things when you start playing it down the road is, like, she should leave him if he out there slinging penis.
And I just want to let Mana, the only reason why I mute you is because you have some feedback when everybody else talks. So you can unmute yourself whenever you talk, but just mute yourself when you're not talking. So you're more than free and to jump in whenever you can. I believe, KT, you want to jump in and make no point? Go ahead.
For sure. No, I think y'all just don't realize how y'all are the extreme. I mean, that's the point she's making. Y'all keep bringing up some really extreme. Y'all are really trying to say the majority of regular men are really like red pill and thought that they aren't. Like that's the truth. Is there a group of men who really believe a lot of this? No, yeah, but most men are not trying to listen to niggas who don't get cheeks tell them how to get cheeks and shit like that. Most people aren't even looking at a random person on the internet. It's like, that's what I'm saying. It's the same thing y'all saying with the dating apps. Most people aren't going to look to a random person on the internet to tell them what to do. Like,
okay,
when y'all bring up the
but it's not true though.
Yeah, it's not true. What you
I
saying?
can look. If I put an article in the back and y'all click on it and read it, will you then change your mind? Like, will actual facts change your mind, or you just want to live in the past? Because
what is the article about?
The article is saying that our society has shifted. The red pill has taken over, right? And that now young people between certain ages are moving a certain way. And the way they're moving is that people go on the dating apps, the ones who do go to dating apps, right? Most women are not on dating apps. Most men aren't on dating apps, but there's more men on there than women. Because it's dangerous for a woman to meet a man.
Y'all were just saying how dating apps are like not. We're talking about most people. So even if we're starting from the pool of dating apps and saying, well, this study is based off that, we know that's a slighted study.
When did I say a study was based on that? I mentioned a whole lot of things and you just stuck to that the study is based on that. Dude, I don't even know what's wrong with you. Never mind. Go ahead, Mom.
Okay. First off, one of the things that I keep noticing is there's a lot of folks quoting statistics. If y'all had any idea how statistics are often skewed to make
we are grown folks on this panel, ma'am. We are all I don't see nobody. In fact, nobody's up here.
Ma'am, you didn't even let me finish my thought.
I know I don't have to let you finish for you. I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm just saying right now we got a PhD on this panel, right? We got grown folks. Go ahead.
That doesn't mean anything.
It means that you saying that we don't know something as if we go ahead.
Take for example, 4 out of 5 dentists surveyed recommend fluoride toothpaste. Does that mean that they genuinely took a sample of all the dentists in America and genuinely 80% of them agreed on that? No, it doesn't. It means that whether they took 5, 10, 15, or 20, they got 4 out of 5 of the sample that they surveyed to agree to that. And then they'll put it out there, and we're psychologically programmed to believe that it's statistically true.
No, our generation was psychologically that dumb, right? Because we didn't have the internet, right? So anything they put out there, they was able to do. But these younger people are smarter than we were because they have more information than us. We got to stop thinking about us when we was young.
I'm not thinking about us. And
yes,
I'm not going back. No, I'm not. How are you going to tell me what I'm thinking about?
The
point that I'm making is
the unknowledgeable person on this panel, though, is you then, and not the rest of us.
The point that I was trying to make is statistically, and I'm not saying whoever's quoting statistics aren't quoting accurately based on what they read. Sometimes we found, and again, like the brother said earlier, wherever they're getting their surveys from, sometimes that's a little bit skewed. Maybe not. But in real world practice, like we were talking earlier, and the title of the show is an all gender, what have you. You can sit there and say that the gender issue is all the way across the board. And I'm just taking an example. It's away from the relationship thing because that's kind of got everybody heated right now. In real life practice, I have questioned, I can't tell you how many members of the LGBT community that absolutely do not agree with the T+QIA and all the rest of that that's going on, that do not agree with that. But
there's been a fight in there.
But everyone blankets it together.
How the hell you went to the LGBT? Y'all like doing that. Y'all like going to that group of people to make your point.
No, I'm not going to there because, again, I'm just looking at the name of this and use that as an example. But my point to it is people assume that that's a blanket sentiment across the board. But when you actually start talking to individual members of that community, you don't find that. I have yet to find one that supported what people claim on the news as general consensus. And to some degree, the same thing. I have yet to find a man that genuinely embraces for real, red pill ideology. Even my roommate, who is a self-proclaimed old school kind of chauvinist, he was having that conversation while we were muted, and he was talking about how his father used to be real heavy-handed, but he was a much older generation. His father was born in like 1928 or something, and how his father used to be kind of heavy-handed.
Ma'am, you have a roommate? You have a roommate, ma'am?
Yes, I do. Not
you
excuse me.
Are you married, ma'am?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm single now.
What have you ever been married?
No, I had a long-term relationship, and
God.
I chose not to marry.
So here you are telling younger women on how to get with men and shit like that, and you have not been able to do that.
How not
this
to make
is goddamn crazy, lady. You should be sitting on the sidelines talking about some goofy shit. What are you talking about?
The mistakes that I made.
You can't tell other people your mistakes you made when you didn't even know there was mistakes until you made them, and you're still older and you haven't corrected them. Why you won't have a husband today? You don't want one, and the women have a right to not want one. And this is why they don't trust us as older women.
I didn't tell you I don't have a man. I said I don't have a husband.
Oh, that's even worse. So you married. So wait a minute. You're not married, but you have a man. So you getting ran through because you know if you're not married to him,
excuse me, you don't
goes up every time you sleep with them. Like, do you not even understand what's going on right now?
I do understand what's going on.
Okay.
And I also understand.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Why should I be ashamed of myself? Because I don't buy into Christian ideology? Should I be ashamed of myself because of that?
No. Oh, so you like the red pill. You say you don't believe in marriage.
No,
so
I did not say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Well, I'm asking.
I never told you that.
Go ahead. You don't. So you want to tell the women how to move right so they can be in relationships, how bad they are, and why the men don't want to know. And you got a man. Do your man live with you? Do you and your man live together?
No, we don't.
Oh, okay. So you got a roommate who's a man. You got a man who's somewhere else, probably married to another woman,
no,
right?
He's not
That's why. But why are you
else.
living with another man instead of your man? Listen, This
He's
is
in another
crazy.
country and we're working on it, but that is
Oh,
the
okay. So you
business.
getting scammed by one of them African men who
No,
you
I get
probably sending
scammed by
money. That's
nobody.
why you a roommate with another
Do
man.
you
Cause
hear yourself? Do
girl,
you
do you
actually
hear
hear
yourself,
yourself?
girl?
Do you hear
Okay, I'm
yourself?
gonna let you go. You new to
So
the
now you
channel.
gonna be
I'm gonna be
so
good. PhD, but where you at? Because I
you
feel
gonna be
like I'm.
so assumptive and so negative against people that you gonna assume somebody is scammed because they're dating somebody in another country. How
Yeah,
narrow-minded can you be, sis?
girl, you being scammed. Why your man
Okay,
not here?
again, you don't know me from a can of
Well,
paint to
why
be
you not
saying
over
that.
there
You
with
don't
him?
know my story, and I don't owe it to you.
You right. Just stop telling other women what to do. That's all. Go ahead.
You might want to stop telling people what to do. Exactly.
I don't know if Diva there. You there, Diva? Conversation with MJ with the $5. Damn! Not the half a man is good enough, ma'am. Okay, Barbara. Who's Barbara?
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Who is Barbara? Nah, nobody want to tell me who's Barbara. Whatever. But I do think it is a good and this is why these discussions are important, because we have so many alternating thoughts and patterns is coming on. What I do understand is that it is a lot of men that are following the red pill manosphere doctrination 100%, and is getting bigger, especially as it's not enough of channels out there that could combat this remedial rhetoric that these men keep spewing out here. We see we have a guy, he's in the chat name, Work Academics. He said the exact same thing verbatim as West Coast, I forget his full name, but West Coast and Work Out, they sound like the same exact person. And these are people that are outside in the world. And also they both have their own woman as well. But they said the exact same stats, the exact same argument, and is pushing out way further than just the internet. And so we do got to pay attention to that. It is much bigger than what we think it is. I know people want to act like the internet is just the internet, but it is much bigger than that. It's going out into the real world as well. I mean, for God's sake, they be threatening me. They want to whoop my ass. It's much further than that internet. You know what I'm saying? Mr. DJ Music, who in the hell left the gate open? I don't know. But I'm glad we can have these tough discussions. Welcome to the show, the beautiful Rogue C. Good day, beautiful. How you doing today? What is your thoughts?
Good day, good day. Sorry, I'm trying to get my mic working. Can y'all hear me okay?
We can hear you well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. So I kind of just wanted to ask, as far as, I keep hearing about this 304 culture. I understand what E was saying earlier about hookup culture with the dating apps, and I agree. But I'm just really wondering, when we talk about it, especially from women, who are, I guess the ones for younger women who would be the ones we look up to, it kind of seems like it's just a shaming tactic at that point, because it kind of seems like the freedom that younger women have, it's getting blamed as why we're not having the same success or the same failures that the women before us had, whether or not they were a 304 or not. So I kind of wanted some elaboration on that.
Anybody want to?
I'm
May I
confused.
speak? May I speak on that a little bit?
Yes, please. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Um, the other lady that was challenging me, she got real heated because I think she was misunderstanding what I was saying. I have made mistakes. My life is not a prayer book, but I also understood, I'm old enough to have understood some of the things that the culture, the 304 folks is saying that isn't true, and some of the things that they're saying that are true. In my opinion, again, I'm not sitting here telling you I'm a PhD or any of the rest of that. I've just lived life. So I see how this play out amongst myself, single friends, married friends, divorced friends, foreign friends, domestic friends. There's a lot of people in my living of life that I've seen how things happen. One of the things I will say that is absolutely a lie in red pill culture is that your body count is going to hurt you. Unless you own OnlyFans where you making it public, I've never in my life had no man nowhere ask me a body count, period.
Right.
Real men don't do that. Real men do
Right.
not do that. And if they do, run, okay? First off. Secondly, even though that's said, most women will reach a point in their life where they do realize that their body count, especially if it's been higher than what they would like for themselves, because by far the harshest critic you're ever going to have is the one ringing in your own head. So if your body count has been out there after you done chased all the bad boys you wanted and had all the fun and did all the hookup stuff and all the rest of that, but somewhere down the line it starts bothering your own moral compass, you will reach a point where you become jaded, where you become angry and bitter, where you start to generalize men and measure them against the negative yardstick of the low energy men you was out there making yourself low hanging fruit for. That was kind of my point. I'm not trying to blame men or blame
That's from
women, but
experience. That's your experience that you became jaded after you
no,
body
I
count
am a
so
little
high.
bit different because I have seen a whole lot of bitter women around me. I'm not jaded. Like I say, if I was jaded, I wouldn't be in a relationship right now. And I've had some,
Are you
you
in a
know,
relationship right now? Like, there's different type of
yes, I
relationship.
am in a
If he
relationship. It is a
overseas,
long distance relationship, but it is a relationship.
those
The
are the
fact that
safest
you don't see it
relationships.
as valid is completely irrelevant to me
No, I
now.
think it is a relationship. It's the
Okay.
safest relationship. It's almost like not
No,
having a
because it's not
relationship
going to
at
stay
all.
over. It's not going to stay long distance. But by the same turn, I'm not stupid enough to get into a relationship that initiated as a long distance relationship and run up over there or had him run up over here willy nilly. We've been at this long enough to be sure of what we want, try to get some things in place, make
Mhm.
sure that everything is
The
copacetic.
house,
So
and you
when
got to
we
get
get
everything in
going.
place for him so he could come over. You
No,
got to
and
do all that.
first off, how do you know? Again, you make an awful lot
I'm
of
asking.
assumptions for somebody supposed to be having an open mind. He has no desire whatsoever to move to the United States, period. He liked to visit, he said he'd like to see New York and he'd like to see Las Vegas if we get an opportunity in years later to go there. But he has no intention to move to the United States whatsoever. I'll be moving.
Yeah, that's what
Thank
they
you.
say.
I mean, relatively speaking, I don't think anything's wrong with a long distance relationship. The issue with most relationships is when they're no longer productive and they're not moving
Exactly.
forward. But I wanted to just really kind of just understand when it comes down to this whole
Yeah,
304
something is wrong with
situation.
a long distance relationship, right?
Not at all.
I understand that. Listen, nothing is wrong with it if it make you feel good to get a phone call every once in a while for somebody to call you and say, like, but you gotta understand that is a relationship, but it's not the
Mhm.
type that y'all try to make it seem, right? And it's okay.
And it doesn't have to be.
But
Guess
I
what?
mean,
If
Right.
you did
And
what
it's
you needed
okay.
to do and you're no longer so connected to having to have the physical that becomes the most important thing, then you can afford to broaden your horizons and not be so dependent on the physical that you refuse to broaden your
I
horizons.
agree. That's
and
that's
you
with
have
us
people
too.
that are up under each other
That's with us
nonstop
older
and they're
women.
not really
But
doing
with these
anything
younger
with it.
women, these men are going and hitting them up and hitting her up and her up and her up. Right? That is what's going on. But everybody will just make it seem like, hey, that's not happening. And listen, if you women are okay with it, it's okay.
It's
But don't
okay.
act like it's something that is not. That's all I'm saying.
But
And I'm
again,
not
If
even
it's
you
talking
not
was
about that.
always that
asking,
because again, there's no real standard on what a relationship is. Whatever makes you feel good makes you feel good. But yes, a long distance relationship can still be between two people and it can
No,
still just be their
but
business.
listen, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna
So
shut up.
like I was
mhm,
asking,
and,
as
and,
far
and,
as
I'm
like
not
and
gonna
but
spill no fucking beans. But what I am saying, like, y'all gonna have to stop playing with me. I'm not talking to you, Miss Mystic. Okay, you and I, we have a certain age. You're right. I think we could be so lonely that a phone call coming from anywhere, right? Because I've had these African men on my panels. I'm thinking you could. They follow me all the time. They want to marry me. They want to
ma'am,
mirror me.
and I get that, and I'm not
Okay.
saying people don't scam. I was with you again. You don't know
I'm
my
not saying you. I'm not
situation.
saying you.
I had
Okay.
somebody, and
You
again,
ain't
at
got
the
to
time,
explain. You said it.
Exactly.
Stand on
But
your word.
it's not some run of the mill thing. We were friends for years before it even went to a romantic
Yeah,
scenario.
that's the same
That
man who talked to me all the time. I've been friends
it ain't
for
the
him.
same. You don't know it. I'm the
They want to
same
be
man
married.
that talked to you
Your
all
friend
the
is
time.
my friend. He came to
I
my funeral and told
guarantee
on
you
you.
he ain't. But you
And
know
so
what? You know what? When we get together and start vlogging, you'll get a chance to see what I'm
that's
saying.
your friend right now
Hey, hold
calling
on,
me,
y'all.
girl.
Hold on. And I just want to say shout out to the ladies for working it out. And now we back to laughing and joking with each other. Hey,
Yeah.
that is really awesome. So I would just want to shout out to the ladies for that. Got to a tough argument, got to a tough discussion, and then now we able to joke about it and come full circle. So I just want to just shout out to the ladies for that. 'Cause that is something that I don't think people recognize all the time, is that we can have tough discussions, get heated, and also come right back around and be fine with each other. It is all good, and it's how conversations need to work. And speaking of that, Mr. Word, what you want, Mr. Word? You come here to get cooked up again?
When did I ever get cooked? That's what I want to know. No, but I just want to say thank you, Sharon, for having me back on. And to address the California guy, because I feel like he was too emotional when he was talking, and it's kind of hard to have conversations if you come in with a kind of angry, emotional mindset.
Call him California Crybaby because that is his name. Grown
But I
men
wanted to,
crying in a marriage is crazy.
right, I wanted to say something though when it came to preferences, right? And we're talking about promiscuity. Something I noticed is that men aren't allowed to have preferences, right? And if a man says, I want a girl with a low body count, and we actually saw this yesterday where somebody super chatted something saying that he doesn't want a woman who's been in a sexual relation before, right? And then Diva made a inference to him being I don't want to say the word LGBT, right? So it's one of those things where as a man, if you have a preference, you're shamed for it, and it's like, well, something's wrong with you, you're secret, you're closeted, or something like that. And the inverse isn't true though. So if women say, well, I don't want an F boy, nobody says, what, are you a lesbian? Like, do you see how do you see how it's
But
always
the low
one
body
sided?
count doesn't necessarily make her a bad woman, which is the whole point of what I was getting to. Again, if you have any experience of knowing what her body count is based off of seeing what she does, like how Miss I'm sorry, I saw Mystic. I didn't get to see your full name. I'm sorry.
Teresa.
Modern
Modern
Mr.
Mystic. Sorry. So how she was explaining it. So like unless she's on OnlyFans or anything like that, a man doesn't necessarily know what a woman's body count is, and it doesn't really reflect on her character unless she really is just out here wilding out. And then there are other characteristics that make you know that, not just the men that she's sleeping with. So I don't understand why you could tell an F boy because it's not just because he's going around having sex with a bunch of women. He's an F boy for other reasons. He's a scammer. He's a liar. He's a cheater. His character is piss poor. You can't tell a woman's character just because she slept with somebody or however many somebodies.
Great point.
Yeah, you see, and I would say a woman that actually sleeps with a lot of people is a reflection of her character for this reason. There's studies that show that where the more partners you have, the less likely you are to maintain a long-term relationship. And part of it
But
is if you have multiple experiences, you're always looking back at, oh, that grass was greener when I was with XYZ person, right? But on top of that, I don't think promiscuity is good in both men and women. But it's one of those things where men aren't going to have the same level of body count, because for women, it's if they want to have sex, they can have sex. For men, it's different, right? So women that basically, if they don't exercise their control over sex, it kind of shows risky behavior, right? That they're not as at risk adverse. So if they're having multiple partners, if they're having one night hookups, which I've never actually done that, a hookup with a random person. You see, but that's one of those character traits. Somebody who is able to do that is probably not a good long-term partner,
No, that's
which is
just
why
called
body count
human
does that.
nature. The same way if a person is hungry, they're going to eat. Some people will just go ahead if they see someone they like, they will hook up with that person. It doesn't make them a bad person. It doesn't make them a poor judge of character because the same thing if you have these men that are inviting these strippers back to their house and then they get robbed, then we have to call victim on that, right? So again, people just do what is in their human nature and they learn from it. That's why I don't like the whole thing about a 304 phase. If a younger person is promiscuous just for a time in their life and they learn from it, what's the problem? That's like any other character development that you will go through as you live as a human being. It's stupid to judge somebody based off a past that had nothing to do with you. If you like the person matches the categories and all the standards you say you have, it doesn't matter what they did before they knew you.
Absolutely. And if she got these new tricks that you ain't never felt before, just be glad that she went through whatever she went through to learn those tricks.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
trying
here's
to
the thing
find
then.
out
So
under what circumstances you would ever think it's appropriate to ask a woman her body count, especially if she didn't ask you yours.
yeah, so if women wanted to know though, they definitely can ask. And the way society works, they would be in all their rights to be able to ask, and they wouldn't be shamed for it.
Right, but
We could
Mr.
see like
Ward, how are men finding out women's body counts? So how is it like in actual practice that men are finding out women's body counts?
Yeah, so at this point in time, men aren't able to because it's socially not acceptable, right? And
Right.
it's all about the framing. If people keep the framing up, well, you're not allowed to, that's inappropriate, then men would never be able to ask that. But if we were kept pushing the fact that, oh, promiscuity is bad, having high body count is bad, it
She asked you
basically
a
applies
question.
social shame.
Right.
Yeah, you're
but-
not able to tell women's body.
Wait, so how
Right.
would you be able to tell? How would a man know a woman's body count? Are you saying that they would have to ask them?
Yeah, they would have to ask them.
Okay, well, so you still wouldn't get an accurate number, right?
And why would you think that's appropriate?
Well, she
That's my
shouldn't have to lie to me, right?
Well, I mean, but
Well, why
in the
should
real
you have to
world,
ask?
if women are being judged on their body counts, then yes, there's going to be an incentive to lie about it or to say, make it more socially desirable. Okay, so then you still don't know the woman's body count. Now what?
Right.
Yeah, so the whole thing is if she lies to me, then
How are
it's
you
one of those
ever
things
gonna
where-
know? So she lied to you, but how you gonna know that?
right? So if it comes up in the future, then it's one of those things. It's probably a bad
How
character.
does
It's
it
probably
come
a
up,
bad
though?
partner for me, right?
Okay, so
so
she's
I
gonna
said,
have
Mr. Word,
to
what
tell
you're not
you.
under-
For
what
you
you're
to
not
know, she's
understanding.
going to have to tell you. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if she lies on that, she'll lie on other stuff. So
Yeah,
she'll be a
but
liar.
how are you ever going to know? Is what? So she's basically going to have to tell you.
Yeah, if she's honest.
Okay.
Like I'll be
Tell
honest.
them one, y'all. Tell them one. One
Right.
or two.
So
And
it's not even worth. Yeah, right. Bomb.
Well, wait. So here's the thing. So if you're
lie.
advocating, can I just say this? So,
Even if it's the truth, lie.
And
so
listen,
if you're
I know how to-
advocating
I know
lying
how
for
to
women,
tell-
should
I
men
know
be
how to
able to
tell,
lie to
Mr. Word.
women?
I know how
Should
to
men
tell.
be able to lie to women?
Men already lie. Men tell people to lie.
Right.
All the time. We had a whole show about how men are telling men that you should absolutely lie to women because women like to be lied to. You forgot that show?
Yeah, but
That
you're
men-
saying it's a bad thing for men to lie to women.
Exactly.
Yeah, he always said.
So, but you're saying it's not a bad thing for women to lie to men.
I'm saying that, yeah.
He didn't
But
say
Thing
that.
is,
I didn't say
you're
that at all.
saying
Okay,
if
so
a man asks, if a man were to ask that, it could also arguably be said that that's a character flaw that a woman may not want to deal with.
Exactly.
Yeah, and she has every right if she doesn't want to.
And
be with that
honestly, I
person.
thought a lady never kissed and tell. So again, this is weird to me because y'all need to
That
mind y'all
part.
business.
That
Yeah, well,
part.
that's not what's happening. Okay, so this is the thing. It shoulda, coulda, woulda. We want to live in the real world. And so women absolutely need to know that, yes, these niggas is out here talking. As a matter of fact, you ain't. It used to be where they would be telling if you kissed them. But now they can see you kissing another man and feel like it's their job to go run and tell the world, right? So we understand that these things are happening. Okay, but again, these men ain't gonna be able to know your body count unless you tell them.
Right.
Right. So by that virtue, men should also lie to women and any chance they
Men
get.
are already
Y'all
lying to women.
do. Y'all
Yeah,
do
but
this.
it's not a bad thing.
Men already lie to women.
Sir, I think you're missing
Well,
the
if
point.
bad,
You're
good,
saying
whatever,
men,
it happens. And so you want to always make a value judgment for everything. But we're just talking about the fact that it actually happens. And so men, the most common way that men engage with women is through deception. Yes. So a woman, I always tell women, you do not owe a man the truth.
But Diva, this is also the other issue.
And hold on, before
Okay.
y'all go, this is a very good point right here. This super chat. Go ahead, Diva. This is a very
Cool
good
Live 2.0, $5. You can tell a woman's man or man's body count by his or her behavior.
That's not true.
Right.
That's not true at all.
The way how she, the way how she like, you know, and she like, and when she was swinging
Sharon
on,
is ignorant.
Oh, I get it.
total cap.
I know what said. She hanging off the shower rack.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Total cap.
But you know, that's what the men used to say, right? If he would say, if she went with me, then she must be easy. She's a hoe. And I'm like, maybe she like you. Maybe it's something about you, you know, that made her want to, you know, be special for you. But now you claiming that she's been with all these other men. But if she sucked your penis through a straw like I do, she is experienced, baby. Okay.
Honestly, I was gonna give a cleaner version of that though. Like,
okay, so modern mystic say she's sucking penises through straws too. Modern mystic doing it too. So hey.
Women are educated, and real talk. The night I lost my virginity 100 million years ago, the very thing my dude said to me was, "Where did you learn that?" And that was my first time ever. So you cannot tell by behavior what somebody's body count is. That is complete cap.
Yeah,
and again, it's y'all worried about what other people perceive. If you like the woman, if you like the man, it really should not matter. Y'all worried about what other people are going to say, and that's not healthy for your relationship, and that means you really didn't like them.
Exactly.
You trying to bring them around and show them like a trophy, a prize.
Exactly.
Well, so I
and
just
that's
want to
what
say
I was
something
saying.
to that.
I've never had anybody ever ask me that. In fact, the man that I have now, I was concerned because he is younger and I know something about his life story. I know for a fact my count is higher than his.
How much younger?
That's none of your business. Younger enough, put it that way. How about that? But he's almost 40. He's almost 40.
Okay.
But
here's something I noticed though.
Hold on, Mr. Word. You better make sure you got some good Medicaid and some good health insurance, all right? That back is gonna be all discombobulated, girl.
His name not
Listen, let her enjoy her tenderoni.
Exactly. Because the thing is, look, that's a whole other conversation, but older women belong with younger men. They really do.
I agree.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Hell no. To the no.
Women reach their sexual prime at 42. Men reach theirs at 25. By the time a 50-year-old man comes around, especially in America, he done barbecued and drank and smoked his way into bad health. We are not trying to deal with the Viagra Nation and the pot belly high.
Viagra Nation.
Ain't nobody trying to do that when we don't have to.
She said she wanted up on demand, on command.
That's why Sharon said go vegan, men. The men need to go vegan.
I'm not a magician.
Viagra Nation.
No. But
you coming closer to my side, modern mystic. Oh, okay.
Well, that's what I'm saying. People don't even know the all of it. But my point is, with this young man that was talking about the whole asking thing. Wow.
Hey, look, modern missing. As soon as you said that, all of a sudden I just smell baby oil.
Stop it.
Somebody time out Sharon.
Maybe Similac, but no baby oil. How about
that? But I want to talk to Mr. Work. But the true story of it all is that this whole idea of promiscuity, right? The only way you just can't tell, you never will be able to tell unless she is like openly out there just disrespecting you in public when she like, yeah, I want to have this person. We're gonna bring, like, she trying to actively bring extra men back to your crib or something of that nature. But you would actually never know unless you literally go out and find you a sex worker. That's the only way you could actually, I guess, know. But besides that, you would never know. And if you are entertaining a woman, it makes no sense to even ask her what's her body count, because it's just stupid. It's just a stupid conversation.
But Sharon, I'm not even arguing that you could or couldn't be able to tell based off of her behavior. I don't think you could. I think it's something she had to be honest about. My whole point or premise is the fact that if men have a preference, right? If men say, look, I prefer a woman who has a low body count.
That's
women turn around and say, "Oh, you're closeted."
You would never know.
Something
You would never know. That's not a preference.
But hold on, look.
It's okay.
Do you see? That is a preference. It is a preference.
How would you know?
Just because you know it or not doesn't mean it's not a
but
preference.
That again, that doesn't make sense, because you could say I like. There's so many.
Okay, so this how we find it out,
things.
Rosie. This is how we find out what is considered a low body count for somebody 30 years old.
Well, hold on, because we're changing the argument though.
We're trying to get an understanding. We're trying to get an understanding of your argument. A 30-year-old woman, what would be considered a low body count versus a high one? What's the numbers?
So it would be arbitrary because it'd be different for every guy, right?
Exactly, and that's why it's not a fair preference.
Hold on, Mr. Word. Don't
Well,
tell me.
but here's the
Hold
thing,
on,
though,
Mr.
because
Word,
height
hold
being a
on.
preference
Hold
is
on. I
different
just
for
need to
everybody.
understand, Mr. Word. Are you telling me that you destroyed your own argument that quick?
No, Sharon, I can explain how I didn't destroy my whole argument, right? Because I'm not saying that it's a preference that's static. Just like if women say, I prefer some, the guy who has money, the dollar amount's going to change. It's not going to be a certain standard. It's not going to be an exact amount. But the
Okay.
fact that the preference exists, it can exist as an arbitrary preference. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, but it's
So
a preference. So the problem about the preference, it is a preference that one can never know. So it's a stupid preference.
Exactly.
Well, regardless of if you know it or not, it's a preference, right? Because just like you
It's
can't,
not.
it's intangible. Look,
Wait, what?
How is
well,
that
here,
possible? Hold on.
right? So
Hold on,
here's,
Mr. Word.
I'll explain it. I'll give you an example.
If you
So
can,
love itself, you can't prove if somebody actually loves you. You can't
yes, you
prove it.
can. Yes, you
No,
can.
there's actions you can say, well, this will symbolize that somebody, or this would lead me to
No, because
believe that
love
somebody
is a
loves
verb. Love is not only just a noun; it is a verb. So yes, you
you.
can
I know,
prove
but
it.
You can
it's
prove
something
it.
you can't prove definitively that
Yes,
somebody
you
loves
Absolutely,
can.
you can
That's
prove
why
it.
it's an action.
You can absolutely prove it. Absolutely.
you. Okay,
Or
how
at
do you
least
prove
you
it?
can
How does
prove when
somebody
they
love you?
don't. If you may not be able to prove they do love you, but you'll know for sure when they don't because there are signs.
So the way so the way how you could prove that your mate love you, that is catered to you. Because you have your own love language as a man. And the person that you would have her own love language as a woman. So if she's able to cater to your love language and you're able to cater to hers, that's how y'all two can prove that y'all actually have some love for each other. It's not just some mystical thing that I could list off, because I could list it off for me and mine's, but I cannot list it off for you and yours.
So, and here's the reason I brought up love, because your whole argument is, well, body count is something that you couldn't definitively prove, right? So since you can't definitively prove it, then it's not a valid preference.
Correct.
And my thing is, right? But my thing is, well, that you can have a preference that's you can't definitively prove, and it doesn't make it any less of a preference.
Yes, it does, because again, most preferences are based off of bullshit anyways. When a man says he has a preference, it's based off of a standard that he doesn't even have for himself, because when he gets drunk at 3 a.m., all that goes out the window. You have men
Thank
that
you,
say
Ro,
that
because
they
I was going
prefer
to say
light
if
skin,
women,
and then they will go get the darkest woman because she looks good. You have men that will swear up and down they don't like women who are over 200 pounds, but guess who they're at with in the middle of the night? Again, like, even if you want to say the preference is worth a damn, it's really not, because you guys don't stand on it.
Well, and a preference is just that, a preference. But like you said, it's tall, short, thin, chunky, light, dark. Those are definitive things. But like you said, how can you measure a preference by something you can't even definitively answer
Right.
yourself? He asked you, how do
well,
you arrive at what your preference was as far as your body count? What is low in your estimation? And you
Right.
couldn't even answer that for yourself.
Right.
So that's why he's saying it's not a valid preference, because even though we do realize it's an arbitrary number, even you couldn't quantify it for yourself.
For yourself. Correct.
Well, no, the reason
if
I
a
didn't is
person
because I
is
can see
having a
that
one
it's
night
irrelevant,
stand,
the arbitrary nature
Hold
of it.
on.
unprotected,
Hold on. I'll bring you in. You want to jump in? Hold on. Let people finish the conversation first. I got you, Happy.
then they got no damn preference.
Well, I just wanted to say the reason I didn't answer it is because I can tell it's arbitrary. I mean, if I said 5, then we could have had a discussion, but it would have gone off course. But I do understand it is arbitrary, just like a dollar amount would be arbitrary, right? If women say, "Well, I prefer somebody with equal or more," it's like, well, what's the exact dollar amount? It's an arbitrary standard. But here's the thing: even with the cash, if he never shows you pay stubs or anything, how would you know he has equal or more? Makes equal or more.
Right. So again, so if you cannot quantify the preference, how can it be a preference? You cannot quantify it. You cannot look at a woman and say, she look like she has a low body count. She look like she has a high one, and be accurate. Is no way for you to prove that whatsoever, unless you know she is a sex worker, and that is the only way you'll be able to tell. Otherwise than that, your preference do not exist, because you cannot quantify your preference by a woman walking down the street.
Well, and it's the same though when it comes to economic.
Do you agree with?
one
All right,
piece?
so
I'm
hold on.
gonna go.
I need. So this is the problem I need. I need some concessions. So do you agree with that? First of all,
I don't agree with that.
So you can tell somebody's body count high or low by them walking down the street.
No, you can't. I don't think.
So why do you disagree with what I'm saying?
So the reason I disagree is because you're trying to invalidate it based off of it not being something that can be proven definitive. But it's the same with money, right? You don't know how much money a man makes by looking at him. So it's like, well, why do women say then that?
Yeah, but it can still be proven definitively, right? You can say,
You'd
let
have
me
to show
see
your
your
pay
tax
stub.
return, right? But we can do
Yep.
it. And so it might not be things that we do very often, but we can verify how much money, how much assets, whatever a man has. You
Right,
can
but
never
Peace-
verify how many sexual partners a woman has had before she got to you.
And Mr.
Right,
Work,
so it's based off of the evidence, right?
Hold on. Let me just. So you telling me that your woman ain't never seen your W-2?
Oh no, she hasn't. I
Oh
do.
Lord, she gonna end up.
Do you have a woman? I'm not trying to be funny, but do you have a woman?
I mean, she's at work right now. Before I offered to have her come say hi.
How
she
long have
said,
y'all
like,
been
pick me up
together,
tomorrow.
baby? I mean, I don't mean to call you baby, but how long have y'all been together?
Right after the surgery.
No, we've known each other since high school. So we've been together, I think, 12, 13 years.
And she ain't never seen cap. There's no way she don't know how much you make. Stop it. And
She
if
might be
does,
breadwinner and
if
she don't care.
doesn't know how much you make, then she's fiscally irresponsible.
I tell her, but it doesn't. She doesn't have to see my W-2.
So do she have?
But
next question, just real quick, just based on the W-2 situation, do she have a card that is linked to your bank?
A credit card or something? No, she doesn't.
A bank card? Does she have a bank card that's
Debit
linked
card?
to your?
No, she doesn't.
Y'all ain't in no
What?
damn relationship. Y'all ain't no.
I don't know what this is. Ladies, don't do this.
Hey, girl, you telling on yourself. I was trying my best to. No, that's not.
I mean,
not even
it's irrelevant. Here's the thing, though. She keeps her money. I say majority.
The reason why it's relevant, Mr. Work, is because we want to make sure women are protecting themselves, and we also want men to protect themselves. And we know men move a certain way when they're trying to protect the woman that they say that they love and they're in a relationship with. They do certain things. Things is in the open. Things are not hidden when you are in a successful relationship. So men need to also hear what they need to do, and women also need to understand the difference between a man that is looking for whatever he could get out of the relationship for as long as he can versus a man that actually is investing in his woman. And it is just a difference. Majority of men that are invested in a woman, they don't have no secrets about how much money they make.
Yeah,
Just
it's not a
what it is.
secret. I told my girl how much I make, but there's no reason for me to show her a W-2.
But if she don't have access to it, heaven forbid.
Myself, I only see it once a year when I go to file taxes. So it's not like something.
If she's not on your account,
right? The point is,
okay, can I say this?
heaven
I gotta
forbid
say
something
because I don't
happened to you.
disclose.
She can't even take care of you if something happened to you. How can she access your money? She don't know what you make. She don't have no access to your accounts. But you've been with her 12 years. Like, really? You're not even working. You're not doing things to protect her in the event of an emergency.
You don't love her.
You love her.
Yeah, he don't love her.
Because remember, love isn't an action, Val. That's why he doesn't have the action for it.
Anyways, look, do we want to keep down this conversation, or can we get back to the preferences? Because I mean, we can keep talking about me, or we can
Can I say my piece so I can go? Thank you very much.
No, I don't know why y'all think y'all can just do whatever y'all want to do.
I don't want to hear him.
So what? So pay the
yeah, pay the $20. Yeah.
What the hell?
Shut the fuck up, nigga. I'm not talking to you.
Oh my God. So anyway,
peace to the room.
The problem with the preference that you're talking about, Mr. Perk, is that you cannot prove it. So it doesn't make no sense to bring up a preference that is invisible to every human being in the world. There's no way to quantify it. So there's no way for you to prove that is an actual preference.
So here's the thing. You can't prove it definitively, but it does play a role in a person's character.
No, it
so
doesn't.
Women with a lower self-esteem, are they less or more likely to have more sexual encounters?
No, you cannot do that, because at the end of the day, how a person copes, whatever their coping mechanism is, you cannot base off of that. You can look at a person and you can see if maybe they dyed their hair, because there's proof. Those roots are going to start showing. But again, something that happens in their personal bedroom, something that happens in their own time, because you don't even know why their body count is high. You don't know what that person's going through. So again, if you like the person, it really should not matter what they did before you. You have no self-esteem at that case.
And
Yeah,
not only that,
Well,
and not
thank you
only
for
that, it
saying that
got
because
low
that
self
proves my
esteem
point.
people
That
that just eat. It got low self esteem people that eat. So it doesn't make sense
Like I
that
said,
what
different
you're
coping
saying at the
mechanisms.
moment.
Exactly, Sharon.
Well, yeah.
Let me
So, but
allow
here's the
Happy
whole
to say.
point. Because okay, yeah,
Hold on.
my bad.
Before you go to another fake stat, give me 1 second. Go ahead, Happy. Just one real quick, because Happy says she wants to say something and leave. Go ahead, Happy.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Happy
Beautiful.
holidays, everybody. I appreciate it.
Same
All
to
right.
you. Hi,
No, I
Happy.
would just say, hey, what's up, y'all? Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say that a person that will have a one night stand and unprotected, they need not ask anybody's body count or any of the sort. And of course, you cannot tell if somebody has bodies or not. You know how many women every day these men believe never had a baby, never had a child, never even knew they had children. Yeah, because you cannot tell by looking at somebody. It's absolutely disgusting, and it was just stupid to begin with. The whole crap to me was just ignorant. And thank you. Peace. I'm out. Shit.
The
Made me
whole
wait
cry
so
to what? What was
Bye,
that?
Happy.
Don't y'all dare. Don't y'all dare. All right, go ahead, Mr. Word. Finish your thought, and hopefully you won't lie to us.
That's a funny characterization. But here's the thing: you move the goalpost when you said somebody who eats is a coping mechanism. I'm not saying that isn't a coping mechanism, but what I was talking about, the reason I bring it up with low self-esteem is I'm trying to make the point that high sexual body count is a reflection of a person's character, and then try to show the linkage between people or women with a lower self-esteem or going through issues tend to go into quote unquote phases of high promiscuity.
So how
it
does that
is
reflect on
it
men?
is a
What about
reflection.
men?
So that's not a bad talking point. Does it change if it's a man?
But he can't even prove that. So what
Yeah,
evidence do you
yeah.
have
If it's a
to
man,
No,
it's
it
a man.
doesn't.
We
his
know he
legs
can't.
with how many people they
We know
sleep with?
he can't prove none. He said Diva, but does it change if
Oh,
it's a
okay.
man?
All
No,
right.
it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It's the same if it's a guy. It's still it's a poor reflection of character if he's sleeping with a lot of women.
All right.
So
So
again, so this is my issue. So having sex, I'm assuming you're having sex with your girlfriend, right? So does that make her have low character because she's having sex with you?
absolutely.
No, well, no. You see, that's a strong man, right? Because I
No,
said
it's
this
not. That is
body count.
absolutely a fact because y'all are not
One
married.
person repetitive time is not considered a high
Why?
body.
Why does it
That's
matter?
why
Why does it
people-
matter
body
one
count
person
if he's
repetitive
not
times
married?
versus other people once? Make it make sense.
And
Because
Yeah,
you men
because
make no sense to me because you are the ones who say that your penis is dirty. So the moment another man's penis touches her vagina, she is now filthy. You are the filthy ones. If that's the case,
Absolutely.
Mr.
well, here's the
Wirt, and
thing.
I think that then you
There's
have to
clearly a difference
consider
between having sex a lot with one person, having sex with a lot of people. One,
nope,
right?
it's
what
still the
makes
same
you
penis
better.
going in the
See,
vagina,
Shalon.
no matter what.
what makes you better than the other person? You slept with this woman for 12 years and did not marry her.
Oh, that's
So
right.
you have
Oh,
literally
we're getting
added to
married
her
soon.
body count ridiculously.
12.
You have
Jeez.
worn her
Right.
down
He did not say
like
we
a
12 years
get
old.
Frankenstein and
What's the name
still
of that
didn't
movie?
marry her.
What's
Well,
the
we
name
have
of
a
that
wedding on
movie?
the calendar. We have a wedding on the
Modern
calendar.
Mystic. What's the
Oh,
name?
but that's
Hey, Modern
beside the
Mystic. What's the
point.
name of that movie with Nganjo Nongoyo? What was it called?
Well,
12 years of what? Well, I can't remember.
slave.
Later.
I see what you
Wide
did
body
there.
cow
See
when
what
you
I
can
did
get
there?
milk for free.
Diabolical. Diabolical.
uh,
I'm
Brother
sorry,
okay.
Mystic.
Shalom.
I didn't get your question.
I wanted
Can
to
you repeat
say Shalom, Hotep, Assalamu alaikum to the panel. I'd like to thank you for letting me into your room and keep my shoes on because I'm not wearing socks. Um, to the
You
to the
forgot those of
topic.
us who practice voodoo. Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
say, Willie, we seen them feet. Go put some socks on.
To
You
the
accidentally
topic
panned down
though.
one time.
Hey,
To the
Hey,
topic
Willie.
though,
Hey,
yeah.
Stinky,
You
you need to
should.
send me 99 cents, Stinky. Send me 99 cents, Stinky. You ain't never support the show. I want some support from my girl, Stinky, because I
I've
know she got
never
love
supported the
for the
show.
show. I just want a 99-cent super chat or a cash app. I know you could do it. Go ahead,
I'm
Stinky.
gonna double it up. I'm gonna give you $1.98. I'm gonna double up. But to the topic though, I don't think there's anything wrong with factoring in the partners that the person you're gonna be with has had in the past. You know what I mean? I think for men and women, like I don't think asking what your body count is smart, right? But through conversations, you can see if someone was kind of out there or kind of protecting their space. And the goal should be to be with someone that does have a certain level of protection of their space, because that will eliminate problems. So, someone that has been extremely active out there, man or woman, you're opening the door with more partners that you have, right, for more issues, whether it's, health issues, whether it's emotional connections,
Oh
whether it's
God.
kids, right?
I was going to say, Willie, the only time that matters is if there's kids involved. That's
So
it.
I would agree with you, right? If you if you wanted to know who she was with, like if you wanted to know, well, what type of guys you dealt with, and are
like
you
she
still
dealt with Jay
connected to
Prince.
them? Right? Yeah,
because-
that dumb. But if you was talking about just knowing the number, how would that give you any information about who she is?
Nah, I got you, Bomb Cherry. So my thing would be,
Girl,
what
who
has
you
been?
sign language into?
Nah, I got you. My thing would be, what has been your
Two-fighter
relationship history,
complex.
right? What has been the longer?
Hold on, wait. She's showing what she could do with a straw. She heard y'all.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying, like, I'd ask questions like, how long? What's been your longest relationship, right? How many close relationships have you had, right? That'll give me a gauge of, has she been locked in with people and it just didn't work out? That's very different from just being outside trying to get your coochie scratched, in the words of Sexy Red, right? So there is
Actually,
a
that was
difference.
Sukiana, and I
I
think you
don't think
guys are
y'all
just
understand the
nosy at that
coochie
point.
scratch. The
Y'all are just-
coochie can have an itch, and we might need somebody to scratch it for us. You
But
got
again,
to
y'all
your
are
best
really
behavior?
because again,
Can you be
because
on
you
your
guys are
best
hold on,
behavior,
Willie,
Cherry?
hold on, because y'all are really acting like people can't evolve and change as they get older. So again, you guys are asking questions that kind of don't matter if that person is going through any type of changes, they're going through any self growth, they've gone through therapy. All these things can kind of factor in. So what I did 3 years ago really has nothing to do with a person I'm talking to now. You understand that, right?
I understand your premise. I just disagree. I think, for me, right, someone who has had a history of being in relationships, making a good effort, and it didn't work out, that's a lot different from someone that was just outside, free and
Willie, weren't you
unchecked,
talking about
right? Hold
yesterday
on,
that you
hold
were
on, hold
outside
on.
and free ball and everything?
Hold on. I was gonna get to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so that's your point, right? That somebody that has been outside can do better, right? But again, even in saying that, I also told you I was a serial relationship dude, right? Like, I was in good long relationships. The thing was, when I wasn't deep in a relationship, yeah, I was all over the place. And I can acknowledge that probably created more issues than it benefited me, right? It's a lot of times you go smash that chicken, you driving home in the morning, like, why did I even come over here tonight? Like, so I do think there's nothing wrong with looking at your
Wait a
partner's
minute.
past.
So why you men do that? So you mean you regret it even after doing it, and then you do it again, and then y'all admit this shit, and then you want to compare women situations to y'all's?
Well, but wait, Bon Cherry, I didn't do it again, right? Like, I
Wait,
learned. So to
you
her
say you was a
point,
serial what?
I was
Dude.
in relationships. That was the point.
And you said
right?
you was out in the
Hold on.
street.
So Willie, what's she trying to say? Because for some reason y'all don't understand what y'all say. You done smashed some woman, and then you said you driving home. You're like, damn, why did I do that? Did that never happen again with a different woman, or did a different woman that happened again? He's like, damn, why I keep doing this?
Yes, that's where you get as you mature.
God, I don't understand. Go ahead, Diva.
Well,
That's
can
where
I?
you
Well,
get.
here's the thing, Sharon, because
That's where
Rose
you get.
C.
Hold on, just let me land. That's where you get as you mature, right? Like,
no,
in terms. No.
Thank you.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead, Diva.
Well, Rose C said the same thing earlier. She said, "Well, why would you judge somebody?"
All right, so you read it. Go ahead, Mister. Your name is Diva now. Go ahead, working Diva.
Oh, I apologize.
Men
My
want
bad,
body
my bad.
counts for their
I could.
own insecurity.
Hold on,
That's a
Willie.
fact.
You gotta
Before I
read the
drop
super
you,
chat. Hold on 1 second.
Detroit,
My bad, Diva. I thought you were
Detroit
asleep.
Coalition, $2. Men want body counts for their own insecurities.
I agree.
So the thing is, it's okay for you to have whatever preference, especially since there's no way for you to know the preference. Now, ladies, The men are saying that the preference. So the men are saying that they are going to be able to know your body count based on your behavior. And so basically what that's telling you is just be discreet about what you're doing.
And he
stop,
just basically said
the
that for
same
himself.
friend
Whether
groups.
he was in a relationship or whether he was outside, he matured and stopped doing that. But them same people will turn around and say that a woman who did the same thing, she may have been a serial monogamist or she may have just been out there. She can't have that phase because he prefer a lower body count. Once he done learned and matured, now he wants somebody that he's going to lock in with to have low mileage when he done flipped his odometer 2 or 3 times.
And
That's such
other
women.
But men and women aren't the same.
So
Right,
my
but so
wife
the
was out
thing
here
is,
siding
we're better.
hard.
As
Wait, I don't want this to
women,
get confused, right?
why fight with these men about this type of thing, right? So
And
they
you right,
telling
because
you
like you
that
said,
they are hypocrites or that they will have a standard that they themselves don't meet. Okay, so what? It doesn't even matter because they can never know for sure anyway. And so it's based on what you tell them. And so you let the fact that they hypocrites guide what you tell them, how honest you are with them about where you done been and what you done actually done, right? So a lot of this stuff that we fighting over, we don't really need to fight over. If you listen to what these men telling you, and ladies, just conduct yourselves accordingly. Tell all
So
the
now you're
women
advocating for
on the
dishonesty?
sir,
You are.
shut the
Hold
fuck
on, hold on.
up.
So hold on. Let me just say
Interesting.
that. Hold on, y'all.
That's ironic.
Hold on. This is what I'm going to tell the men because I don't think they understand what y'all saying. What y'all are creating is for women to not be freaky with the one that they love and be freaky outside, because once you be freaky with the person that she loves, he's gonna be looking at her sideways. How did she learn that new twisting of the arm shit that she did? How did she know to put that thing in the middle of my of her underarm and whatever she's y'all doing? Right? This is what this is the thing that you're not understanding. So you know what I would tell you is this. Hey, look. Y'all need to be careful about what y'all saying. Y'all don't realize a lot of times when y'all following all this red pill nonsense, you're gonna be that man that is caught up in the beginning video that I was playing earlier. You're gonna be looking a man in his eyes. Next, you know, he's gonna give you a handshake and he'll give you a certain hug, and he'll say, "Hey, my brother, can you please help me work this wood at my house?"
Hey, yo, no reckoning. No
All right.
reckoning.
Well, Sharon, I just want to.
But
Can I
no,
say this? I just
the
want
one
to say
thing I
one
don't
thing.
want to happen is I don't want
Okay, hold
my
on. So that's what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do because everybody want to have a conversation about this part. So we're gonna go with Bomb Chair. We're gonna go around and
Willie's last.
Well, I just have one thing to say. I want to know if Modern Mystic, because we the same age group, do she remember, or maybe it didn't happen in our area, but they used to think that women who had a gap, who had, you know, how the way their legs were shaped, bow-legged, men used to think that she was out there too, just because the way her body was shaped. Do you remember that? Did that happen in your area, sis?
It's kind of it's weird because it depends on the people that you deal with. I've always been a big girl and I'm very close built. So if you know, you know.
Right. Oh yeah.
That
Oh,
part.
I know.
But I've
I
heard
know.
about the bow-legged sisters, but close built sisters was, you know, it wasn't never no thing for us to get attention, you know.
I know that trope, Mom
Especially if you
Cherry.
got junk
I
in
know
your
what you
trunk
mean.
too. If you dragging wagon and close built, you in there.
Yeah, my point was only to say that the men thought that the women, just because they were bow-legged, that they was outside.
But again, they if you got a gap in your teeth, if you're bow-legged,
Right.
if you this, if you that, it just depends on the dude. They judge women by completely arbitrary stuff for the same reason that women talk about if a man got big hands, if he got big feet, if he got a big, and all of that's just nonsense. It's truly nonsense.
Look, and all you gotta do for people like Mr. Word that don't understand, all you gotta do is put a little airwax in it. If it burns, then that's when you know.
You know what?
And that earwax shit burn,
Here
y'all.
you go
Don't
with
let
them
them put no
Gullah
earwax
Geechee.
in your shit,
Wait,
okay?
can I say something?
Gullah
Because you know my
Geechee
Modern Mystic.
tactics.
Hold on. Modern Mystic, can you explain to everyone what being close built means?
Tight.
Rather than being bow-legged from the knee down, your pelvic channel is closer in, and because you're a larger woman, literally your thighs rub. There is no keyhole in between there. But because you're built like that, it's a slimmer build. It looks fluffier on the outside, but it's
meaning if you wear some corduroy, you might start a fire.
Yeah.
Summertime, Sharano, please.
You ain't the only one, sis. I'm up here with
like
you.
I said, dudes that like big women like that. It's a thing for some
Listen,
people.
Miss Mystic, thick thighs save lives, okay? We love thick thighs over here. Period.
But Sharon, what I don't want to get
But
confused.
it wasn't your turn.
wait a
It was
minute.
Joshua. It was Joshua's turn. He's next in line. Hold on. Go ahead, Josh.
So I don't really understand y'all's point of view because y'all kind of flipped the whole other direction. So y'all talk about promiscuity for men, and then I just heard a woman just say, just lie about your body count. So you're promoting honor in men but dishonor in women. Like, make that shit make sense.
She didn't say
Okay,
lie.
no
She
doubt.
said be
Go ahead,
discreet.
Live. Live been patient all day. She's trying to get in where she fit in. Live, this is your turn. It's your time. Come up off that mute button and speak your mind live. You got a lot of thoughts. I'm pretty sure by now. You got to unmute yourself. Maybe she ain't there. Maybe she is. Go ahead, Roxy.
I mean, to Joshua's point, no, that is not what Diva said. It is just, again, minding your own manners and your own business at the end of the day. Because, again, that really has no concern of any man or any woman of what you did if your character has developed since then. So, again, if you're an honorable man, whoever you slept with prior to, before, after, doesn't matter. You should still be an honorable man. Accountability is not something someone else can put on you. You have to hold yourself accountable. My
And I'm the
character,
one who
based
promoted
on
lies, okay? I said, ladies, if they ask you that dumbass question, I don't care, even if the truth is one, say one and tell them you're lying. Nigga, figure it out, okay? Lie.
But yeah, so it's
enough
really
to question.
not an issue of who's honorable or not. You know, there are dishonorable men out there. You know, there are dishonorable women. If you are a bad judge of character, that's on you, Joshua. Not saying you like personally, but no, that's not what anybody was promoting like that.
So let me ask you this,
but didn't we just
Roxy.
have this
Is
whole
permission-
conversation? Oh, sorry.
Does
Willie, it's your
promiscuity?
turn. Yeah, now you can actually talk. Go ahead, Willie.
All right. So here's the thing, right? I want to be clear, right? And hoes make some of the best housewives, right? Once they've matured, once they've realized a lot of the things that I was doing in the past didn't get me what I want, and I need to change up the way I move, right? Those are some of the best, like, they know the two-handed trick once you get them, right? But I don't agree that someone should lie about their past, because if you're lying about your past, then you're not ready to be in a relationship. You should be able to come into that relationship with someone and be like, yeah, yo, I've done XYZ, I've made some mistakes, right? Like, there's ways women do it, there's ways men do it. My wife asked me, yo, have you ever been involved in a train? You know how dudes be running trains, right? I was like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Nah, trains ain't never been my thing because I'm selfish. I'm selfish. I don't need nobody else. Shout out to P&B, right?
Well,
This
if
is
she
what
would
I'm
have
saying.
said yes.
But what I'm saying is that does speak to one's character, right? Like, knowing what someone has done in the past, hasn't done in the past, it does speak to their character. And I don't agree with lying going into a situation because you just create a potential pothole. Now, what about when that partner does find out these things? Now he feels like he didn't know you. Now she feels like she didn't really know you, right?
Lie,
So
ladies.
I do believe in being honest, right? Now, if you're dealing with some goofy dude and he asks you about how many bodies you had and now he's judging you, move on. You know what I mean? That's just not the dude for you. There will be someone for you, right, that you can be honest with, and he'll say, like I did with my wife. All right, yeah, you was starting in the past, but you've matured.
You were
I was,
starting in the
I was,
past is crazy.
I was starting too. We are equally yoked. Let's do it. I want to marry you, right? You don't have to be dishonest. You just
God
have to
damn, you got
find
a
the
lot
right
to say,
person
my
who'll
brother. You
accept
have
you
a
for who you
lot
are.
to say. Shit.
Rather than lie, you don't have to lie, you're right. But I would take it further, especially for women that understand what it represents in a man to even go so far as to ask you that question. The moment he asks you that question, he has disqualified himself as a potential in your life. Move on.
Bar. Let
Cut him
let
loose
I don't
so you
Mr.
don't
Work
disagree
have
with
to
that
face
at
it.
all.
let Mr. Work get his chance. Go ahead, Mr. Work.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say it's one of those things where normalizing the ability to ask the question I think is important, because I think as it is now in society, right, men aren't allowed to have preferences, and we actually proved that here because Diva last time when somebody made a reference to this preference, she said, "Oh, this person's closeted." If you're allowed, and here's the thing, for the sake of argument, just assume that a body count is a preference, and then the rest of the statement holds to be fact. I mean, we can disagree on what is or isn't a preference, but if men say I prefer women with lower body counts, I would say that it's a preference. And the fact that men can't have that without being shamed for it goes to show my whole point that I'm trying to make is that men aren't allowed to have preferences. But here's something else that I wanted to say. So we talked about not being able to tell the body count by looking at something. Right. In Massachusetts, they passed something called grape. So I said the fruit. I said grape by fraud. Right. So if a man lies about his situation, and the woman consents to sex under the situation he proposed, he can get charged criminally. But do you see how basically society tries to hold only men accountable? A society doesn't hold women accountable, and that's the whole premise or the point I'm trying to make here.
Wait a
No,
minute.
I don't. So hold
That
on, hold on,
bullshit.
What are the
hold on,
circumstances?
hold
Isn't
on,
it like
hold on,
married
hold
versus
on,
not, gay
hold
versus
on, hold on.
straight?
Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that if a man lies to a woman to have sex with her, he's going to be held accountable for lying.
Yeah, in Massachusetts, it's
And so
called
now
grape by fraud.
how you comparing that to the conversation we were talking about now?
A woman's body count.
Because you can't, if I say, oh, I'm the CEO, XYZ, and then she consents to sex thinking I'm this very rich man, I just committed a crime. But the thing is, women don't get prosecuted by the same statute. But the thing is the lying aspect, right? Because you're saying, well, how can you tell what her body count is? She can just lie to you. And
That's
that's
not
my
your
whole point is that
business, though, Mr.
men
Work.
are held to accountability. It's like, hey, you can't even lie in the state of Massachusetts because you
Okay,
can be
Mr. Work.
criminally held.
Wait,
How,
Mr. Work,
hold on,
can I ask
hold
you a
on.
question?
How are you relating that? That's is no relation. So the relation to that would be the woman saying, "Hey, I am a CEO. I am a high value woman. I have an education. You should sleep with me and have children with me." Would be the equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
No, Sharon, because we have different preferences. I know you don't acknowledge women's preferences,
That's not a
but
preference.
men don't prefer women.
No,
That's
but
not their
we
common
talking about what
preference.
you're talking about right now, like the acknowledging of other the preference that you want me to acknowledge doesn't even exist.
Okay, Sharon, I apologize. Here, I can try to make this clearer. So, women can lie about their body count. That's true, right? So they can lie. If men lie about something to get women to sleep with them, that's a crime in the state of Massachusetts. You can't tell what a man's job is by looking at him. You can't tell what a woman's body count is by looking at him. That's how
That's
I
not true because you have a uniform most of the
Right,
time.
but
So
the
again,
thing
that's not
is,
true.
a lot of those things, like his job, if he tells you he works at a certain place, he either does or does not work at that place, right? So you can prove that. You cannot prove body count. So if there's something that a man can lie about that cannot be proven, then he wouldn't be able to be successfully prosecuted under that statute in that one state, right? So cherry picking one law in one state. But even still, if it's something a situation that's similar to what we're talking about with women, then the man wouldn't be prosecuted or held accountable either, because we wouldn't even be able to prove whether or not he was or wasn't whatever he said he was. And so that's the issue, that you just can't prove what a woman's body count is. So I never said lie. What you all said was that you would be able to tell a woman's body count based on her behavior. And so I said, so women, that means be discreet with whatever you're doing. Don't give anybody a reason to question your body count. That's the point.
I agree with that.
So, Mr. Work,
Wait, Diva, can I
let me
ask
ask
you?
you
Can
this.
I ask you a question
Hold on,
real quick
Mr. Work.
first, Diva? I just
Mr.
want to
Work,
ask
hold
Diva
on.
a quick
Yeah,
question.
let him get a chance to rebuttal.
I'm
Diva,
sorry,
bro.
I apologize. I just want to, Diva. Do you think
You
it's
got it
okay
right
to
after this
shame?
conversation.
Oops, sorry, Diva. Is it okay to shame men for the preference of a low body count?
Is it okay to shame them? People, I mean, in as much as it's okay to shame people for anything, yeah. I mean, you can
do whatever. And so part of y'all's problem is it's not that you all can't do what you want to do. You want to be able to dictate women's response to what you do, right? So when you say, oh, women can't handle the truth or women don't want the truth, what you are saying is this: women aren't going to behave in a way that benefits me if they know the truth. Right? And it's the same thing with this. So you can ask for or have whatever preference you want. Again, nobody even has to know what your preference is, but for you, yelling it from the rooftops. Even if you wanted to have a conversation with a woman you thinking about dating, about, where she's been and who she's been with. Again, you said that you would never know if she telling you the truth, because that's just something you would never be able to prove one way or the other. Okay, and so what? So what is there
Also,
to like that over?
Hold
You
on,
can
and also, can you
Yeah.
please? I try to find it. It is no law of what you're saying in Massachusetts of lying to a woman to have sex that they would be charged. It's no criminal.
Yeah, I
situation.
looked it up. He lied,
Yeah,
but
There's no
there
great
was
by
a
fraud.
man who was
Great by
accused
fraud.
because he.
Hold on, what you called
maybe,
it?
It's great by fraud.
Yeah,
You
it
look
doesn't
up great
exist.
by
But wait, while you talking to Diva, hopefully I ain't make you lose your point. I'm gonna look up that exact term. Go ahead.
Okay. No, Diva,
Well,
I
it's
just
great.
wanted to say.
Well, a man was accused of lying. I guess it was a twin brother. He acted like he was her boyfriend, but it ended up being her boyfriend's brother, and he got accused of rape by fraud. Right? Now that's crazy.
So, Diva, I just wanted to say, if it's okay to shame men for having a preference, when it comes to women, because I don't think it's okay to shame women for their preference, right? If women say, "Look, I want a guy who's taller, makes equal or more," I would say it's wrong for men to turn around and say, "What? Are you a gold digger? You just want somebody who has money?" I would say, "Well,
But
that's
they
not the
do.
correct way to handle the situation."
Right, but men
Yeah,
do
and
that
I'm
all the
against
time.
it.
Right, so
And I'm
even
against it.
as a woman, for me, if I say, "Oh, I want a man who earns as much as I do," that's a problem, and I am referred to as a selfish gold digger. So, but who
Yeah,
cares?
I would disagree
It's
with
not
that.
going to keep me from wanting what I want, right? So I don't care if some man who don't even meet the criteria say, I'm a gold digger. So what? That's not going to keep me from wanting what I want, and so that shouldn't keep men from having their preference. Nobody can
Okay,
stop
so
you
I
from
see.
wanting what you want and going after what you want.
Okay, so I think we're coming to a consensus here, because I would just say that for men who do that to women, I would say that's wrong, because I would try to stay logically consistent. So to stay logically consistent, would you say it's okay for men to try to shame women for their preferences?
Yeah,
I
I
think
think it doesn't matter.
ultimately,
I don't think anybody should be able to shame you for your preference. If that's your preference, why would you allow somebody to shame you for it?
I
Well, you
think
just said
I
earlier
was
ultimately,
that
wrong.
you
I was
could shame
wrong.
them for it.
I was wrong. They constituted that it wasn't great, y'all. They said you. So yeah, when I read it, they said even though they tried to accuse him of great by fraud, they said that it wasn't great. Okay.
I
but as
hate when
far as
I
the
agree with
preference thing,
PhD.
I think the entire point is preferences are our own and they are personal, and everybody's
Right.
entitled to them up until you try to put it out there as a standard, like the red pill community likes to do, telling men that this is what they should demand of other women. Because honestly, Mr. Work, like I said, in 57 years on this planet, the only man that has ever even in a casual conversation asked me about my body count was a strictly platonic friend who, by his own admission, was a complete whoremonger, and he scorned me because he said my count was too low. But that's the only man top side of this planet who has ever asked me about a body count. That's just not something that most women will ever have to face. And that's why I was saying, and I think a lot of the females on the panel would agree, if a man is so caught up in that kind of stuff as far as his personal preference, that's not even, like I said, that's not a hill we want to die on. Let's leave him over there to his preferences. He'll find some female that wants to submit and be under him or lie to him or whatever it is he do. But we don't even want to be in a position to have to lie about it, because that means he's too controlling and too intrusive. Because at the end of the day, what's important is what happens from the day we meet forward? Is there fidelity moving forward? What happened in the past is completely irrelevant on both sides of the equation.
Okay.
Once we get the bill of health from the doctor.
And before I pass it to Rogue C, because I know Rogue C was waiting patiently, it was her turn to go, so I'm not skipping road. So this whole deception, this fraud, this great buy fraud thing. The problem is that if a man knew her body count and it was high, he would still have sex with her.
So I wasn't lying, though. I just want to confirm that, right? I wasn't lying that
You're just not telling. It still requires force. So this by deception thing, it still requires force. You have to in Massachusetts, it says generally requires force for that kind of conviction, and historically has not considered simple fraud to be great.
Exactly.
So that's what it says. So you
he lied.
It's not a complete lie. He just misunderstood what they was trying to use as fraud. So
he tried to claim that you could a man getting accused of that just by lying to her, but no, he got to force her to do something. So he was lying because that's what his premise was, that they locking men up just for lying.
Yeah. So, but go ahead, Rogue C. I know Rogue C wanted to jump in, and so we can go ahead, Rogue. And Live, are you there, Live? Let's see if Live is there. Unmute yourself, Live. No. Go ahead, Rogue C.
Thank you. I was just going to ask, because we're talking about is it wrong to shame somebody for their preference, but in the same breath, you guys want to shame women for who they've been with before you were even a factor in her life. So that's why I'm like, it's really hypocritical. That's why I call you all crybabies. Because again, if you don't want to be shamed for your preference, you can't go around shaming people for a life they lived before you. And also with that same breath, is it wrong for a woman then, if you want to ask the body count, if she wants to ask you how much you make?
They do that indirectly. They say, oh, where do you work? What do you do for work?
No, I said straight up, if she wants to ask your income, your annual income, since you want to ask her body count.
Right. What is your AGI, sir?
And so you could get indicted for fraud sexual acts though, but you cannot, but it's no criminal situation, but you can get indicted for it, so then you could do a civil suit, but criminally you can't do it. So I think he just was a little confused about what the law is actually talking about.
Don't do that to me, Sharon.
It's okay because I'm reading it. So I'm reading it so this way I'm trying to give you some justification of what you read and what you did. You probably just didn't read it in whole. So somebody, if they have a job and they promising you, or they could give you a promotion, or they do these things. If you do this thing to me, I'm gonna do this for you. Those are all things that you could get fraud and you could get indicted, but it's not illegal. And so.
Annual
well, so the
income,
fact that you can get indicted means it's illegal. But I see what you're saying, that there's no criminal penalty.
Hold on, no, it does not mean that is illegal because you could get indictment.
Yeah, you can get an indictment for a criminal offense.
Yeah, but you could also get indicted for something that's not criminal.
Like what?
Oh my God.
Keep in mind, we're talking to the actual criminal. Like we're talking to a criminal. What can you be indicted for without being a criminal?
Okay, so and I'm reading the shit verbatim. Fraud in the indictment, usually not illegal. Literally.
It says
I don't know
usually.
why you're trying to argue with me. It's not me. These are documents. It's not me that is wrong. You just not interpreting this thing. It's okay. It's not me. So this way you can get out your mind. You are not making Sharon wrong. You're making yourself wrong because you can't read. Your comprehension of the document that you asked for us to look up. What it says.
So hey, we said the past doesn't matter, right? I just want to make sure.
No, concede, God damn it. Say I
okay,
was
concede.
Wrong.
I was wrong. Concede.
AGI.
Now we said
I'm not
we said I want to concede. You know what? So you said the past doesn't matter, right? Because it's a preference.
Nobody said
my
that.
preference.
Nobody
no,
said
I've heard. Hold up, let me go back. I'm gonna timestamp this shit.
Because
your past should matter.
Okay.
Like your past shouldn't matter, right? Because who I was 3 years ago shouldn't be who I am now, right? But if I lied, if me and my wife split up and I started going out without disclosing that I went to prison, y'all would say I was wrong, though, right?
Yes.
I don't even know what you're talking about at this point, sir.
I don't know what you're talking about. They like to make up shit.
So
to make it
no. We'll make this. We'll make this very simple.
Can you be indicted for something that's not illegal? Because I thought you can only be indicted for a crime. Even if you didn't do it. Now, maybe you didn't do it, but they accuse you of doing it.
Well, the term indictment means for the state to bring charges upon you. So if the state is the one that's indicting you, then yeah, it's illegal in the sense you can't do it.
An indictment is a charging document.
Right, they charging you for a crime, yeah.
Nobody said men should lower their standard on the past either. My whole point was that you can't verify. You ain't gonna know what it is, regardless of, okay, her behavior ain't gonna necessarily tell you if she got any sense. And then even if you ask her straight out, that doesn't necessarily tell you, give you an accurate answer either. And so you can never really know what her body count is. That was my whole.
Okay, and that's fair.
No,
but
it's not.
As I said,
it's being unverifiable. That's different than deception. It's unverifiable.
Okay, unverifiable. I'll take that. So if I meet because again, from what I remember of Diva's list yesterday, if somebody's a felon, they need to be off the list, right? They are completely no touch, right?
Hold on, I just want to say about the indictment before we go, because it's 7 hours in. If you can indict a ham sandwich, what can a ham sandwich do that is criminal?
But they can't really indict a ham sandwich. That's just something they say in order to say how easy it is to indict.
Okay, so right.
What they mean by that phrase is because the pieces of the ham could travel in interstate commerce, the feds could, by definition, indict a ham sandwich for affecting interstate commerce. It's one of the primary elements of a federal offense.
Well, so that quote was about a grand jury. Basically, the prosecutor said that he can get a grand jury to indict him.
Correct. And so, and that's where this whole criminal thing that Mr. Work is talking about. Technically, he's correct because you can indict somebody for lying, but it's very specific and it's just not even.
But can you indict them for great though? And that's when I read that. Yeah, it's not. It's a fraud. They can indict it, but they won't get through.
Yeah, because you're indicting them for fraud is what you're doing, not for actual,
right. It's fraud.
Yeah,
exactly. So it's not great, like you said though.
It's not great,
but it is. The reason why it's considered great. Hold on. The reason why it's considered great by fraud is because what they're doing.
That's it. We done read the damn thing. I know.
I wasn't
100% right, so we could get. And they still want Diva. What?
No, I'm not even arguing. Wait, how? Bro, I'm even. I'm agreeing with you.
Love y'all. We'll see y'all maybe tomorrow. We got to do this again. We 7 hours in. God damn it. So Joshua, I'm sorry. We 7 hours in. I apologize.
Great conversation. Right? I had fun. Hey, Marlon. Did you read the back? I love your outfit. You're beautiful. And
thank you.
I push back everybody, so it's okay. I hope to see you again up here.
I am not offended in the slightest. Like I said, this was new for me. Hopefully I'll be back. I gotta go over and do my own. I'm supposed to be on TikTok right now doing live streams, so I'm finna go to work myself.
Okay, I had fun. Come back. Just come back. Come back.
It was a pleasure talking.
So I will be back for sure.
Okay. Yeah, so I want to shout out to everybody. Thank y'all, everybody from Mr. Work to California, and all the crazy folks and all the non-crazy folks that joined the panel, and even my crazy baby girl. It's not funny. We're gonna scream at y'all later. You okay? All right. So, by the way, Diva, you got any final thoughts?
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me.